Good morning. Happy Thursday. How are we all doing this fine summer's day? Jesus, am I too white, guys? I've been sent by the elves of Lothlorien. All right, let me just... Jesus, that's how you know my chassis belt's intact when I make comments like that. One and all, welcome. Hopefully you're having a wonderful Thursday. So we've got a pretty fun day ahead of us. We're going to be mixing in some Age of Empires. We're going to be kicking off with the AoE. We're going to be concocting some Stormgate a little bit later. I'm aware there is a patch coming in T-minus, I believe it's actually about 6.5 hours. So we're going to try to catch some of the tournament games that happened from the EMEA and the American regions for Stormgate last weekend. There is another tournament happening this weekend. I'm figuring out now what I'm going to be doing the weekend. I think I'll try to at least have one day where we do some casting of Stormgate for the weekend games live, which I think will be really cool. And then I think the way it's weighing up, we'll probably take tomorrow off just because I've got some spring cleaning to do. And also, if we're going to be live on the weekend, I think it balances out fine. Remember, I said I want to try to pace myself. I don't want to burn myself out on the content creation avenue. As we've definitely done that. AoE patch or Stormgate? Stormgate patch. So Stormgate patch drops today, which should hopefully fix a lot of the broken stuff around Celestials and make things like Vanguard playable. So should be a nice big improvement for the 1v1 experience, which means I'm quite excited to see what will happen with the games on the weekend. One sec, I just want to double check something. All right, there we go. But cool thing happened yesterday. King of the Rockies had some preview matches that took place, some online show matches. It was on King of the Hill. It was some one-offs. Basically, you'd play one match and then you'd be done. I think if you lost was the idea. So I got messaged by a player about some cool games that happened there. I said, okay, we'll give it a check-in. I usually don't go for double coverage of games that are cast already. But rarely I'll make exceptions. Well, we're not going to cast the whole damn thing. I think there was 2 games that came to mind that would be really cool. So there's Puppy Paw versus Wham and Phyllis Birdo versus, I think it was Wham, that I wanted to check in on. So I thought I'd check those out. These were organized by the Rising Empire folks that are prepping for King of the Rockies land. So basically they want to do some show matches to hype up in prep for it. So let me load up the game. All the matches are played on King of the Hill is what I got told. And I think... I don't think there's a... There might be 1 or 2 bans, and that was it. What's up, Rising Empires? Inferior NA games? Well, I think I might as well get used to them, seeing as they're going to... technically, the little NA rodents are going to be infecting a castle in Spain, so might as well see how incompetent the gameplay is from the from some of the top players. Only bronze and silver positioning on the leaderboards. You know what I mean? Not the gold. It's not Marine Lords, so who cares, right? It was King of Hill style. Winner stays on. Yes, I heard about that. Maps rotated. Oh, so the maps are changing. Okay. I got led to believe it was going to be only on King of the Hill. Okay. I think that is one of the things that kind of annoys me in Age of Empires 4. Is why did we decide to call a map King of the Hill when that's a format and a game mode in many different games? I mean, I think AoE 2 has it as well, right? Puppy versus Wham and Wham versus Philsberg. Yeah, those are the ones that got mentioned to me. And yes, Mustar, I'll be in Spain. I am the official caster for Age of Empires 4, as well as Age of Mythology. So I will be flying in. I think I told them I'd like to come in on... It was either the 2nd or the 3rd of October. Let me have a look. I think I'm going to be flying in probably Thursday, early Thursday. And then I'll leave on Monday. So I'll be there from the 3rd to the 7th. Because, I would have came for the full thing. They offered very kindly to have me there for the whole thing. But I said, probably wouldn't be fair on my pregnant partner. Our baby should be born by then, and I don't want to like bail on her for a whole week when it's like not paid work for the whole week. That would feel like a bit of a douchey move. What software do I use for streaming? I use OBS, so pretty much the standard stuff. No problem. Oh, feel free to message me the logo, because I don't think I have the logo for King of the Rockies. So if you've got like a particular one you want used, then I can pop that up on the screen when we're casting. Yeah, I do, no dig, but I did find it quite comedial with the, are you going to Spain? And I'm like, they don't make these for just anybody. I am going to be one of maximum 4 people in Age of Empires 4 that has one of these banners. Just flex that a little bit. When new civs, they're already out. Open the mod section. There's 4 new civs. Have fun. I mean, dude, God knows when we're gonna see new civs for AoE4. I'm speculating not until 2025. I'd love to be wrong, but like, if you think about the scale with which they went with Swords Ascend, like how do you get ready in a year, especially when it seems like there's not enough resources going to AoE4? I'm skeptical to believe that there's going to be new civs this year. I'd love to be wrong, but you know, I think if there is, and they've left the creators in the dark again, this once again goes to the point I've been making of like, we don't know what's going on, so we can't get fully invested, because getting fully invested carries risks when you don't know what the future is, right? And I kind of get why it's like that. I'll be honest, I'm completely transparent. Without going into too many details, there have been creators that have completely ruined surprises before. There have been creators that have revealed things that are clearly under NDA. And that's why I think they don't really tell us much anymore. But it's unfortunate that like they haven't tried to source people they can trust within that group of leakers, because there are people that keep secrets. Without being too specific, I keep many secrets. I'm that you guys seen Argar, right? I'm the lady in the desert who keeps all the secrets. So love to see Venice or Italian city states. I mean, dude, so I actually think that's a cool concept, is you have Italy, and what it is it's client states where like there's some sort of mechanic that allows you to pick to be like Florence or be Naples or be Milan or be Venice, and that brings different perks, you know? Almost like, you know, I'm trying to think what game does. It's almost like the Age of Mythology system, right? Where like you choose your gods as you go up. You choose a major god, then a minor god sort of thing. That would be kind of cool, right? Oh, what's up, my boy Vodka? The legendary Vodka himself. Like that to me seems like a cool idea. That's what I actually wish, like, you know, a few years from now, if they still keep development going and we have a lot of variant civs, I wish that's what variant civs became, is that they all got then compacted out. Like, let's say you went up to 60 civs, right? And 60 civs is just, it's insane. It's out of control. Then you squash it back down to like 20 civs or something. And what it is within each civ, you have branching choices you make, right? So you start as French, and you can stay as French or become Jeanne d'Arc or become Burgundy, right? And that has different mechanics that unlock and lock because you do that. Like, I like those type of ideas. I think that's it's a very different style of Age of Empires 4, but I think like there is the cool thing about that system is I think it provides more outs when you're counterpicked. Because like right now we do have some hard counters that exist in Age of Empires 4, and they are brutally hard counters. Like, you'll hear pro players go, there is no way you can win this, right? That's bad design. So like, if you were able to umbrella these, that would give more permutations. That would make the games like more unique one-to-one each time, instead of relying on like, oh, the RNG of the map was different, so the game was different. But like, that's a ginormous overhaul. I don't expect that, if that ever does happen, to happen in the next 2 years, bare minimum. It would take longer than that. I wish it would happen, but I think it's also a giant engine change to a certain degree, on design philosophy change, which might just be too much work. Isn't AoE series always more macro oriented? I think AoE 2 is not as macro oriented. RTS is like, so people really kind of disassociate what I think he was getting into, which is, you know, if you think about StarCraft is very macro focused as well, right? You go 2 base, 3 base, 4 base, 5 base. Like a lot of games, you go multi-base, right? But I think what he was trying to highlight, and I don't think either he didn't do a great job of emphasizing it, or the translations weren't 100% correct, is I think what he was leaning into is the idea that you have many more micro decisions, even though there's a big focus on macro in games like StarCraft as well. There's a lot more you could do with micro in individual fights, and we kind of hit on that, where like when you're in a fight, a lot of it is, and he was quite right on this, like it's kiting and kiting, and I can't remember the other term he used. Kiting and dodging, right? And that is, like, when you get down to, like, when you can be more granular about it if you want to, but in a fight, that is ultimately what you're doing. There are some very rare exceptions, like Jeanne d'Arc pressing 1 or 2 buttons and cut the Khan, right? But those are in a vacuum. The majority of units function, in fairness, in the way he did describe, right? Target firing, kiting. Yes, thank you, Saffron. So like, I said on this, I think he was a bit harsh. I think he was genuinely just burning bridges because he doesn't want to come back. And he wants to put himself in a position where he doesn't feel like he's going to come back. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I just want done. I want out. And like, I kind of respect that because like, I don't know, maybe I'm a pussy about it where I'm like, I still got a lot of love for this game. I'm still going to make some content. But I said to you guys, it's not going to be my full-time content. I'm going to have to balance it with other things. I'm also going to have to put more effort back into the esports side because I've wasted too many hours pursuing the content creation dream without a clear pictured profitability, right? But you know, in that way, he was overly aggressive. I think he just wanted the bridge burnt, so he didn't even think about coming back. And some people saying he's going to regret it. I don't think he's going to regret it. I think given his position, given the state of the game, like unless you're a top 3 player consistently, you're not making enough money to regret it. That's a reality. Like if worse comes to worse, he'll just go back to being an engineer, as he highlighted, right? But yeah, I think there's definitely an argument that a lot of the AoE games are more macro-driven because they are multiple resources. But I would say AoE 2, at least from what I've seen of it, and all my experience with AoE 4, I'd say there's more room for micro-expression. Even if you don't think there's more micro, there's definitely more room to express a unique micro style in AoE 2 than there is in 4. What's up, Bidlen? How's it going, buddy? SE2 more about micro than macro to a certain extent. Like the macro matters a lot. Macro always matters in RTSs. There are not many RTSs that do not create a state in which macro matters. Even ones that limit the scope of your macro, like Company Heroes, macro matters. You know, even ones where it's like automatic, infinite generation of resources matter. Like even in Battle Aces, right? Battle Aces is a very micro-focused game, but like if you fail to like get your macro right, if you fail to get the right number of bases built up and protect that macro, like you know, it's still a fundamental component. You can't really remove that. And wait, what do you mean? I just saw it earlier. Asklad, you were rude in Norway and didn't. I don't know what that was clocking. Oh, good. I don't know. I can't remember you being rude. Battle Aces is close to micro. Yeah, like Battle Aces is the one that's really going for it hard. Oh, you didn't congratulate. That's all good, dude. I mean, it's like congrats. Your jizz works, right? I was trying to explain. So, okay, we'll get the game set, but like, that just reminded me of the hilarious thing that I pointed out. So, like, you know, when I was in London and I said that we were expecting a kid, the guy's like, "Oh, congrats, me too." He's like, "Yeah, we just recently told her dad." I was like, "That." See that? I went to. That always feels weird to me. That feels really weird, right? Like, I want you guys to think about that for a second. Because it is, like, there is a validity to it. It's congratulations. You're having a kid. That's incredible. But, also, you're pretty much getting your hand shook for nailing his daughter. Many times. And that's the part that felt weird to me. When my brain processed that, I was like, Great reason for a handshake? Yeah, you just don't drop the comment, wow, your handshake's great. Now I know where your daughter gets all that movement from. Oh, God. It's, we also caught on the wrong foot because Crackety dropped us. Oh, yeah, dude, that was brilliant. Yeah, Crackety dropped us at the wrong hotel. We thought he was trolling us, and then he ended up going to the wrong hotel as well. 6 years and over £15,000 in IVR for our kid. Damn. Well, I'm glad it worked out in the end, buddy. I'm glad it worked out. Yeah, like, I mean, I know someone who, they had to, like, you know, abort because of age and whatnot, right? And I know it's very hard. So, like, I'm very fortunate that, fingers crossed as well, it keeps that way, that we don't have, you know, any problems. You know, Freya's very healthy. There was a worry when she was first born, because when she was first born, she wouldn't feed. So she actually, like, you know, had to be rushed to hospital at one stage because she was under the, like, safe weight. But that was the only thing. We just started getting her on bottles and she was fine after that. But yeah, fingers crossed this one is smooth riding as well. I mean, I guess the most wicked frustration we had was that, like, we all got COVID when Freya was born, which was rough. But, you know, I always say it prepped us. Like, we were basically better equipped than almost any other first-time parent would be, because we couldn't rely on other people as a crutch, right? And that's not the, like, haha, you need parents that... No, it's like, there wasn't the option, is my point. Like, there wasn't the option because our parents couldn't come round who'd never had COVID before and risk getting it, right? Like, you know, they're older, they could die. So we just had to kind of, like, hunker down and deal with it. Then you spent more money ensuring you could have no more kids? Wait, what? Britboy, is like, wait, isn't the snip you can get on the NHS? Or were you like not trusting those people and just went private? Dude, I wish I had that kind of money. Like, I already had a highlight to me. It's like, you can get it done because it's easier for men. I'm like, no. I'm biddling. I'll still cast AoE4, but I'll be mixing up the content, as I've definitely not been delusional about. You'd never have the snip. Well, not so. Apparently, it's not the snip now. So apparently nowadays you can get. I don't know. Okay, so you know when, like, you don't even want to look at the procedure because you know, like, right? But apparently it's like whatever it is now reversible. It's not like a permanent thing. Yeah, cauterize doesn't help, Britboy. But I think there's meant to be a method where, like, you just, I don't want to say twist it, but like, where essentially it's not tied. I think it's like, it is a tie or whatever that stops, like, the semen, like, you know, that issue. I don't know I'm not a doctor, okay? If you haven't discerned it yet, I'm not a doctor. It would be bloody worrying if I was a doctor with the way I talk normally. In fairness, I believe Tim is also almost a practicing doctor, and the way he talks probably doesn't instill confidence either. So maybe I could have been a doctor. But yeah, so there's that, and my friend was telling me there's even now a thing that they shoot inside you, which just, Jesus Christ, sounds uncomfortable as well. But like, there's some sort of thing that they can, some sort of substance that they can shoot in that blocks and lasts X number of years or something. I don't know. Like, he ain't even got kids. He's been looking at this, so, and he says he wants kids. I'm like, dude, you're getting more prep than me. I don't know what's happening. All right, but it's like, you know, when you want to be well educated and, you know, look into these things, and you want to, you know, like, if someone's telling you to have some sort of surgery in your body, you kind of want to look. This is one of those ones where you don't want to look, you know? Also, I think the thing that has me worried even more, like much, much more now, is laser eye surgery. Laser eye surgery has been praised and publicized as this incredible miracle cure and everything. And more cases are coming out now of people who've suffered from it. Like, people who, not necessarily blindness per se, but it's more like your eyes are so dry, you're in constant pain, right? And that never gets talked about. That never got talked about for years. Everyone just praised how great LASIK was, right? So with that in mind, the whole idea of like all these kind of like, you know, vasectomy or whatever type processes, which people like, totally fine, doesn't have any issues. Now I'm just paranoid. Farman, I'll do you one better in return. Have you heard of raw dogging? Jesus Christ, that's the most Australian I've sounded all month. You've not? Ask your mum. That wasn't, guys, chill. That wasn't even a dig. He's here. He was born. Something had to happen there. Either that or a turkey baster. These are the possibilities. I don't think I could do laser eyes such. Yeah, so like, laser eye to me is, I want it because I hate glasses. But at the same time, if you asked me the one thing like I would like, you know, sense or whatever that I'd be like most scared of losing, like for example, going deaf, going blind, losing your hands, losing your legs, losing your, like, the eyes are always the one that freaks me the most. That's the scariest one to me, right? Of all the senses I could be deprived of. Like, we being reasonable here, guys. If you're going to, what if they cut off both your hands and both your legs? Like, dude, that's like an extreme, right? Let's balance it. But, like, eyes were always the scariest one to me. So, yeah. I don't know. I'm on the fence now. Like, a year or two ago, I was really adamant that I wanted to get laser eye surgery, and if I worked enough events, I was going to do it. But now I'm like, wait, did I miss someone in chat? There's something I was going to say, and I totally blanked it now. You're all here wanting kids. I'm here saying I can't get them even if I wanted to. I mean, dude, that's what happens when you live in a basement and you play Age of Empires for 12 hours a day. You got to go out and get laid, man. Okay, so I don't think that's what he meant. But, like, whenever I'm in a chat with gamers and I see that, I'm like, of course we're all virgins. We don't go outside. I'm surprised we don't register as vampires. We must be so pale from no, like, actual sunlight. You guys met Cal yet? Cal fully instills my belief that, like, vampires exist in the video game sector solely. Poor Cal. He's not even here and he's catching strays. Wait, why is that still running? All right, hold on a second, guys. That should not still be running. Give me a second. We might be renewing with Protein Works, but I need to discuss that with them. As at the moment, we are complete with the integration. I mean, I guess if you want some, though, quickly grab some of the code Killer Pigeon, because I should be discussing it with them in a few days. So there we go. We'll pause that now. A cow versus puppy series from yesterday. Why does Cow do this to himself? Remember when he was, like, Vodka's still here, right? Remember when he was confident that he was going to slay Vodka? And then Vodka turned him to a human toilet? Right? You guys remember that, right? Like, that's unforgettable. Dude, Cal looked like a bronze player in that game. Vodka left nothing on him. He picked the bone dry. He was an alcoholic emptying a liter of actual vodka. It's brutal. Which is ironic because he is the vodka. Never considered playing watching AoE 4 to be effective contraception. Hey, man. If you're playing games, you can't get late. Well, you could, but, like, you know, there's limitations, right? Some games just require too much APM focus. Like, let's be real. You get in a game, and you're trying to get frisky at the same time, and you're playing Age of Empires 4. You're in that game, and let's say it's let's go hard on this. Let's say you're playing an English Mirror. You know it's going to go 2 hours long. All right, there's nothing that's going to put you off more, okay? You're just going to have performance issues. I don't care who you are. And then also, you're going to be focusing more on the game than your partner because it's a mirror. And in a mirror, if you lose, you can't argue that you weren't worse, right? Like, that's how that works. This conversation's taken weird turns, but this is me in a nutshell. Your inner eye lens is replaced. Replaced. That sounds horrific. I'm going to be real with you. That actually sounds horrific. All right, Eldarif, we crossed the line. Actually, I usually don't really care. But I feel like this is I'm inviting the layers of degeneracy. My APM, there's a very simple answer, and I think you know what it's going to be. Get your mum to install what's it called? A motion tracker. Rig that up to a PC, and you'll have my APM when I go down on someone. All right, there we go. It's always going to come back to someone's mum. I'm pretty sure of that. You faked being weak so you could take advantage of him. Oh, man. Dude, I was so upset that we had to have a delay between live and the cast and whatever, because I was trying to make content with it. Like when I just came out to feed you guys bananas. Oh, I wish I so wish. Like this is always going to be the weird thing we're trying to do every foreign LAN. I think is like there are inherent delays that kind of soil the they will soil the live interactive element of the game, right? And I haven't seen any like suggestion of a solution to that. Because like you're going to ruin it for the live audience. It's unavoidable, right? If the live audience has a feed that's on say a 10 or 15-second delay, like they can't react to something live time, right? They're always going to be staggered. That's a tough one. All right, should we get ready to go though? We got our first game of the day. In fact, let me switch over the tournament logos. Where are you? I definitely just saved it here a little bit earlier. Give me a second, guys. I am blind. 1 second. Did I save it in there? All right, let me download it again to be safe. No. I see what happened. I never clicked save because I'm so tech savvy, as you guys can tell. Damn, I'm great. Whoa. All right, you guys ready? Okay, off the mum jokes and on to the... Well, actually, no, we can make mum jokes about this. They have the same mum. Welcome one and all to the Age of Empires Tour action. We've got Wham versus Poppy Paw in a King of the Hill show match series ahead of King of the Rockies, the event being organized by Rising Empires, the LAN in NA. And these two players are the invited participants there. They're going to be kicking off these show matches. The way this works is that it is a typical King of the Hill format, not the map, but the mode, in that if you win a game, you stay on. If you lose a game, you are out. You have to be rotated. And we're going to be going onto 4 lakes. So every single game, the map is going to change. So, you know, if Wham stays on for 8 games, he'll have played 8 different maps. And this is an interesting one. Chinese versus Delhi, dude. This is a pretty tough matchup for Delhi historically, but that's on a land exclusive map. This is kind of different, and you're right. Why have we still got a score up there? Thank you. Let me just purge that. Yeah, this is a very different format to what you'd normally see with the Chinese Delhi matchup, because Delhi on a land map will get blocked out pretty hard by China, because China can actually Barbican the central sacred site and stop the win condition. And then over time, they just camp, build up Chiganu, and then kill Delhi, right? It's actually very tilting. It's one of those classic attack-defend matchups where it's very, very, very hard to truly attack. But when you talk about water, it's a little bit different. China's definitely a very potent Civ on water maps, but Delhi have been looking pretty spicy for a few reasons. For one thing, they are already going to beat the production speed of the Chinese. 27 seconds compared to 25 in the fishing boat. That is courtesy of a tech that used to be researchable, but actually now is put by default, that gives a 20% increase to production speed for the docks for each scholar involved. So a really powerful tool for surging your numbers early on. And you get that scholar for free now when you drop that dock. So it's not like you now need to go waste wood on a mosque, spending 100 there, to just get your hands on the scholar. You get a very efficient 150 spend to get a scholar that would cost you 130. It's a pretty nice opening. Should allow him to kind of keep up with the Chinese pacing here. I think the only issue is, like, realistically, as you continue to scale, the Chinese economy should be a bit better. The logic being supervision just gives you so much extra wood. And the issue that I do see is, like, when you play a longer Dark Age, offsetting that advantage is difficult because you don't get double Broadaxe tech until Feudal. So you can't prep it early, right? You can't now have it researching. Which, in fairness, if you did have that option, would at least offset the power of the Imperficial. And wait, we got some deer shoving? Wait, what was that? Dude, whose side are you on? Oh my god. That was brilliant. You know what happened with that villager? He saw his king's face, then he saw his enemy's king's face, and he went, I don't know which one's the enemy anymore. I'm just going to grieve them both. Alright, so we've got play onto the second dock now. Wham isn't mirroring yet, actually. He's just focusing on the one side. I thought maybe the Delhi would try to get Feudal quicker here. And the deer are now being sniped down. This is interesting, though. I guess this is just a backup option if water doesn't go great. Like, maybe the strategy here for Puppy Paw is to distract on water, get his opponent over-invested there, and then play land. It could just be that he's settling on a backup option here in case things go bad. And there's not really anything else this scout could be doing right now, right? Like, you know, he knows it's just going to be an eco-boomy game. Chinese aren't going to, like, rush castle on you 2 seconds later. They're going to be floating fish. The weakness of what he is doing, though, is that he doesn't see his opponent's movements. So for all he knows, this villager could have been running over here to set up a dock, at which point you're kind of screwed, right? Because, like, realistically, the Chinese should be scaling into Feudal a lot quicker than Delhi. And that's courtesy of the build speed, right? Like, we added the extra wood as a pretty big detail, but more important than that is the build speed of the landmark itself. This is a very peaceful early game. I'm going to hit the 2 times. I don't know why I didn't do that from the start. This is one of those weird things about water maps. Water maps have a much more aggressive and active 6 to 12 minutes mark, but a much more inactive first 6, right? Because it's just going to be gathering wood, building boats. And what is up, Always Cursing? Thank you very much for the resub, bud. Welcome back to Swarm. So fishing count is going to be 10 to 10. And it was an interesting choice to go double dock, but I think Wham's goal here, when I see someone play one pond like this, I start to think they're leaning towards castle. The logic of doing one pond this way is that you protect yourself from a rush from your opponent. So you have a very consolidated economy. Meanwhile, if you look at Puppy Paw, his is a bit more split. There's risks here. He might feel pressure to add in some feudal units to guard against some sort of sneaky play. And in fairness, it would make sense, right? Like Delhi going for that feudal play if it wasn't for this. We have got Dome of the Faith on the way, which means we could be looking at a rush towards castle. I do think, by the way, with these Castle Age rush builds on maps like Four Lakes, I'm still a bigger fan of Tower of Victory. The logic is, although you have to expend pretty hard to get your scholars, the value point down the line is going to be your men-at-arms. Like, you can realistically, you don't need that many scholars when you go Castle Age in a rush if you're going men-at-arms. Homeblades, of course, is your big priority, so you do want a few scholars there, not to mention the relics. But the men-at-arms are already going to have a buffed attack speed with Tower of Victory. They don't get that this way. So I think what we're seeing here from Puppy Paw is he wants to go Lancers. If you want Lancers, Dome of Faith makes more sense because Tower of Victory does nothing, and you want Homeblades quicker, which you will get with those extra scholars. Landmark placement? What's wrong with the landmark? Oh, wait, what? Okay, of course. You know, this is actually cathartic. Puppy Paw has done this to a lot of people, so he's getting a little bit of his own dessert here. Now, luckily, he's not the Chinese. It's not like he had an academy here. He can always move to the other wood line, but this is at least going to be annoying. Gold is also not fully blocked. So, like, this Barbican is nice, but unless Wham now wants to turn it into a proxy base, it doesn't do enough. And I think he is going to try to... Or he could just go outpost, oh, for God's sake. Oh, this Civ is tilting in so many ways. There is not a single Civ that like does this type of rush better. While also this is one of the best defensive Civs in the game. Like, can we maybe get a weak point for the Chinese at some point, please? Moving out by the Skull is ambitious. He could actually get sniped. If Wham's quick about this, slight delay there. So it looks like, unfortunately, he won't be able to get the kill. Second Skull is going to be pulled across Actually made that the third into the dock. So look at this production speed, folks. 19 seconds to get a fishing boat out. And Puppy Paw, he is doing what we thought. It is just a castle rush. The crazy thing is Wham went full for this Barbican and look at his economy. He's actually not that far behind. Now look to gather some deal on the front side. Could even think about just dropping some buildings here. Like, actually, I quite like the idea of double archery range. You could add in a few Chiganoo to be annoying in this age, and then you could have crossbows prepped for the age up your opponent's going for. What the hell? And Wham is now on the stone, so this should just be in the emplacements, right? It's too late for that, though. It's definitely not going to be 2 TC. I think that would be way too greedy. Your opponent's about to come at you pretty strong with double pond, so going 2 TC is a very quick way of losing the game on Song Dynasty. I imagine we are going to be looking at a clock tower. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate his timing wasn't more aggressive because he might have been able to get away with like a Ford Siege Workshop with production buildings here as well. And it... What? That I did not see coming. Compound of the Defender now on the way from Puppy Paw is really surprising here. I thought he was going to go for the Knight spam, which is pretty logical on a map like this. But instead, it looks like he's playing a more hunkered down style. So I think it kind of fits to the player, though, right? Like, if this was your Lucifron Vortex S player, I would 100% expect a play towards Home Blades with the House of Learning. But Puppy Paw and Wham are historically deeper playing opponents. They do like to go towards that 24-25. I think their average game length is about 26-27 minutes. In fact, in their series versus each other in the Red Bull Wallalow, even with the first few aggressive games, the overall average throughout that tournament against each other was still sitting about 25-26 minutes total. In fact, I think with the final few games, it might have been eclipsed higher. Some shenanigans here, though. Wham, he snuck in. Okay, so this explains it now. It was all about the emplacements. Archer ship now on the way. And weirdly enough, Puppy Paw has queued up all of the techs instead of a boat to defend. I guess he just wants to try and deal with it with land forces, but with archer ships coming, that's going to get difficult. The first one comes out. Hey, you will look to just attack it. Wait, this used to work. Surely not now. I mean, it's looking like it's working well. The healing. He can maybe get 2 fishing boats to make it somewhat worth, but no. Instead, it's going to be an archer ship going down for 1 fishing boat. Demo is now coming out, but I don't feel like that's going to do too much better. You could target these down to half HP each and then detonate. And he's going to go in for the strike, so gets one of them here. Might be able to snipe a second one on the exit, but looks like he's going to get away. And what is up? My boy, the legend, the man, the myth, Voldemar himself. Thank you very much, my friend. Hope you had a good stream. We're just checking in on some of the King of the Rockies, King of the Hill format show matches ahead of the LAN. We have got an insanely weird game here. And you know what? Puppy Paw is starting to make me believe a little bit. Wham has at least teched up as well. It was a clock tower at home. He never turned this into a proxy base. It is Lancer and Lancer spam. And I feel like the economy for the delis should be better here, but something just seems off. There was, of course, that gap from the fishing boats moving away, and I think that maybe stunted him. And in fairness, Wham is now in the second pond, so he's starting to escalate there. Although going to come in, not going to be able to do anything there, though. More skulls are on the way across. So far, 2 relics looking to be secured. 3 in the mid-map still up for contest. I love this from Wham. Instead of trying to go straight into the relics, he's guarding them first. First keep coming up from Puppy Paw. This is very early, by the way. Now, usually the keeps feel good around 65 to 70 eco, because that's when you can kind of afford to have this many people in the stone. But I think this is Puppy Paw worried about being attacked. Lancers. Oh, no! Come on, man! Oh, just when you think you're used to this bug. And yeah, he realizes it after the fact, but that's now 3 Lancers running around his economy. Crossbows are at least starting to come out from Wham, so it might be enough to scare Puppy Paw away. In fact, it looks like he's just going to walk off. Okay, so what should have been a disaster might still be a disaster. Wait, that doesn't fix it either. Oh, these wall bugs have screwed everything, man. And he still doesn't even realize. So that actually might come into play a little bit later. Puppypaw is now switching over into Ghazi. He hasn't upgraded them at all, though. Relics now being yoinked the other way. So Wham already returning his first. Puppypaw, second keep drop coming in. Yeah, in theory, this is cool, right? But like, I feel like the pace with which Puppypaw is playing by doing this keep drop after keep drop is a tad bit too slow. It does leave me a little bit worried for the pacing of the game. Like, Chinese could easily just think about rushing Imp the moment they get the relics. Because they have 2 pawns, right? 2 pawns, plus the taxation. Like, it's more than enough. And because you're trying to scale into Cav, which is more expensive, slower to actually produce, plus the fact you're adding in these castles, you do kind of open that opportunity up. Now, the Ghazi have been revealed. This is the point where Wham could just be very cost efficient. Like, realistically, if he just spams spears here, he can afford Imp in about 3 minutes while still having a good defense force. The moment it is continued crossbow production, it's kind of intriguing he's leaning in that way. And Puppypaw is starting to hold a lot of resources himself, so I'm wondering if he's contemplating Imperial Age. It's not really something that Delhi are renowned for, but when you see someone queuing up 8 scholars, you can see that's exactly the plan. Yeah, so both of these players are going to end up in Imp. And Ghazi are pretty damn good statistically as a unit, but you compare it to the Chinese, as long as they've got some gold access, hand cannoneers is undeniable. Second TC as well is kind of wild here from Wham, but at this stage with 1,200 food income, playing defensive as well, you can afford this. Yeah, I feel like this going Imp is a big problem for the Delhi here. What you have to remember is that the build that Puppypaw went for is one more designed towards Castle Age than Imp. Whenever you go for Dome of Faith over Tower of Victory, you're going to be a lot weaker in Imp than you realistically should be, right? Ghazi are still going to be a great unit, but for example, your hand cannoneers can't compete. It's funny because the extra attack range of Chinese still makes them S tier, but I'd say Delhi come in at a solid A tier with the Tower of Victory attack speed on the hand cannoneers as well as Zeal. But that's not going to be there. Tech up is the Palace of the Sultan is going to be on the way, so we're going to get some Gunner Boy Elephants. Another unit that could easily die to mass hand cannoneers. I think Wham will probably look to Miro very soon. He's producing for the time being, but realistically, like, this army isn't going to attack into keeps well at all. So the moment you see a tech up like this, your best option is just to follow suit. Final hall's kind of wild. I did not expect 3 relics for the Chinese here, considering the game strats. But I feel like it was a really good mirroring, and this shows you the potency of the Chinese, right? Even when they're not first to tech up, they can win the night spam because of supervision. And yes, Ghazi spam. It's basically your only option here. Keep drop's also on the way. This is big. If he secures the gold vein here, plus the Sacred Site, he removes win conditions for Puppypaw, and also gets the gold he needs to play into Imp and get into those hand cannoneers. Spear spam begins from Wham. He finally realizes this is not going to stop. It's just going to be Ghazi. Wham. Maybe he's not going for a keep drop. If he's not, this is insanely greedy. He could actually go for a deeper castle drop over here, by the way, which is kind of wild, because he'd be able to block food and get the 8k vein. Like, these spawns are kind of atrocious. I can't believe this gold vein spawned that close to the coast. I'm still vibing in age 3 for the time being. Pass Guard and crossbows are going to find their way into the main. Puppypaw starting to get harassed and idled out here. But this is bold by Wham. Trying to just dive these castles is very expensive. And your opponent is already just biding his time, right? Like, Ghazi spam continues. Upgrade is coming through in 30 seconds. I think at this point, Wham's done some nice idle time. He's blocked some resources. But it's finally time to admit, whether you like it or lump it, this is an Imperial Age game. Villagers do get found, though. This is why I thought he was going to gather the stone sooner. Wham! A little bit delayed on getting what he needs to that castle. Means there are going to be a few eco losses. Spearman are going to be quick to respond, though. So the Ghazi will get pushed away. And remember, these are not elite Ghazi yet, so they don't pummel as hard as they should have. This is where we should be getting a castle drop, and I think it is indeed going to be over on the coast. Oh, this is going to be rough. Puppy Paw doesn't have any defensive ships here to deal with this straight away. His first elephant is coming out, but like realistically, good luck stopping the Chinese villagers building up. This civ is broken for the build speed alone, like let alone everything else on top. Puppy Paw now pulls the fishing boats, but just look at the build speed here. Damage also irrelevant. Feels like he's barely tickling against the textiles, so he's going to have to shift away the fishing boats. The 8k vein is now secure. And Puppy Paw is at risk of running out of resources. Clash on the north side, also not looking great for him here. Sure, like mathematically, he's going to kill more units. But I'm starting to think who's going to be able to pump more down the line. And what? What is this game? Not just that, guys. Look at this. Wham! He uses the trick. But it still doesn't matter. What are you doing right now? The Great Wall Gatehouse in the enemy base. I was not ready for this. I was not ready for the Chinese build speed as well. He actually is going to get it up. The death strike of the final villager to get the defense online. And now it's going to be a field day in the Delhi economy. Are you kidding me? One villager, one touch to stop his game from completely unraveling. And to now put Puppy Paws in a questionable position here. Bombard, Mangonel start to strike into. Reinforcements need to be on the way ASAP here. Siege workshops now being built up. Nesta Bees is going to have an issue taking this down on its own. It needs some assistance here. Villagers now being pulled for repair. And the massacre begins. 9 villages flop down just like that. Puppy Paw is going to pull more. This is not worth it. This is so not worth it. Villagers barely alive. Another flurry is going to come in. That's going to be repair crew dead. And that's going to be Puppy Paw down a bombard and down 30 villages with them both in Imperial Age. Unbelievable game. Dude, I just woke up. I just came on. I was expecting a chill start. We warm up. We go. First game, I get whatever the hell this is. Insanity here. Wow. I mean, the Great Wall Gatehouse is going to go down, but worth, right? Like, it's paid for itself by now. Spirals are getting sniped out. Wham doesn't need them. He needs hand cannons. They are now being prepped on the way, courtesy of this 8k vein that's going to allow him to flood. Puppy Paw, meanwhile, is going to have a problem with that because Spearman plus hand cannons is his comp's worst nightmare. Keep in mind, there are not 6 of these elite tower elephants to defend with. There are only 2. Capture Age likes to count the population still on these units. So this is not as strong of an army as you'd think for Puppy Paw. And he definitely doesn't have the economy to get it all the way. Seal's going to be coming through in a few seconds. That could maybe be helpful here. What you really need is biology and elite army tactics, though. They haven't even been prepped yet, so we're a long way away. I can't believe he done that. There is the ironic taste your own medicine, right? We mentioned it with the Barbicans. Puppy Paw is infamous for his Barbican rushes on a delay. But this, dude, this took the cake. This was on a whole new level. You think Puppy Paw would go landmark victory? With what economy? 1,500 food seems like a lot, but when you have to int into mass spears, it's not. You have to win a fight. Like, you can't just rush these landmarks. Also, it's China, so they're sticky. You don't know how many landmarks are left, right? Like, you know, they could just build another one. It's so stupid. Pyrotechnics just came in. Level 3 ranged armor as well. Not as important, to be honest with you. And remember, these guys hit hard regardless of the hand cannons. Speaking of those hand cannons, this might be a little bit of a predicament. You've got 5 tower range, but your opponent is up at 5.5, so he can actually edge you here. Siege isn't even actually reacting right now for Puppy Paw. Nesta Beast does reveal itself. We've got the over-the-top Bloom Glow coming in whenever you Zeal an Elephant. Love that. But what he really needs to be doing is stopping the gold. Like, if you stop this, I think you have a chance here. But I guess the issue is he still has the home golds to work with. So you're kind of screwed either way. Puppy Paw goes for the clash. Spearman spread out, though. Nice hold on the choke point. No opening the wall means no bueno, no breakthrough, and no army to speak of. Ghazi getting disintegrated here. The hand cannon is just reigning supreme. This game is done. What a way for it to be done. Wham! Styling on his bro with the aggro Great Wall Gatehouse underneath the enemy TC. Zeal's trying to help out best it can, but I think this is where Puppy Paw likely is going to forfeit. You have to realize that this pop count is deceptive as all hell. For a start, 10 of it is registering fishing boats, right? Then you got 22 of it being scholars. Like, you actually don't have a bigger army. Your army is substantially weaker. And this game looks just about done. Hand Cannoneers are only doing 1 damage, but the Spearman can finish off the Bombard. You have to remember that the Sultan's elite Tower Elephants are always going to end up in range of these Hand Cannoneers if they try to fight. Damn. Cool game between these two, though. The second wave coming in now. And if this gets wiped out, it's going to be Gigi. Does activate the Force March. Trying to get on top of him here. But the Hand Cannoneer plus the Nesta Beast could easily just stand their ground in this quantity. If you had double the meta arms, there might be a threat here. But against a Civ that gets pyrotechnics, chemistry straight away, get lost. And what better way to show off that chemistry than with a Great Wall Gatehouse in your brother's base? That game was bonkers. Woo. Dude, I wish every game at AoE could be like that. Then we wouldn't have a pacing issue ever. Oh my god. What do we name that one? I'm trying to think. Imp landmark in enemy base, I guess. Brotherly Love doesn't have the context. People won't click. Barbican Rush is so 2022. Have you tried? Great Wall Gatehouse Rush. Oh my god. Top Alton, 15 stream streak. Look at that. What a chat. Love the support. Appreciate you, bud. Alright, so I was informed of another game that was insane. It's a game on Prairie. Zhuji versus Mongols. Why? Why would you pick Zhuji on this map? Oh, wasn't it? Because it's the format where you can't like repick if you've used a Civ before. But like, was he really? I don't know. Maybe Wham was annihilating people, but like, if Zhuji is your best option on Prairie, something's gone direly wrong, right? All right, let's get ready. God, I haven't seen this map in a long time. Game right after the 4-leg one? God damn. Yeah, but how many games had Wham played? Because you can't play the same Civ twice, right? Regardless of what the map is. Is that correct? It's like... just one, yeah. Okay, so he legit was like, yeah, I'm gonna pick Zhuji. What the... what's the thought process? Dude, you don't even get an 8-berry spawn on this map, right? Because, like, that's the #1 thought, is, like, bundled berries, I guess? But, I don't know, man. I guess you could go double stone over here, get a delayed second TC. That could be an option. Like, realistically, I don't remember anything about these spawns that would suggest that Meditation Garden's broken at all. We'll have to see. All right, let's get ready for the recording. It's time for more show matches, a preview of what's to come online in NA later this month. And we've got Wham in the red playing as the Zhuji going up against Filisberto on his fabled Mongols. That's right, he's back. The most prolific Mongol spammer we have in Age of Empires 4 is done with his holiday in the Greeklands. He's no longer a Byzantine main. After other people went deep into tournament play and used Mongols to get plenty of wins, Filisberto is feeling inspired. And what a place to be inspired as well. We're on Prairie, a map that we have not seen in a very long time. Yeah, this map fell out of favor in rotation. I think a lot of players didn't like the limitation on what civs felt viable here. Gotta say, Zhuji is definitely not one of those civs I would have seen as viable. I was speculating on whether this was a limitation because the way this works is this is a King of the Hill format. So after you eliminate someone, once you beat them in one game, they're on the sideline and you keep playing, right? But the idea is the maps change every time, and then on top of that, you can't pick the civs you've already used. And I think Wham hadn't played that many games yet, so with probably like 10 civs at least left in the rotation, picking Zhuji is kind of wild. And I was still racking my brain what the thought process is here. I'm going to hit the 2 times the early game. We have got a Spearman rush on the way for an outpost drop, but like I'm wondering, like Medigarden, where does it go that makes this feel like a valuable pick on this map? Because I can't see anything in this spawn. Maybe you just got unlucky, seen something in previous spawns, but I'm a little bit perplexed. Unless you run out into the flanks, even this doesn't feel that great though. I'm like going 2TC, going mass farms, like on a map that doesn't have much wood, doesn't feel great. I guess maybe the thought process from Wham could be he already used China, right? And Zhuji has that supervising as well. Supervising is really good because there aren't many civs in the game that can take a finite amount of wood and inflate it by 20% more, right? It's these guys, and then it's basically going to be Roos. So maybe he wanted to save Roos for something else because Roos always feels a little bit weird on this map in my experience. And that kind of left him as Zhuji as this perplexing pick, actually. But it might work out. Considering... guys, actually, you know what it is? No, I think I figured it out. Because we've got the spear spam coming. And I was going to say, like, Filisberto is very obviously back on the Mongol spamming. And this is a really good map for Mongols. So I don't think Wham was anticipating Zhuji was strong for Prairie. He was anticipating they were strong for Mongols. That's kind of sick. If you guys remember, for a long time, Mongols were slapping Chinese about until people realized that dropping Iraqs and supervising is pretty OP for the Chinese. Ever since then, the Chinese-Mongol matchup has been heavily skewed in favor of China. And Zhuji are essentially, at least it feels like at this stage of the game, a poor man's China. Clash coming in. Spear count seems to be even in this fight, but reinforcements are going to arrive. So Filisberto losing the count's kind of problematic here. Silvertree is on the way. He's decided to blink first. Wham, yet to go for his own tech up, though, is adding in even more spears here. He has scouted. He knows that the gold is being gathered now. He knows the tech up is coming. So this is where Wham needs to catch up. Now, this is actually a cool dynamic to think about, guys. While the Mongols do get stone trickle for free, so some of their spearmen are like passively produced in a way, for the Zhuji, you have a few things working, right? The supervision gives you 20% more resources, so you can kind of bounce that out. On top of that, when you're eventually done spamming, you can mirror tech up timing fairly fast because of 2 things. The first is Tang Dynasty. Gives you a discount on your tech up, right? You actually end up paying, I think it ends up being... My brain is farted now. 60 resources less, right? So you pay 60 resources less. No, sorry, 90. 90 resources less, right? Yeah, my brain. And then on top of that, you build it a lot quicker. Now, we are getting that weird meditation garden I was talking about before. He has walked very far out. This isn't an insane one. He's going to get 36 food, 25 stone, 25 gold, and then probably like, what, 10 wood? So it's decent, but it's not like, oh my god, he got 150. This is unreasonable. And no, the discount is not 25%. The discount is 15%. But the cost of a tech up is 600 resources, so you get 90 off. But this is kind of wacky, man. Spinman count is still very heavily in Wham's favor. And although Philipsberg got his upgrade, he just doesn't have the count. Uvu gets burnt down. Rax is now getting torched as well. And Wham is, funnily enough, still producing spears. Soon, he's going to be able to supervise for a very fast tech uptime. He can get it in 5 seconds. Archers are now being produced. Archers is kind of tricky, though, guys. I think Archers is very difficult to sustain on this map because of the lack of wood. It's like, realistically, long-term, this could come to bite him in the butt. I'm wondering if that was part of Wham's conceived idea. One interesting thing about this particular matchup, actually, like, Sugar Nu are really strong on this map, now that I think about it. Because you can afford to span them longer than Archers, right? Because Sugar Nu don't cost as much wood. And wood is the limited resource. Like, food and gold, plenty of. And what am I seeing right now? That has to be a bait, right? That's a bait, right? NA does some funky things. So I'm half it's a bait, half he's been watching too many Fei Chan replays. We'll find out. Magadai comes out. I guess you could kind of chase the scout. Yeah, okay. Maybe that was the intent then, to take out the scout. The movement speed's weird though, right? Like, I think Magadai are bugged when they chase like this. Let's see. Okay, no. They do float it. So the reason I say they're bugged is there are some units, like the Khan, can accelerate his movement speed to stay in range of things when he's attacking them. But dude, that actually worked. That was sick. It may seem expensive, but usually it's very hard to chase down scouts. So paying 150 resources to take vision away from Wham is actually crazy OP. Now we've got Trey starting to set up in the corners. Meanwhile, Wham, he's going for castle. So outpost coming up on the gold. Looks like it's going to be cancelled for the time being. Khan is in position of being annoying. Wham's probably going to have to go double outpost here then, right? Because he's got to be worried about what's coming next. And oh my god, it is actually Magadai. You're playing against a Civ that loves attacking things that have no armor. And you're building very expensive things that have no armor. That's wild, man. I can't believe Philly's doing this. I mean, I guess maybe he's aware that it's a castle rush. Then it makes sense, right? Because if it's a castle rush, Magadai will move very quickly to block these relics. And they can shred Shaolin Monks. And it is indeed going to be the Shaolin Monks. Shaolin Monastery now on the way from Wham. Stables drop as well. So, the Magadai used to actually be pretty good at dealing with knights. Not so much anymore. Two reasons behind that. They had their movement speed nerfed, so they can get gap close now. But on top of that, they had the base damage decreased and their attack speed increased. Logic being is they used to do a good job of countering even armored units in mass. They wanted to change it around so that this was a good raiding unit, a good attacker of squishies, but absolutely sucked if it ever attacked something with armor. How are we doing this in the end? Yeah, so 36, 6, 25, 25. So overall reasonable for a land map, right? Like 96, 98. But like we said, like the end goal of this pick wasn't, oh my god, Prairie OP for Meditation Garden. The end goal was, oh my god, Juji OP against Mongols. That's the thought process Wham went with. One thing that kind of scares me though is like, Juji are not that great in late game. And Mongols are surprisingly stealthy in terms of how powerful they are in Imp. It's just you never see it because they never get there. So I think Juji need to play with some urgency here. You can't just kind of chill, sit back. Because if this goes into Imp, I don't know what you're meant to do that's favorable for you as Juji. So Relic's already on the way home. Only one so far. Magadai did miss the opportunity there though. Philipsberg, a bit of a mistake. However, he has now got these Magadai against spears, so as long as he kites correctly, over time, they will die. Oh my god, dude, there's no way. There's no way. Wham, the third best player in the game right now, loses to mass Magadai. Go to poke him back. Khan, a little bit of a mistake there. This is where you have to be very careful. This is the thing that I don't like about early Magadai. The fragility of this strategy is the moment you lose your Khan, you have to play much more defensive. Because, for example, if horsemen like this are coming, you no longer have that maneuver speed arrow to get you out of a sticky situation. Monk's picking up more relics. I love this out of Phil's bow. Check what he's doing. He's divesting his interest, right? He's becoming a conglomerate of trade here. Because he realizes if he trades to one corner, his opponent can outpost rush it, he can block it, do whatever. If you play both sides and your opponent discovers you, at best, he's cutting half your trade, right? He can never cut all of it so simply. You know, this is giving me flashbacks. You guys remember, so the reason why I said Magadai used to counter heavy cav, he actually used to be the perfect counter to the mass French Knight strat. Because when you move at the same movement speed as these Knights, they can never gap close, right? But if they don't chase you, you just turn around and chase them back. And the moment they chase you for a charge, the distance between you is already too big for them to close. So yeah, pretty necessary change they put in there. I still would love to see Magadai get some sort of change where they can attack much quicker, but they become stationary and can't move for X seconds. But maybe Villas-Boas is going to convince us they don't need any buffs at all. At this point, it's Cav versus Spear Magadai. Wham! The problem here is, like, you could try to focus fire the trade, but then the Magadai will milk you, right? What scares me as well for Wham is this number is crawling up. And a tech up is also on the way. Yeah, Kurotai now being clicked. Interesting you didn't want the step readout, but you have trade, right? Whenever you have trade, step readout feels really unnecessary. It's just, the part to me that's interesting about Kurotai is if you're playing Magadai mass, you don't really have an ability to use Kurotai. Shash coming in, looks like one of the trades is going to get taken down, but the Magadai now hunting. In the meantime, Wham, he's actually hopping up into the Yuan dynasty here. Mount Lu Academy now on the way. Oh, this is because he's going for the Pagoda strat, right? Like, he's already got 4th Relic on the way home. 5th one could be grabbed soon. So yeah, this is all about the Pagodas, because guys, Pagodas are kind of OP. Look at that. You have the ability to generate 100 gold, 62 food, 62 wood, and 25 stone. So each relic is going to give you... What's that end up being? 240 resources? It's basically 3 relics worth of resources. It's actually wild how good Pagodas are. Magadai in the meantime. This has to be getting so tilting as well. You don't really want to have to hunker down here because we already mentioned in the late game Mongols should just be better in Imp. And also it's very hard to hunker down on a map like Prairie, right? The map spawn is so open, the aggressive play tends to get rewarded a lot more than defensive. So what's the way out for Wham? Looks like he's prepping the Palace Guard. I mean, dude, for a moment you think you've mistaken the Yuan Dynasty that's usually for the Chinese, right? Because that would make more sense. To gap close Magadai, you could have Palace Guard, which would be able to chase quick enough to kill. Oh my god. This looks so dumb. It's not a quick death, but it is painful. In fairness to Wham, big mistake made here. He never got the ranged armor, so he's taking 3 damage per strike there. So unnecessary in a game like this. Like, you have plenty of gold access. And Undermesh just makes so much sense. For some reason, he's neglected it the entire time. Spinman have now reached around the back, but an outpost already positioned there, so Philipsburg was anticipating it. This also gets scary. Magadai are the perfect reaction to these flank raids now because of the Yam. They got up to 1.8 movement speed near these towers. That means they can quickly hunt like this. Well, marketplace is being set up by Philly. Hey guys, Magadai ain't cheap, alright? They do get kind of buffed on that cost, but it's still 60 gold. Actually, I think, I'm trying to remember, what was the original cost? Was it not 120 food and I think it was 40 gold, right? So they repivoted it, so less food heavy, more gold heavy. So naturally, like with these changes, it just means that Magadai is more feasible with Silver Tree builds. I'm not the biggest fan of that, because I like that Magadai can be viable, but it just feels like it's another buff focused around Silver Tree, when Silver Tree is already dominant in the pick rate. The village is going down. This is so tilting. This has to be really jarring for Wham. And I'm wondering, like, what is his out here? Because he's stockpiling a lot of resources. We have got Horsemen now being added in. It's weird that he went to this and then backed away entirely. I could die. Oh, no, 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 the wood line. There's only 2 Palace Guard chasing. One's about to die, so like realistically, you could just hang around here and do circles. Wham down to 47 economy now compared to the 72. So the problem I'm now seeing in this game that makes this feel over is Wham is kind of in a death spiral. He's reacting to the attack. He's not attacking himself. This is the perfect situation to be in as Magadai spamming Mongols. In fact, it's the only way you can play this comp because you don't want to have to defend. Remember, Mongols cannot wall. They can only have these outposts. So if your opponent is pressuring you on all sides, you kind of start to bulk under the pressure. With this comp, there's no risk of that. Like, Wham is just kind of stuck in the mud here. It's kind of wild as well. Philly going into Undermesh 2, it's almost like he's anticipating he's going to get countered there. The funny part is at this stage, it's more value to get melee attack. Because your opponent only has melee units. This is the equivalent of bringing a sword to a gunfight, guys. In an open battlefield. Like, I can't believe this, man. Like, he's making Wham look so pitiful right now. Jiangnan not also on the way, so it looks like he's getting ready for the farm transition. He's finally willing to admit there's no avoiding it. He's going to have to go for a full farm. Philly, now up to 25 Magadai. And that damage is pretty bulked, right? Like, up at 8. Undermesh only just came through, so Wham finally realizes the mistake he made. But at a point where he's now still taking 3 damage each strike on these Lancers. Not ideal from Philly standing his ground here. But at this stage, you have such an overwhelming lead. You can kind of afford a few losses subpar like that. We have got a rotation back home. Yeah, so you're kind of getting to a cool point here, Philly, where you have 2 pocketed groups. One can kind of rotate and aggro the army. The other can start hunting for economy. In fact, you can see on the map, he's already making that move to the south side. Does need to bring more troops over here, though. Villagers might be in trouble in a sec. Love the click on the deer for no reason. More Magadai are here, though. And there's not many horsemen or lancers. Remember, the Yam is also in effect, so it's very difficult to actually clip these guys at all. Would love to see him get the Yam for infantry just for the villagers, but I don't think he cares that much. Not when he's killing enemy villagers on the other side. Movement comes in, shivs are out from Wham's eco. Doesn't really protect them, though. Turns out trying to deflect an arrow with a knife isn't a great idea. Horsemen should be able to mop this up, though. It looks like Phil's bow. APM not as high as we were hoping. Yeah, he's kind of struggling to keep track of this optimally. Like, this is always the awkward thing with Magadai. That's why most people don't want to do them. It's because they're very expensive and very high maintenance. Not just in cost, but in attention. So far, though, it's working out for Philly. In fact, by some miracle, dude, he actually mops up the last of the horsemen down here. You know, the wild part to me is like, wow, he's gone for a comp to try and intercept the trade. But I have to wonder, why not just go for a static comp play late game? Like I mentioned that, you know, you don't really want to go into imp against Mongols. It doesn't feel great. But if we're being totally honest in this game, what other option do you have at this stage? Farm's now getting added in. We have got the second TC. All this off the back of Song, so more efficient. And we have got additional Imperial officials now on the way. A tech that I love to see. He also already got the swiftness, so these taxmen move really fast. 1.69 movement speed. Okay, so these last Magadai actually got a lot of value for Phil's bow. He now knows that the transition's coming in. I don't believe he saw the keep drop on the right side, so he might try to overly aggro this. But it looks more like Phil's bow is prepping for Imperial Age. Wait. Are you trying to argue that you can just shift-click Q Magadai and they'll be fine? Okay, that might work at, like, Silver. But you're against, like, ranked third player in the game right now. If you shift-click in a pattern, he's going to pincer you with Horsemen, and you're going to die. Maybe if Wham's, like, 15 drinks in, and then also on the 14th game of a Grand Finals, you might be able to make that work against him. But against a high-level player, they can do more than just a click into a fight against Magadai. Phil's bow. Guys, this is OP. It's only going to take him 4,950 more shots on these Magadai to kill this keep. Wow, looks like he's a little bit hesitant to back off here. Paranoid about his economy getting hit. This is a bit worrisome the way he's taking this. I would have maybe preferred to have seen him just pinch half on the other side, right? Like pull the horseman around the flank and then hit from two sides. Instead, we play into this awkward corner again with a tiny cliff that seems to be his undoing time and time again. And long-term resource is going to be a big problem here for Wham, right? Like, he's still got 5.6k gold to work with. He's mainly using food and wood, but actually wood is the bigger issue. Prairie doesn't have much of it to go around. Now, guys, it's fine. If he just builds the Great Wall, he'll be protected, like China history. Wait a second. That's not the Great Wall. Oh my god, and Philly, you are such a vulgar human being. It's a mass Keshik switch. This is insane. Like, the Magadai have forced an overreaction into a defensive playstyle on Mass Horseman, right? Now Philisberto is going to try to run him through with full Keshik spam. That's dirty. And that's affordable because Philisberto has 73 traders right now. Are you kidding me? That is absurd. Over half of his economy is just trade. And you can see it. 4,000 gold income a minute. How could I just continue to mop up these raids? I mean, wow, the other warrior I have is he's trickling troops again. Trying to go down both sides like this. Horseman now moving up. The outpost is going to reveal them early. Meanwhile, the Keshiks are yet to be seen. But they have now been revealed. And guys, this is kind of vulgar. You now have a fully mobile comp. You have the outpost network across the map to enable them. And now you have the front line and back line to basically take a real fight. Little drive-by to let him know he's coming. Wham, now rushing up the palisade walls. Remember, still no stone walls coming here. Really feels like that's what he needs. It's kind of crazy. Like, even if you just stonewall the flanks and then woodwall the center, you at least create a funnel point, right? Whereas this way, now with Keshiks added in, Philisberto could break through at any one of these points along the wall. And Wham is still entirely allergic to ranged units. In fairness to him, you don't have many ranged units. There's usually, it's basically Chuginu or bust. Until you get up into Imp, right? And then you get, wow, Grenadiers. So, like, yeah, you kind of got to be feeling sour about your lack of options here. I think emplacements, keep drops could actually be good enough. And we now have a third TC in the corner from Wham. So let's actually map out the raw economy. Because this is kind of crazy, right? Like we mentioned, you've got, what, 80 traders now? 81 traders. Wham is trailing, like he's half the economy. But you have the granaries, you have the Imperial officials, 6 of them, by the way. That's inflating you a bit. He's now free TC. That's going to catch up pretty quick. And remember, it is a 5 pagoda game. 5 pagodas, which we already highlight, is worth about 250 resources. So in terms of the value of each of these relics, it's like 6 villages. So he has 30 extra economy there. So he's actually not as far behind as you'd think here. It's at 110 with the imps in as well, the Imperial officials. I'd say it's like 120 economy right now. Philisberto now has put his economy to good work. 153 economy. That's a good time to go Imperial. We now have Incendiary in the way and also the Sire Bow Limbs. Would love to see the improved version of that tech. Just a very powerful tool here. A good map control right now. However, I feel like Philisberto needs to try and attack him. Because like the problem I have here is if you think you're just going to win because you've out-ecoed him, that's not true. We just mentioned the pagodas, right? When Wham catches up on free TC, who really is ahead here? Is it actually Philisberto? Or is it Wham? Like, there is going to come a time where Wham has to claim more territory. That's a given. This type of economy needs something to do, and they're running out of things to do in that corner. But With the stone as it is, he could easily just start to keep drop towards the trade here, claim this wood, and also block out a trade route. In fact, I think the bigger deal might just be to keep drop to the center. Right? Play around the sacred sites, get some gold, get some stone. And this is going to be a scary point. Temple of the Sun now on the way up. A big deal here. Remember, one of the biggest issues is that Mongols have an inherent, overwhelming mobility advantage. This is going to offset a lot of that. Divine Haste is a really big deal in this matchup. It's still going to be a game where you get kited a lot, but your potential to gap close and kill is going to be much higher. We also do have Phil's Bow going into the stone commerce here. Could we be seeing cannon placement soon? It's kind of wild, right? Like, I began this game by highlighting that we don't get to see Imp from Mongols, but if they get there, they should beat Juji. We're finally seeing it, fully unlocked. Everything coming together. And with the type of stone generation we're talking about here, you are able to be efficient at defending and attacking, even when you're this high on economy. Dude, he's up to 97 traders right now. Lancers are trying to minimize that a bit, but the Keshiks are in position to raid and block out what's happening here. There's a hit on the north side, but it's only Spearman. That's not as threatening. Dude, yeah, he needs to get the 100. I'm disappointed. These are rookie numbers. Philly knows better. I mean, you're only getting 5,000 gold a minute, right? Like, the Mongol Horde got plenty more than that. And what is up, Zubi0T? Thank you very much for the sub, buddy. Appreciate you. And yes, he still has villagers, just not many. 60 villagers to 100 traders. Dude, this is... Right, you know you've got a lot of economy when even BC be watching the game and going, we may have gone too far. Stonewalls are now up, though. Uh-oh. Now you're playing real-life Mongols. Also, the outpost being taken out. Really smart choice by Wham. We mentioned the movement speed's a big deal here. He has his, and now he's trying to starve out Phillies. I think Phil's Bow needs to just start denting the main fight. I mean, the thing is, when you've got Magadai like this, they hit so hard, you can actually eviscerate Spearmen. You just need to make sure you're kiting and paying attention. Like, line formation's your best friend, and APM's your best friend. Instead, he's building Keshiks to try and defend against this. And they're very tanky, like one-on-one great, but you're never getting a one-on-one fight here, right? So Spearman getting decent trades here. This is really good for Wham because it means it's just being very cost efficient. Dude, this game's getting wild. He's actually just producing Spearman and nothing else. We've got like a few Lancers coming in, but that's irrelevant. And the cool thing about this, as we mentioned, there's not a lot of wood on the map. This allows him to kind of be more cost efficient with his food usage. Wood is still going to be a big challenge there, though. Like, compared to Horsemen, it's more expensive to build Spearmen on a wood demand than it is to build Horsemen. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that Kurultai really matter in these fights so far. Maybe soon. Outpost defense is going to be there. They do have some fire armor, but it's kind of irrelevant against 20 torch damage. Spearmen are going to move in, just looking for the trade, though. An interesting choice for Wham. I don't think that really matters much to Philsberger right now. He has 6,000 gold in reserve. Outpost now starting to get denied. Magadai on the left side flank, able to mop that crew up, though. More spears are on the way here. It's kind of interesting, actually. Like, with Wham's unit comp, if you can really call it that, you can actually just stay around, like, 100 eco and afford it. Right? It's not too demanding. So Keshiks are going to be reacting again here. We have got Chem coming through, so maybe a switch up from Philsberger soon. I mean, it's hard to tell, right? Is he planning to switch up? Or is it just a case of he has nothing else to spend all this gold on? Right? Like, auto-selling gold into food gives you carpal tunnel, right? So you got to do something with it. Wait, is he rigging the market? Oh my god, I actually think he's intentionally rigging the market, guys. It's 346 gold to get 100 wood. If Philosbo's doing this, it's actually Giga Brain. I mean, for a start, you need it anyway, but you know your opponent's going to need it with limited map control. And because his comp is Spearman, he needs a lot of wood. So just taking that away from him, like, you can always get more food and gold. Those things are infinite for you on this map. Wood is the limiting factor. You don't need it per se, but your opponent most definitely does. Magadai just going to keep peppering down. Spearman with the Divine Haste, do gap close quick, remember, but compared to this attack speed, it just kind of feels irrelevant here. This game is so dumb. I don't know if I'm losing brain cells or gaining brain cells watching this. And I think that is the truest beauty of NA and why I love it as a region. This is just wild. I actually just want to see Philly just get together like 40 or 50 of these Magadai. I just think it's Magadai to win. Keshits is kind of at this point. The only thing you need them for is burning down structures. Kurotai's trying to get involved. More troops are on the way. I think you just need to like double down an outpost on one side of the map so you have cannon defense and then send your troops down the other if you're Philosbo. Because right now you're trying to do both sides equally and it's leading to the situation where your army just keeps having to run right and left constantly. Kurotai buff at least in. Remember, this means that these Magadai hit for 19 damage per strike. The heal doesn't matter as much because, remember, these Spearmen hit insanely hard, right? They're elite teched up. They've got elite army tactics. Like, you're going to die in about 4 hits, I think it is. But look at the cannon placements. This is so toxic. Oh... You know, it's nice to get a peer behind the veil of like these type of games, because I think we can all agree the feudal heavy meta is a lot more healthy than whatever the hell this is. I think Philosbo is finally getting ready to end though. It is becoming true mass Magadai like we talked about, and Wham doesn't have a counter. Like realistically at this stage, your best answer is probably Chiganu. You need to go Juji Library, spam Chiganu with the second bolt, and that would give you a way of like shredding this. The problem then is you're just immobile, right? How many traders are we at still? 101. It never went down. Philosbo gets stone because he's got the Uvu, he's got the White Stupa, and then also he's got stone generation from the traders. It's an Imperial Age tech that you can get. It's just most people have forgotten it exists because Mongols never play Imperial anymore. Here we go. The most ugly fight imaginable. Wham's taking it, though. Magadai now in range of the Kurotai. The Spearmen, they're just getting dented, man. This doesn't work. Rams are now on the way. The cannon emplacements are becoming too problematic. And it looks like Wham's had enough. He's doing a full switch. He's got Biology on the way. I don't think you do Dynasty. This isn't for Imperial Guard. This is for Yuan Raiders. Oh my god. Okay, that's vile. That's actually genius. Guys, Yuan Raiders get bonus damage against workers. Traders are workers. They have the tag. And Yuan Raiders move quicker than Magadai. Yuan Raiders are the quickest unit in the game. They cap out already. This is genius. If Wham can get this together. Yuan Raiders are also fairly affordable. They're not like insane. They don't break the bank per se. Right? Like Imperial Guards would at 280. But Yuan Raider is primarily food and 120 resources total. You're actually not spending more wood on this than you are on Spearmen. So it's more cost efficient. Because Spearmen are just not trading well. I'd argue Yuan Raiders can even be better at attacking the Magadai here because of the movement speed. And they have actually got pretty surprisingly impressive base damage, right? I think it's like 14 or 15. This game's getting wild. Yo, if Philly loses this, he's 100% retiring. Like, he's just going to make a Twitter statement that he can't turn up to the LAN now. Because, like, the position he's been in for a very long time, he should have been able to end this. But Wham, chilling in the corner, now looking to kill on the counter. Yuan Raiders queued up 39 of them, in fact. And they don't take long to produce, folks. Not at this stage, 17 seconds per. And check the stats on this absolute beauty. 15 base damage, plus 6 on top of that, courtesy of the Ming Dynasty, and 240 HP. Not only that, this unit sucks in melee, but sucks up all the arrows. 7 ranged armor to work with. This is genius, man. He's even adding in some Imperial Guard, so he has a bit more punch behind it. The trade tech for Philly, it's the improved stone commerce. So he already had the increase, and now he's increased by another 10. Sorry, I think is it 10 or 20? I think it's 10 you're meant to get. Yeah, 10, and now he's going to inflate it by another 10. It is insanely expensive, as you can see there. It's 1,000 stone. I'm starting to get this bad feeling that Philsberto spent way too long playing with his food. The dude's up to 170. Why? Is he legit going to try for a Wonder Vic? He's so... Dude, this is so BM. This is insanely BM. We even have Stone Bounty in the way, like you need more stone. Monument of the Great Khan now coming. When your opponent is going mass Yuan Raider. I actually think Philly can just outright lose this game. This can unravel very quickly, guys. You might mistake it for a Khan defecting, but it's not. These are the Yuan Raiders. 63 of them. This almost feels equivocal to watching someone mass fire lances in Imperial Age. Only it's more cost efficient, right? I'd say they're better. And yeah, he switches over. Remember, you don't want Divine Haste. It only works with infantry. So now he switches over to Divine Charge. You don't need more movement speed anyway. It's 2 movement speed. So what he just done, he inflated the damage by 20%. These Yuan Raiders now hit as hard as a Feudal Knight. Which doesn't sound impressive unless you remember the cost of them. Like, it's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. 25 base damage. And then, of course, if you slap a worker, an extra 6. The other funny thing is you can just kind of end the game with this. Look at his torch damage. These guys do 28 torch damage. You can go after the landmarks. I actually think Wham's going for a landmark victory. Philly, he went too big on the economy to get this wonder. He's now trying to switch into the hand cannoneers, but that's going to take time. The Yuan Raiders reveal themselves. Of course they do. There's nowhere to hide. Look at Philsberto's vision on the map. You would think that we have Fog of War turned off. We don't. This is just the Mongol life. Yuan Raiders looking to move in here. Magadai trying to intercept. Wham could just take this fight right now, but he doesn't seem to care. He wants the landmarks. He wants the wonder, most importantly. He's on the hunt now, diving in. Looking for his target. White Stupor is going to pack up to move away. Philsberto a bit paranoid, but you cannot pack up the monument. You cannot run away with it. Wonder in peril now. Villagers moving across to defend this, but they'll die fast. And Wham now in. Torches coming out. Can the repair crew protect this? I don't think so. This wonder is going down. What a move by Wham. They're going to be tight. Philsberto trying to wrap around the back here. Can he? There's no wood. There's no wood. If he had just a little bit more. He buys for more now. Philsberto on the edge of losing it here. 500 HP left over and it stays alive. Wave 1 is going to be a fail here. Unbelievable. Philsberto keeps the monument alive. And big mistakes made there by Wham. I cannot believe that. The Yuan Raiders, guys, they have huge damage output up against villagers. I'm kind of surprised he didn't just strike these guys. 2 hits and you kill a villager. I feel Wham was so fixated, so tunnel visioned on the Monument of the Great Khan, he missed a golden opportunity to cull pretty much Philsberto's entire food economy. But Wave 2 is coming. And this is the equivalent of a kid getting beaten up on the playground and then asking his bro from college to come and deal with a bully. Imperial Guards are now on the way. And these guys hit substantially harder. Look at it. Look at it. And 43 damage. Wham focused on taking out these outposts, but I think he needs to be going faster than this. This doesn't work like this pacing. What he's doing right now isn't sustainable, guys. Imperial Guards cost 140 gold each. Oh, God. And they're getting peppered to death by the Magadai. I mean, it is a lot of Keshik. This is the weird thing. Philosbo is kind of feeding into the fight for Wham because Keshiks will trade worse than Magadai will, weirdly enough. Keep dropping down on the way, though. Wham starting to feel the pressure. I can't believe this, man. This game looked like it was going to unravel for Philly. But Wham, now the one at risk. He's going to go after the trade. There's just so many cannon placements in this game. 75 trade isn't shrinking, but that's good news for Philosbo. He needs more military. Like, pop efficiency-wise, Imperial Guard are insane, right? So you actually need to make sure you're at least mirroring the numbers, if not exceeding them. More cannon placements are on the way, though. This isn't going to get easy to dive. I feel like Wham had a better chance of ending this game with a Yuan radius spam than he does with the Imp Guards. This is wild. I mean, Trade's still operational. He's got enough gold to keep booming. 34 Keshiks in queue versus 42 Imperial Guards in queue. Back to the choke points. Not a good fight for Wham to be part of, right? The longer you stay in these choke points, taking less spread fights, the more time Philosbo gets to get his troops across. Like, you want to pull him out to the midfield, or you want to move past him. The longer you stand here, the worse it gets. Especially now with cannon and placements getting added in. This is so toxic, man. This is possibly the most cavalry-based game I have ever seen. And I've watched Zerton play French. Oh my god. Wow, I just don't think he has a way in. Like, he's out of time now, right? Like, I mean, not out of time on the Wonder, but resource-wise. Like, how do you sustain Imperial Guard push like this? It's so expensive. I mean, I guess you've got the extra taxmen, so that's making it somewhat viable. Like, long-term, surely Philosbo should have enough resources to keep holding on. Look at that income straight away. Up to 5,000 gold a minute again. That's going to allow him to bolster more. Hand Cannoneers being protected behind this. Imperial Guards are starting to break through a bit, but if you can't get rid of these outposts, it's going to be problematic. And also, remember, he's fighting into the Kurultai buff. I mean, these Hand Cannoneers hit for 50 damage per strike. Rejuvenation comes in as the second wave of Imperial Guards do arrive. Remember, ranged is their weakness. They'll win against Keshiks. Like, Keshiks, making too many of them is a mistake. You want more Hand Cannoneers, more Magadai. These are the things that Imperial Guards can't beat. God, I'm getting flashbacks to the tower defense type Mongol games in free-for-alls. It feels like unless you can get some bombards coming behind this to mop them up, you're never going to be able to break through quick enough here. Like, your opponent has over 1,000 stone in reserve, right? He can build 4 more outposts behind this. 10 more in front, right? Wow, now I'm going to back up here. Hand Cannoneer numbers continue to grow. And that's what's now scaring me. I'm a little bit disappointed in Philly, guys, because if he hadn't built Keshiks, we could have called this mass range versus mass melee only. I almost feel like they were both given a challenge card at the beginning of this. I'm sorry, I never get tired of watching Imperial officials run that fast. It's like, oh my god, the Mongols are coming! Help us, Imperial. Nope, on your own, bye. He moves quicker than a heavy cav. Which is impressive because he can carry as much gold in his pocket as a heavy cav would cost, right? Yeah, look, he actually is right now. Wasn't fast enough to dodge that, though. Meanwhile, Imperial Guard are going after the trade. Still, with all the cannon emplacements here? He's going to go for it. Dive comes in. Oh my god, that trade line. That trade line. If the Keshiks break here, if they break off. Hello! Time to make new friends, baby! Trade is in trouble here. Scurrying on by. But it's going to be an absolute massacre on the return here. Half the Imp Guards break off to block the reinforcements, and the rest just go in. Oh my god! The healing is offsetting a little bit of the damage, but the deaths are undeniable. An absolute culling of the trade here. Philosbo now down to 30 traders. And now, wow, I think he's getting ready for a push-in again. But although Philosbo's coffers are drying up, Wham's have to be as well. He's got what? The 3.2k there. This one's non-existent, 100 gold. I guess you could play for the 3.4 over here. Dude, this is insane. If he actually gets away with this. Wait, why is Philosbo... Wait, what? Was that a misclick? I mean, there's no reason to build scouts over Keshiks, right? Imperial Guards just have high base damage. They don't get bonus damage against heavy. I think you just misclicked a bunch of scouts. Is that little raid force going to get cleared up? Ooh. Cannon placements should be able to protect themselves against this, right? Ram might be able to get 2 towers, though, which is big. New mob down in the base again. More cannon placements are coming in. It feels like Wham is just headbutting a wall at this stage. Oh, that's true. How could I forget, guys? Philosbo needs the 10 scout so he can scout the remainder of the map he doesn't see. Philosbo is like that paranoid emperor that's never sure who he can trust or what he can trust. This is ridiculous, though. I think we've reached the conclusion, guys. This has reached a death spiral point. Philosbo has reached critical mass. He's up to 40 hand cannons. Oh, man, it's so unfortunate. I think Wham got tunnel vision. So many people get baited by the Imperial Guards. He had the right idea at the start. Yuan Raiders was smart. But after the attempted assassination of the Great Khan failed, he gave up. And I think that was maybe a mistake. With the movement speed, he could have played flanks and easily snuck a win out of this game. Especially considering you can have double the Yuan count to the Imperial Guard count, right? Which is wild, actually, right? 26 seconds compared to 17. But also the cost. It's half the cost. So yeah, kind of unfortunate there, because I think had he called this trade a lot earlier, this hand cannon near mass doesn't creep up the way it does. Now Wham. Desperate for one last punch at it. Look at this switch. Hand cannoneers. Sorry, Nesta Bees. The closest you've got to hand cannoneers as the Juji. I mean, if he gets a good flurry off at the start of the fight, the problem is the Yam, right? Like, realistically, hand cannoneers should always be moving away quick enough. And also, you remember that extra vision he's getting on these towers means you're never going to sneak up. There's like a tiny angle of approach here. There's one very small area he can utilize. We see it. I wouldn't be surprised if Wham doesn't. Knowing the exact distance between these towers and whatnot, always challenging to remember. But like in theory, if Wham can line up 7 Nesta Bees here, bait his opponent to a fight here, and hit the hand cannoneers, he could break through. But this is like the equivalent of a guy pulling up a chalkboard, working through all the problems, all the solutions, like going really deep into the rabbit hole to come out with the answer 69. Right? And you're like, huh? He's like, the answer is always 69. He's like, what does that mean? In this situation, it means you're screwed. Sorry to be the burden of bad news. Oh my god, dude. Are you kidding me? The Falcon scouts it straight away. All right, all hope is lost. 69 is appropriate because Wham's about to get... Kesh is already waiting on the flank as well. So logic here is his opponent will move forward. When he moves forward, Kesh is coming in the back. Snipe out all the Nesta Bees. GG. Your guards now on the move. Dun, 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 dun. Appropriate song because this play is about to be as big of a miss as Imperial Guards are in Star Wars. Ring of the bell, 2 minutes to go. Nesta Bees reveal themselves. Cannon emplacements, though, it's starting to disintegrate. Even the Nesta Bees don't have enough armor here. Remember, it's 73 damage. It only has 30 ranged armor. So realistically, Philosbo could wipe out the siege with his own siege. Oh, no. And there's no time to take this slow. There's no time to wait around. You have to go. Keshiks round the back, now starting to move in. Cannon emplacements are annihilating the villagers in the front line. And this is it. Do or die. Wham moves in. Philosbo, 110 military pop. He's bulking up. He only has 68 economy. So much ground still to cover here. And the bells. The Keshiks are still waiting. They know the Imperial Guard will have to engage forward. That's going to expose it. And there we go. Wham forced to go defensive. Nesta Bees. Flurry not going to be good enough here. Yam allows the Keshiks to just block it out. And now split the troops. But it may simply just be too much work here. A dive comes in. Philosbo commits everything to the engagement. And Wham will be left with nothing. Nesta Bees have survived a long time, but will not live any longer. Hand cannoneers are sniping them out. The backline defense is falling. And Philosbo takes it in the late game as Mongols. 101 traders. Make a Disney story about that. Oh my god. That's the thumbnail. It's the 101 Dalmatians. But it has to be about the traders. Oh, how do we do that? The movie you need to see. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, what a wild game. If you guys like those type of games, if you thrive on those type of games, don't worry. NA coming to a LAN near you soon. You would not see this in EU. That game would be ended at 15 minutes? Yes, agreed. It really would have. Oh my god. I'm not convinced Philosbo should have freaking won that. Oh, what a game. What a bloody game. How do we follow that up? I don't even know. Can we follow that up? Let me have a look. Those were apparently the most interesting games from the show matches. Who's Louis against? Louis playing against someone live. I was trying to check. There was meant to be a series happening today between Sassy and Cap, but they are both resident sleeper on deciding when they're going to play it. God damn, though. What an insane game. Let me see what rank Louis' opponent is. Just weighing up how long we're going to do AoE4 and then when we're going to hop on a Stormgate. Because like we do have tournament games from Stormgate. That's the good news. So definitely recommend people hang around a little bit later to check those out. See what competitive Stormgate's like compared to competitive AoE4. Pacing's very different. Very, very, very different. Okay, this is interesting. There's a player from Argentina who's ranked 27th on the ladder right now. I'm not sure who that is, though. We got someone new? Best hop in soon? Yeah, we will definitely hop in soon. Should we catch a Louis game? Check in with Louis? Because I haven't seen this Argentinian player before. And then we'll figure out what we're going to do after this. Oh. Oh my god, dude. What insane games. But yeah. Wait, does anyone, like, anyone who's been following the Stormgate, has anyone actually covered the EMEA and the Americans?
Yeah.
Like, has one been done and one not? I'm going to check in with Attico. He should know. I noticed that Zombie Grub was, like, looking at some of the, I think, the EMEA games she might have been looking at. It's very Wild West in Stormgate. Yeah, I know. Papa Pigeon's going to have to come in and organize people. Oh, my God. Oh, perfect game to hop into on the ladder here. Louis MT on the French, and the HRE player from Argentina says, no bueno, no mining gold here, okay? Get out. We ain't having a reconquista here. This is our land. Welcome, one and all, to Gorge. The HRE player in this game is ranked 28th in the world. Previously, like, ranked about 500th. I don't know who this is. I think it might be someone new. Other side, we know who this guy is. Ranked 2nd in the world right now. Team Elephant's Louis MT. And wait, what? What's he doing? What? What? There you go, guys. Even when a Chinese guy plays the French, he has to roleplay World War II French and go up. Dude, yeah, are they win trading? No, surely not. I feel like that was borderline BM. Oh my god. What did I just watch? Oh my god. Oh, I need to mentally reset after that one. Sadly, that game is not long enough to upload, as hilarious as that would be. What happened? 25 elo! That's what happened! Alright. What do you think, guys? Should we check out the Stormgate games, then? I don't know what that was. So we have got... I downloaded a bunch of replays from the weekend of tournament games. Oh, 1 sec as well. Jesus, my space on my hard drive is really low. No? Sorry, Core. You can blame Sassy and Cat for not moving their ass and playing their game. The idea was to hatch their game and then hop across onto Stormgate, but they still haven't scheduled their game that's meant to be today. People. On set though, I just noticed I have not got much space on my hard drive, so I need to purge a bunch of stuff. Just deleting a crap ton, screw it. 300 gig. Bye. Whew. Have too many games. Not enough things being uploaded. Okay, so... In fact, have we got some familiar faces in the Tank Cup? We might. Let me have a look. So I downloaded them. And I put them in the Stormgate thing, didn't I? So Mixu's been playing. There's Bose. I don't know this Percival guy. Is this for America? Oh, this is for America. Yeah, yeah. I love that Mixu's playing in the American one. Huh? Wait, guys. Dude, we could watch Calp. Calp's been cooking. I think Calp is really high ranked in Stormgate, right? Don Ilya's a name I've definitely seen somewhere. Kel, Boss are definitely very high ranked people. Oh, that's interesting. So nothing stops someone... Oh, B. Dude, B's in there as well. So nothing stops someone from playing from playing both, by the looks of it. It's kind of peculiar. $150 viewers left chat. Well, I mean, with count skills like that, Court, I'm not surprised that you just rush Imperial as H3 every game. Yikes, chill. Okay, there's no need to be toxic, dude. Oh. Damn. But yeah, I'm checking now. I've seen no response from Sass or Cat in like 2+ hours. So presumably their series is not going to be for at least another 2 hours, if I had to guess. We are limited on time for the Stormgate stuff because I think the patch... When do you say it drops? How many hours is it? It's like 5 hours now, right, Faye? I think it's 5 hours. Five-ish, yeah. I'm intrigued for that patch because like there's definitely a lot of people have been tilted by Celestials being OP. So that'll hopefully rebalance it a bit. Alright guys, I mean, you know, there's other creators if you want to watch AoE 4. But I think we want to watch some tournament games. I'm kind of bored of watching pub games to a certain degree. Don't get me wrong, like I'll kind of take some pub games mixed in over just Dry Arabia, which is fun enough what we're going to do. But like, I mean, unless this guy is up against like a top 7 player that we know. Much love Eliona, but not top 7. So let's get ready to switch over. So we'll go. Should we do EU or EMEA? EMEA or like EMEA. Boink. AoE4 patch soon? You'd think, but like I haven't heard anything, so I don't even know when we're getting a patch. I'm kind of like, huh? But yeah, I definitely recommend people giving it a shot. Like if the game looks and feels fairly different, I'd say, to what it was when EGC ran their tournament. So if that's the last time you saw it, definitely worth at least just hanging around, peering at the game and seeing what you think of what you see. It's not going to be for everyone. Don't expect it to be. If you want to go watch some Age of Empires, like I said, there's other people online playing Age of Empires, so you have options. But we said we're going to do some Stormgate, and I'm a man of my word. So let me load it up now. But yeah, they've got a lot of new units as well, actually. If you haven't watched since the EGC event, there's a bunch of new units. There's an entire new civ. There's even on the existing ones, like Vanguard now have carriers. I can't remember the proper name. I keep calling them carriers. They're basically the battleships from StarCraft. They're pretty strong. Mid to end August. Yeah, it has to be soon, surely. Hell Carrier. That's it. Thank you. I'm probably just calling them carriers. I think carriers fits pretty well. They're a little bit bugged at the moment. Sometimes your boys get ready to leave the map and then never come back, which is a bit oof. But yeah, outside that. They don't do the update next week? Why? It's not like there's an NA LAN going on. That's like the risk, by the way. Whenever you're not an officially sanctioned esports event, that's the risk you run. I'm not saying like, they deserve it. Like, I'm just saying like that is like whenever you make these decisions, that is like something that consciously can happen. I've seen it in plenty of scenes. Like try casting Dota and midway through a tournament, because it's not an official DPC tournament, they're just being a patch. It's an interesting experience, I'll give you that. Alright. Dude, my Stormgate takes ages to load up and I do not know why. Let's just kill some stuff in the background to be safe. I think what it is Stormgate doesn't like you clicking off of it while it's loading up. It like has a full panic attack and rees when you do that. Don't know why, but it's a bit annoying. Yeah, why does the anti-cheat take that long? Like, easy anti-cheat is not a new idea. So, like, have they jerry-rigged it? Like, maybe some sort of custom formatting? Does seem a bit weird. Alright, anyway. By the way, you want to see someone you guys should really love about Stormgate? Someone that we've been begging for AoE 4 and we just don't have? Replays! replays that you can just store. Oh my god, look at that. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice, guys? I wish we had that in AoE4. Made it very awkward to try and analyze the grand finals of Wololo in that 13-game series when we wanted to talk about game 1 and 2. Okay, so I don't think this is fully in order. Who should we start with? Okay, why are they not? Yeah, they're not actually fully properly in order. I don't know why it's done that, but give me a sec. Let's do maybe Bussa versus Larimbo sounds pretty cool. Yeah, let's do Bussa versus Larimbo. I mean, you're welcome to your opinion. I think the 1v1 experience is fine. I've been vocal that the campaign needs some work, but the 1v1 experience is fine. It's actually quite entertaining. Like, the core experience is good. There are things around it that could use some work. So, like, I've already said that I would like to see more effort put on, like, rejigging the sound, making it a bit more meaty. But core experience is fine. Okay, so... Wait, why is this UI is a bit weird, actually. Okay, that can kind of work. One sec, guys. Let me create a scene. So this scene layout, we can actually have a thingy for you guys, so you can see, so you can have chat popped in. I just need to create. Actually, I had one already, didn't I? So SG casting. We just need to change it slightly. So 1 second. Then I'll make... Wait, what's that for? That's not the alerts. There's the alerts. You can make that a bit bigger. Put that up in the corner, out of the way. What I'm going to do, I'm going to add in the chat box for you guys. Because now, with this new layout, there's a perfectly sized area, weirdly enough, there. To have you guys chat. Look at that. Part of the experience. Yeah, like for anyone who's basically saying, 1v1 sucks, like, I don't think you've played the game. There is valid points around, like, audio. And there's going to be bugs, right? And, like, some people don't like the graphics. But, like, the core gameplay is actually really good for Stormgate. Oh, I need to look into this unit, actually. Faye, remind me, this is the, like... What does this guy do? He spreads the infest now, right? They took the Gorn infest away. Oh, we actually got Infernal. All right, time to nerd out. All right, let's get ready to go. All right, one and all, welcome back to the Stormgate action. That's right, we're cooking diff, and oh my god, that box actually does get used for something. We just didn't realize it. 1 second. We will not have the chat there, because that has info I want you guys to learn about. Do we just not have the chat window, I guess? We'll just not do chat window for the second. All right, let's go again. Okay, one and all, welcome to the Stormgate action. We've got competitive series here. That's right, this is from the Tank Cup European Region quarterfinals. Down here in the red, we've got sub to all things. Wait, that's not right. Wait, that's blue. Up here in the red, we've got sub to all things real time. Who, I'm trying to remember who this was, actually. Let me double check. All right, I should have prepped this. Give me a sec. You know this game has a rewind as well, actually, which is wild. Tank Cup 14, right? I wish it would log people's names and lock it. Because I think that would be a much nicer format. This was Kyrus, right? I think this... No, sorry, it's Larimbo. Larimbo versus Bosse. There we go. That's what we need to remember. All right, there we go. Yeah, you guys are gone. You've been erased to the dark depths of space. But don't worry. Look, guys, we can do this. Ready? Oh, wait, you can... Ooh. What? Isn't that crazy? Did you see that? Oh. Rewind functionality, poogers. Okay, one and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires. Damn it! God so used to saying it. All right, one and all, welcome to the Stormgate action here. Competitive Stormgate at that. We've got the Tank Cup. This is quarterfinals game between up here in the red, none other than Larimbo going up against Bussa in the blue to the south. An Infernal versus Infernal matchup here, actually, and glad to be getting back on board. A lot of changes coming in over the last several months. Hexen's now a really big part of the early game. So this wasn't here when a lot of my Age of Empires audience would have last looked at the game. The Hexen's like a new additional unit, and it's a new way of spreading the Infest that allows you to basically pop Fiends when units die. So, if I remember correctly, they moved Gaunts to now have the Infest at a later stage in the game. This is the main way you can try to snowball the early. But yeah, Infernal is kind of comical like this, and wow, dude, Bossa, he annihilates him, he eats the vegetables, fully heals up. And that's now him with a very big edge in terms of control on the map. Even gets the Fiend to play with. Looks like bases are going to be coming up from both players, though. Let me hide that UI. We don't need that in there. But yeah, this is an interesting one. I can't remember the name of this map. This is a new one. I haven't seen this so far. Kind of reminiscent in some ways of the Secluded Grove, where you had the big base in the center, but instead it's this big resource cap. Reminded people that things have changed since public access was last there a long time ago, right? These towers are now a lot more valuable. The Luminite towers, the Vision towers, a lot more sustained effects as opposed to kind of one and dones and move on. And now with the creeps improving over the game, I think there's been a lot more emphasis on enabling these towers to make defensive play less rewarding, which I'm a really big fan of. I personally prefer the game is designed in a way that you get a lot of value out of playing out onto the map. And I think that's really been a big focus for Frost Giant with this. So it looks like we've got the Iron Vault and the Conclave combo coming up. Other side, it is going to be mirrored. So really, not much has changed in terms of the opening. Like, the Gaunt should still be a really big focus, right? Obviously, you want the Brutes to the front line. I'm actually excited to see like what the lay of the land is in terms of different units and how factions, rather, and which ones are coming out ahead. Celestials is the no-brainer that feels really broken at the moment. But I know last time I left off when I was casting some of the Stormgate, Infernals was just kind of OP. Vanguards apparently have been creeping back up in an annoying way, courtesy of Exospam, though. And yeah, it turns out this Bosoko might be quite good at Stormgate. Who would have thought it? I hear he's reasonable at like battle aces. I hear he's not as good as that Killer Pigeon guy in 1v1s based on the rankings, but he's a little bit better in the team games at least. So we've got Creep Camp play already. So a little bit of an edge there. Remember, we said this is a big deal. It's not just that you get these big type of effects. When you kill the creeps, you also do get resources. So there's double value to these type of camps. Love that he went for the Vision camp first. This is important because there's a big risk your opponent might try to catch you when you're fighting one of these camps and when you're weak. Looks like we have got the poke now coming in. So notice the Gaunts no longer provide the Infest. So this is a little bit more micro-intensive than it used to be with the Infernals. Now with this Hexen, you want to tap each one, and then you can pop them to get the free Fiends. Whereas if you do it the other way around, now the Gaunts don't get that by default, right? I think they have to get, there you go, Plague Axe, which requires a Ritual Chamber, which is like tier 2. So really, your snowball factor comes from the Hexen. I think this offers up a lot more sniping potential in the early game. Like, if you can snipe someone's Hexen out, you can reset the Flood plan. But to me, like what I'm seeing with the design changes, it still feels like Infernal maybe benefit a little bit more from playing into the mid-map. I think that's why the developers put a lot more onus on these camps providing better buffs and more resources, so that it would be more worthwhile for, like, for example, Vanguard or Celestial to come out and deny. A little bit of Fiend on Fiend. This is a big deal, though. Like, we haven't got a Hexen, right? So actually, Larimbo is kind of a big disadvantage here. Like, these fights can snowball one way, not so much the other way. It's important that he makes sure he got enough Fiends as front lines, because remember, they can't be infested and pop the other way. Bash now coming in. Looks like being split by the Brutes. Good micro there to try and get the value out. Hits the back line as well. Gaunt's in a bit of trouble here. Glaives to clean up the Fiends. And looks like the count is going to be in favor of Larimbo. So maybe a slight overextension here. Defender's advantage definitely playing into it. Bussa now in retreat, but he is going to pay a price here. Looks like the Hexen is going to get cut off. Gaunts are starting to gap close. Now, those Glaive bounces, damage is definitely adding up, but it looks like he's actually going to be happy with that. Larimbo backs away. And we'll look to play a bit more defensive here. Makes sense, right? Like, you're winning a fight on the defense. Your opponent's got a lot of auras to play with in the mid-map. You don't want to be leaning into that. It just gives him favor, right? But I'm imagining Bosa from this type of position could be looking at easily a third base soon. And yeah, there you go, straight away. Moves in with him. Timing makes a lot of sense. It's not going to be mirrored, though. And this makes a lot of sense. After the initial trade, the Hexen going the way it did, and the Camps follow-up, really, if you're in Lorimbo's position, you're going to have to play a slower game here. So he's now playing out to Gavo on the north side. Does at least have the speed camp to work with. Did yoink the vision away. That's now going to decap and go the other way. And this is probably going to keep him pinned in his base. It's kind of annoying, right? Like, I think Gaunt count does favor Lorimbo here. But Burster's more aggressive positioning means you have to react. Root front line. Let's start to spread out. Nice Infest Bomb coming through. Needs to start popping them ASAP here. The movement speed should allow you to micro away here, but Lorimbo is starting to look like a bit of an overwhelm. Gauntglaives are bouncing around. Nice pullback here. Hexen still poking on the side to get that Infest, but once again, the defender advantage for Lorimbo allows him to push this away. Looked a little bit dicey for a moment there with the Infest Bomb coming out. But I think the big challenge here is like you're playing kind of an equal trade situation, but defender's advantage is always going to be a big deal, right? So I'm wondering if at this stage it's more advantageous for Bose to just kind of slow down, play more of an eco game. It feels like the reason he's playing this aggressive is he doesn't want to have to react to an attack on one of his bases. And in fairness, it is now going to work out because he has that third. We haven't seen that expansion coming in yet from Lorimbo, and after a fight like that, I've got a feeling he's just going to invest in more to go for attack. I say as he pulls an imp. Okay, so he's just going to play standard static. It's kind of intriguing, though. Like, I would have expected maybe more camp aggro to come out from Lorimbo here. The issue is, like, we can see the state of the game, and he can't fully, right? Like, when we look on the other side, we can actually see that it's a little bit more greedy now coming out from Buster. He chose to go up for the Magmadon, so he has started to tech forward. Kind of interesting choice here, especially when you think about the Gaunts. Like, the Gaunts sitting at, what, 6 base damage, and then you've got, I think it's, yeah, 20 armor. So you're going to be taking 1 damage tickle. Like, this is a fairly cozy position to find yourself in with the Magmadon. Actually, is it 20 damage? I'm trying to remember. It's percentile, right? Buster's a nerd. He'll know for sure. So these Magmadon should take, I think, is it 4 damage from the Gaunt's attacks? Pardon you. Gaunt's now on the way, though. So finally, Lorimbo looking to attack back. Boset does get the early warning courtesy of the vision. And the Magmadons are going to be a big surprise here. If you're clustered up too much, the Gaunts don't have great movement speed to back off from this. Folks start to come in. Magmadon, try to split the formation a little. Comes around the back, does cut off some of the Gaunts. That's going to allow him to overwhelm the Brutes here. Some time has been bought, but the Magmadons can only tank for so long. Damage definitely starting to add up. The target fire coming through. Really needs to find an Infest Bomb to try and snowball this a little bit, but the Magmadons, in the end, just starting to get ignored a little bit. If that Stampede comes off cooldown, though, could be a big deal. And there we go. Clash comes in. A forced commitment, and Lorimbo, that's going to be the entire army getting wiped out. Third base only just getting set up behind this, and with your opponent already teching ahead, this is a bad position, and it looks like an immediate GG gets called. Bose takes game 1. Whew. Okay, yeah, no, pretty like sound approach there. I think it's interesting the way that Bose was kind of manipulating for an eco advantage behind that. I think Lorimbo, probably looking back at that, wanted to try and sneak in, find a little bit of damage earlier on, because it felt like he spent too long on the defense. And it's one of those baiting situations where you think you're taking favorable trades, but Bose was very good on his tech timing. That does put him 1 point up. The armor system, so last time someone explained it to me, I think it's like, if you have 100 armor, you have 100% damage resist. If you have 20 armor, you have 20% damage resist. Might be worth double checking it, but that's the way I was led to understand it on the previous access at the start of the year. And then the difference was more in where things got confusing and people thought it worked differently was with Lancers, because Lancers had like only a little bit of armor, but they were reducing all damage. The reason is because of their passive. Their passive does it reduces an integer, whereas armor reduces a percentage. I think that is how it works, from what I remember. The future of RTS? Do I need to remind people the state of Age of Empires 4 when it first came out? I mean, dude, the game's in early access. Is the game buggy? Is it perfect? Is it clean? Hell no. Is it fun? Yes. Is the pacing good? I'd say so. And have they got some interesting ideas in there? For sure. All right, should we get ready for the next game? I hate the black screens when I click out. Is there a way to fix that? Maybe... I think that might work. Yep, that holds on. Game number 2 of this Tank Cup series between Bose and Lorimbo. Lorimbo already trailing up against Bose. A really fast opening game, finishing around 8 minutes there. Bose, a really good approach where he opened defensively and then kind of played back into attack up. Let's see how Lorimbo is going to switch things up as we switch maps here. Now, Hexen opening's going to come through. Last game, we actually saw that Bose got the advantage there. He had a sick play to pull back for the heal, which kept his Hexen alive. And that's a big deal. These opening Hexens allow you to dictate your timing on playing out for camps because they have the infest. So you're able to kind of start spamming Fiends up. So really important that you get the edge. Don't fall behind there. Looks like the scout is going to come through. Bose, big disadvantage here now. Not a great position to find himself in either. Looks like he is just going to bug out. So goes for the recall, gets out just in time. Good twist made there. I think that was the difference. Like last game, what happened is Lorimbo got baited into thinking he could get the sick trade. And he overextended upper ramp. His opponent got the last second heal, and then things just snowballed because you can't teleport out quick enough at that point. But this time around, does at least have mid-map control. Has at least forced the defense. And Bose's Hexen needs to find some sort of food here. I'm trying to think where the closest ones are on this map, right? It's like over here. So probably a little bit risky because you're gambling if you move out like that and you do get seen by Lorimbos. You're going to end up losing your Hexen. So we have got Brutes already on the way across. Meanwhile, response is going to be more defensive. In fact, Ritual Chamber, it looks like Bose, is he going for a tech up on one base? That's kind of wild, actually. But then again, Lorimbo hasn't read this and gone for a secondary, a natural expansion. If anything, it looks like he's leading into an all-in. So defender advantage is going to play a big deal here. You can already see with the Conclave, he can easily spam out the Gaunts, which are better defensively. You preferably want like a Brute to hold a choke point, right? But if that's not an option, it's still playable. You might actually end up having to use something like an Imp. I think this used to be a really losable situation, even with just Gaunt spam, because the issue would be that the Glaives would bounce around, the Infest would pop you, and then you just feed over a lot of Fiends to end the game. Now, the state of Stormgate is very different. And what I mean by that is like Infest got reset to a later point in the game to stop those snowballs being as easy. Like when you've only got one unit that can apply it, it's very risky to overextend with him, right? So yeah, looks like he might have had the correct read, and looks like now we're going to see Lorimbo play more of a macro game. Second base going down. Love that he goes on the flank like this. It's less likely that it gets revealed because his opponent is playing one base, right? Like the natural would maybe be a bit too obvious here and might get scouted. But this is a bit more risky, but also a little bit more rewarding. So how do you play out this from Bose? Is it going to be straight up Magmadon? Like, Magmas are not that cheap, though, right? I think they're trying to remember, is it like 2.5 Gaunts? It's definitely very pricey. Oh, no, dude, he's just going for the Gaunt spam. So this is the difference I was talking about, guys. You used to be able to get the Infest by default. And remember, the Infest is the thing that pops units when they die and spawns you a Fiend. They realized that Gaunts were just too good and too snowbally early on. So putting it behind a Ritual Chamber heavily staggered the timing. But it seems the goal for Bose is to allow his opponent to overextend. And now he can snowball off the camps much quicker than before. That's going to be the health tower taken, so full health coming in for these guys quickly. Second base now being set up. And the Fiend does find it. Okay, so he knows about this now. This is a bit of a problem now. Your opponent's gone for early Infest point. He has mass Gaunts on the way. And you don't have a nice tight choke point to play around anymore. So like Brutes in this position can't easily hold. In fact, the hunt is already on. Now that he's been scoured, it seems the correct reaction is coming in. Lorimbo sticks some Brutes over here to keep it defended. Sends more Imps over. And this is mass Brute versus mass Gaunt. In theory, with good Kite here, the Gaunts just win, right? We're going to find out. Brutes. Good manual split there. What? It's going to be a pullback. I don't think he has the answer to the Gaunts here, though. And the only good news is Fiends can't be converted, right? Backstab now coming in, though. And he's going to retreat into the base of Lorimbo here. Just enough Fiends to hold that choke point. Damage starting to spread out. And I think he might be whiffing on one or two of these. The Fiends are popping, so it looks like maybe not all of them are being manually popped in time by Blue to defend. Gaunt count still looking healthy. Brute count about to be non-existent here. Yeah, I think that's going to be a wipe of the army. Maybe he'll be able to hold for a few moments longer, but extra Gaunts are already on the way. Final Brute about to fall. He does at least manually split on that one, but you still get one in return, right? So now Bussa with the overwhelming advantage is going to move in. Nice Infest Bomb coming through. That's going to convert onto the Imps. There is a counter-convert attempt here, but sadly the Fiend's holding back the damage coming out from the Hex with the backline for too long. That second base fully denied. On the other side of this, we have to remember the Imp spam is adding up. I think he's up to about 9 there on the secondary. Meanwhile, Larimbo is basically one base. I mean, soon to be truly one, right? Like, the Imps are just feeding over, and GG called another quick one here, and a 2-0 scoreline for Bosa. Oh, I was, I don't know, that's, like, I think that was, it's very quick, but what I will highlight is, the thing I quite like with Stormgate, even when the games are quick, is like the pacing, you can kind of feel the flow, right? It's not that there's not outs, there are ways, but it kind of reminds me of AoE4's early days where it's very punishing, but AoE4 was very punishing for like cheesy things like outpost rushes, right? So that's one series done. Let's hop out and have a look at another. Stormgate's going to need longer than a year. I mean, Age of Empires 4 took 4 years, 3 years, 2 years? Like, when would we say the game was actually in a state that it wasn't shambles? I'd say it was at least 2 years. It's like, games take time. In fact, let me just check the... So I'm trying to check the cost of the Hexen, because I forgot what the cost was. So give me a sec, guys. Yeah, because you need the Ritual Chamber for him, right? He's 175 resources to replace. Yeah, dude, losing your Hexen in the early game just feels like... I don't want to say an outright GG, but it's not far off, right? And then what else do we have? Shroud Weave, teleport this unit to... Yeah, so that's the free... It was 3 seconds, yeah. You can take a lot of damage in that time, though. And the other thing we saw was the Skull of Shedder launches a cursed skull at a target location. The skull is uncontrollable and can detonate on an enemy unit to infest it. Okay. But it doesn't do damage on the explosion, though, is a big deal, right? The traps are really crazy, though. Dealing 50 damage to enemies nearby. Dude, Hexens are wild. They're like having a little hero unit. All right, so... Bosa versus Larimbo. How about this one for one I think people will be familiar with? Bosa versus B. I think B's an Infernal player as well, right? Like, how many of the people in this were Infernals? Let's have a look. Yeah. It's double Infernal. Uh-oh. Is my game crashed? I mean, so here's the thing that I highlight to people, by the way. Everyone's always focused on it being a successor to StarCraft. I don't think it needs to or is necessarily aiming to be a successor to StarCraft. Yes, kind of, but the thing I had to highlight to people, because like I had some Age of Empires people going, oh my god, I don't care about this sci-fi game. It doesn't matter to me, Papa. Like, I don't want it. Great. But here's the thing. There are a lot of people who played RTSs growing up that don't play RTSs anymore. That went on to play MOBAs and FPSs and all these other things. They've been waiting for a new great RTS to bring them back. That's what their goal is. That's what their target is. Right? And I'm hoping along the way they'll find a way to craft that to be welcoming to a new generation of RTS gamers. Because right now I think the one that's doing that best is Battle Aces. Battle Aces is very clearly looking for a new market of gamers, whereas Stormgate's goal is to bring back all those people from the other areas that kind of left the genre. I mean, if you think it's over this game, like, why are you even watching? Like, you just want those people that like Doomsays on the websites? I don't know. I think the game is fun. Will it make it? Won't it? That's, like, time is going to tell. I think people always had insanely high hopes, and this is, like, unfortunately one of the realities of these type of games. This game did get kind of overhyped, and I know they didn't want that level of hype originally. Welcome back to Stormgate Competitive Action. That's right, we've got another series for Time Cup here. Quarterfinals between 3D Clans B going up against Bose in the red. Double Infernal in this game. And I believe these are best of 3. So kicking off in game 1, IVI, the first thing you always try to keep an eye out for at the moment is the Hexens. The Hexens are a big deal here. We were mentioning, actually talking on the stream, twitch.tv/KillerPigeon, that Hexens kind of feel like a hero unit. Right? Compared to the Vanguard that only have that scout, like this feels much more impactful to win the trade with at the opening, and it gives a lot more follow-up. Things like the traps, the infest bombs, also just the inherent ability to spread infest is really important in the game plan, and a good beginning here for Bose. Prioritizes the extra strikes in, gets good damage there. That's now going to force B to go on the defense. Quick grab of the heal though. And looks like Bose, I think he realized that, right? Healing position here means he has to back up entirely. In the meantime, he has got second base on the way. More delayed over here, though. Looks like B is going for a more aggressive build. We have got the Iron Vault, double Iron Vault at that. On the other side, you can see that actually the Conclave comes in after the second base. So Bose playing a macro. And I think instead what you're going to see from B, he's going to focus on the mid-map resources. Remember, these creep camps are a really big deal when you have your Hexen. In fact, I don't think he's even looking at that, which is kind of wild. What would be ballsy is if he brings the Brutes across and takes the Slime camp. Slime's one of the new units that got added in, remember? Basically, they can do a lot of damage in the area when they die. But the whole idea is this will be 5 Fiends. Instead, though, he's going to send it straight up into the main. That's kind of wild. Ritual Chamber is about to complete. Can't really afford to use the Imps to defend when the Hexen's here. Brute moves in as well. B getting insanely aggressive. We'll get the pop here. One Fiend comes out. Wants to spread that poison around a little bit more. Hasn't got it on cooldown right now. Gaunts are going to spawn for the defense. Brutes start to target the Imps. Imps using their defense, though. Will attack back against the Fiends. The question now is, can the Hexen actually produce enough to hold here? And the answer is no. Good defense. Bose able to shunt this away. A new Brute is on the way, but at this stage, this is borderline feeding. I think Beach needs to get out. This hasn't worked out. On top of that, the natural has now been set up. Well, actually, no. It's not even the natural, right? He skipped that, which is kind of wild. This is the defensive safe, but to get there, you have to go beyond where you'd naturally expand. I like this approach, though. We saw this against Bose, and it didn't work out well for his opponent, like going for a looser placement on the command center. But that game, it was more equivocal to over here, which is more risky, right? Like your opponent can chop through the trees. But this is very retracted. Like, Brutes going in here would allow backstab. So, cool formation by Bose. B does take a more offensive position. Shrine will go in the natural. This is a pretty interesting map, though. It kind of feels like this map is more macro-focused, the more I look at it. Because you've got 2 very defendable bases, right? You've got one retracted behind the main and the secondary. And the other one over here, the only way to access it is chopping through the trees, right? So I think the design for this map was to get longer games, more mid-game focused approaches. Speaking of that, though, chop through has already occurred. So B anticipating a move out. And, but wait, guys, remember, B never checked the backside. I don't think he knows about the secondary shrine. So this play over here is him anticipating a secondary base after the defense. But he should know something's not right about the timing. Like, if your opponent was 1 base, he would have had the Gaunts out by the time you arrived. So something's not right here. Fiends are coming in from behind. Nice cut of the reinforcements as well with the Gaunt. And there is a move towards that second base. Need to be careful of the Hexen. Got a few low Brutes here. Backstab now going to come in. Fiends are frontlining. Gaunts trying to help out. Nice micro away. Hexen actually the tank right now. A little bit risky, but on the backside, he's looking to clean up. Gaunt's from the high ground to clear up the Fiends. Hexen advantage, not there yet. 56 health left on Boses. Meanwhile, only 90 now on B's. There is going to be a snipe coming in, so B now getting the big lead here. He has the infest ability to kind of snowball this. But he does need to mop up the last of the Gaunts. In fact, they are being pushed back towards that corner. Back at home, we do have a Ritual Chamber coming in, so looks like it's actually going to be a switch over. Bose, we know he loves this type of build. Infest Bomb is going to connect. The problem I'm seeing right now is Bose might not have many Gaunts left over to infest with. Oh man, this could be big as well. If the Hexen gets a big hit, you bomb on the backside, which I think is what he's aiming for here. Kind of interesting he's not trying to infest bomb onto the... I've forgotten their names. Onto the Fellhogs. It's going to be moving in now, though, so poke damage starting to come through. Enough brutes to keep him away. I think the issue now is Bose is in a rush to defend his base. He doesn't have enough of these Gaunts to pop the brutes yet, though. Unless they snow, like, can't actually feed over like this. Remember, behind this, B is on 2 bases, and that's unharassed, right? So economically, he's going to be a lot better off. Looks like the imps are now going to go for the attacks. Oh, wow. Okay, no. This is a death sentence. B goes into a weird little choke point here. Fiends are absorbing a lot of the shots, though. Another brute is about to go down. And it looks like he didn't actually get the split off. Gaunt's now backing up as well. I don't know, man. I think Bose is starting to stabilize a little bit. Unless you can clear up these Gaunts on the back, you're in trouble town. And yeah, okay, there we go. Bose, he gets the extra shroud up. Tries to give himself that extra layer to the cake. And a good hold, a good turnaround now. I don't know, man. This is starting to look pretty bad for B now. He's still only on 2 bases. Hexen will go for the TP out. Makes it just in the nick of time there on 70 HP. But the bigger problem I'm now seeing is with the Gaunt advantage and the Infest ability now locked in from the Plague Axes, you can eat up a lot of camps here and arrive in the enemy base with like 15 Fiends. Other side of this, I don't think we've had a tech up, right? No Ritual Chamber coming in from B. Wait, can you convert the Jaboas? I never checked that. Like these little things, these little neutrals running around, can you infest them? Because that's kind of broken if so. So Bose now knows it's only going to be 2 base. B could actually try to creep a third now that he sniped out the 1 Fiend over here. And there we go. Yeah, good timing. If I was Bose, I'd be highly suspicious though. There's no other reason you should have looked for that. Wait, you can? Okay, dude, that sounds kind of wild. The little neutrals that don't even attack you being snipeable like that, I've got a feeling that might be a bit strong. But this was kind of always, I think, maybe an issue in a lot of people's eyes is, and I feel like I don't think it's really changed too much, is Infernals still get a lot of value out of the mid-map. Probably more than Vanguard and Celestial do. Wait, they do attack? They're 5 damage. They're 5 health though. Like, you just one-hit them, no? Or they, yeah, they should be like I guess 1 or 2 hit. Because Gaunts are 6 damage, right? And they have no armor. It's kind of weird that he's actually not attacking them. A little sneaking with the Fiends, so just checking on things. Does scout out the Therium. So we're going a little bit more, I'd say, tech heavy here. And yeah, here we go. Reaper's Rush on the way. This is actually really big. So Gaunts are now going to get the movement speed increase. There's a growing risk that actually B's going to get kited, even more so when you see now goes Magmadons, which can be good in a normal Gaunt situation, but the movement speed tech, kind of a game changer here. I actually kind of love that they gave Imps ranged attacks now, right? Because they used to be melee from what I remember. Only the claws. Speed camp already obtained. It's like we are moving across. Wait, it's not obtained? Oh, sorry, that's just the Gaunt effect, right? Yeah, now captured. Boom. I'm getting used to the way the UI looks when you're an observer. So he's got the movement speed, and then he's going to get the extra movement speed in how many seconds? I'm pretty sure he already got it. Okay, so watch how quick these Gaunts are. All right, that's actually pretty spooky. On top of that, we also now see Bose already moved into Magmadon, so he mirrors the army. But his is just better, right? Like, the Reaper's Rush, a pretty big deal here. It means if you both send your Magmadons into the backline, one's going to connect and the other's going to whiff. So it would be Yoink of the Vision Tower in the center. It's going to be a grab for the Fury Tower now, so it looks like we're just playing into a bit of an eco game here. Have we got another tech switch on the way is what I'm wondering. A lot more production coming through. And it looks like we've actually got the Hexen Adept training coming through. So what's the value of going back to Hexens now? I guess the traps are pretty big. Like 50 damage. It's basically half Gaunt's health. There's going to be an FG popping up though. Wants to have the Shroud inside. Magmadon clash in the center. Good put back on the Gaunt. So he's going to focus fire down the Magmadons that try to break through. It's coming at a high cost though for Bose on the defense. More troops are on the way though. The Gaunt count definitely in his favor, but he needs to start a step away. Magmadon's trying to break the formation again. And Bose is going to be forced back towards the high ground. So good fight coming in. B will mop it up. Magmadon count now in his favor. And these Magmadons take a long time to kill for the Gaunts. Need to be careful as well. Fellhogs can just kind of snowball this one way. Wait, did they change Fellhogs to not... Alright, I must have missed that. They no longer actually convert across. That's actually a big change then. So this is just an annoying defense. Damn, they've drastically changed the way Infest works. I guess it makes sense. Like, 3 units at that pacing was very snowbally. This is more reasonable. Magmadon's just trying to brute force. Speaking of brutes, the brute count not looking as good as it once was. I think B's struggling to just break through. It's kind of like awkward in these situations. You kind of just wish you maybe had an extra base coming through so you could turn it into more of a macro game to break your opponent. Because Bose isn't going to fall easily to this, right? And I think a really big deal was that movement speed advantage for so long. When they took those mid-map fights, Reaper's Rush being there for Bose allowed him to get out from being surrounded just in the nick of time. Had he not had that tech, I think you're looking at a game where Bose loses about an extra 10 Gaunts, and with an army this big, B just wins the game. B in a really good position overall, though. Like, free base on free base. 4th is now coming up for Bose. The other thing that's really important, though, is B should be able to play around all these camps. Like, he has the majority map advantage. If he's not playing for camp clears, it's kind of a mistake here, right? Because you can already see by the little icons on the map mostly being blue. B basically is in a very threatening position. We do, however, now have Hellborns in play. Remember, these are the guys that shoot and then splash damage behind them. Very difficult to get right on the positioning, but luckily a lot of the time when the fights get very fat, you inherently get those back splashes. I don't think we have a mirrored play coming in on the other side, right? Doesn't feel like it. Yeah, it's just the same comp. Extra base has at least been added in. I think if you can get up to like 4 or 5 Hellborns, this could be worthwhile. Do you need that time though? Do you need to be able to stand your ground as well? Hellborns. High base damage, so he's going straight after the Magmadons. He's going to have to start backing up though, and I think this is the one weakness you're going to have with this, right? The Gaunts can always kite away, the Hellborns cannot. Weirdly enough, the Hellborn is just being left alone, so... Wait, what is... He does... P finally attacks the Hellborn. I can't believe that. He got so much value out of that. More than he ever had a right doing so. FG does spawn, so has got the Shroud. And that's something that B doesn't have. You can never underestimate the power this gives you. Just a few extra HP points. Especially when you're in an Infest race to try and clear the back lines. Magmadon's not able to hold it anymore. B having to now back away. And Bose... Has he got more Hellborns on the way? Or does he feel like it's not worthwhile? Because I feel like that one Hellborn only felt worth it because B ignored it. Had it been sniped straight away, I just think you look at that unit and you're underwhelmed. I know a lot of people like to highlight like Exo spam for Vanguard right now, but it kind of just feels like Gaunt spam might be the winning condition here. Looks like Brutes are going to split, so there's going to be a raid onto the 4th base. The Shroudstone Tower there, and the Fellhog should be able to stop that, right? I think this is something really nice about the Infernals in particular, is that your population buildings do a good job at shutting down these mediocre raids. Like, Fiends shouldn't be allowed to really do much before getting cleared up, right? If you've at least got a Fell Hog nearby. Remember, as this game goes on, these camps are getting stronger and stronger, so what was originally very easy and simple to clear up, you've got a lot more tanky individuals in these camps now. But you do get bigger rewards, right, as the game goes on. That's the trade-off. I do love the change they made now where you can just claim the towers back and forth, by the way. Because remember, it's like a lot of these give value over time, right? Like the Ethereum towers and whatever are periodic. The healing can also go the other way and give it to your opponent. I actually think that was a really smart change. And what the hell? All right, looks like someone jumped the gun. We've got Shrine movement out into the center. This is a pretty wild map for that, right? Like, there is only 2 Ethereum in your corner, and then you have to play out into the center. In fact, this looks like it's meant to be a free-for-all map. Yeah, because you've got, like, the spawns in each corner. That's kind of cool. Remember, Ethereum's what you need to actually get to the more premium type units. A lot of them are actually heavy in that, the tech-based ones. Luminite is more for your base units and everything else. So we might see more Hellborn quite quickly here. I'd love to see him just set up some towers. In fact, we've already got one down. We've got a charged up one coming through. Shroudstones are pretty handy here because remember, it's going to give him the extra effective HP in the fights, not just the defensive value. So we have got one upgraded. So that movement speed's pretty cool, I guess, on the defense. Magmadons, if they try to stampede in around this area, that aura is going to nullify their approach, right? I think this is where maybe Hellborn makes a bit more sense, is when you have the enfeeblement auras. Because your opponent can't just jump on you. Looks like we have got a movement out here to the same place by both players. B, already with a big advantage here, though. Looks like it's going to be a Shroudstone, I suppose, so trying to be a little bit of a pain in the ass. That hasn't been seen, by the way. If he's going to spot it now... He's on the edge of vision. He should see this. Yeah, so B should know if he looks over here. There's definitely no way he doesn't see it. And that should be your confirmation. All these imps being pulled. Please? B? Okay, Fiends are here. Whew. Yeah, that would have been a little bit painful. So Shroudstone is going to get denied. Defensive one is on the way, but Brutes are now coming in. Fiend Split's going to be there. Immediately targets onto the Shroudstone. In fact, B needs to get more troops up here ASAP. He's outnumbered in this area. We'll probably lose the defense. Has to back away from it. So tower is going to get denied both ways. But we've got one on the low ground. Bose gets the blocker. Forces the Shroudstone commitment straight away. He can deny that, though. In fact, he could even deny the Shrine here. B needs to cancel it. Just take the refund. Get what you can. Army is now massing the north side, but you can see Bose is shifting there as well. Meanwhile, it looks like we have got Shroudstone blockers on the south corner as well. It's all about north. Gaunts are starting to trickle in. Hellborns starting to arrive now. 2 of them. That's a lot of damage, actually. Remember, Gaunts don't have much health to work with. This could snowball. Second line arrives, but the Gaunts, they front line for him. Pretty much already been taken out. Hellborn's now running for B as well. And Bose starting to take control of the fight. It's going to be a back off by B, a heavy loss there, and a humongous supply advantage now for Bose. One that he will look to take advantage of. Movement in. Hellborns have to stand their ground. Not finding a good target either. There's not enough time here. Backline's going to get cut down, and GG is going to get called. Bose able to block that expansion and then turn it into a snowball effect here to win game 1. Okay, that one was pretty sick. That was a long game. That was 18 minutes. Good lord. It's cool, right? Like, it's 18 minutes, but I feel like it was very constant back and forth. There was a negotiation of how the map plays, the flow of things. So, Bose leads. I actually need to enable one of the... Let me quickly check. I need to... I have an overlay, but I need to change it. So, 1 second. So this one was as a team game, no UI. I don't know if Cal ever updated this fully. There's no way to put score, is there? Oh, there we go. You just need to make sure you haven't got the BO5 stuff. All right, that works. Kind of weird to have their name on there twice. I'll ask him about this, but for what's it, posterity's sake, we'll do it this way. Okay, so, and then we need to flip score. Let's put the 3D in there. B's name looks very hollow without it. Okay, so let me get ready for game 2. Oopsie, don't look too hard. We will spoil it for yourself. The resources sound like crypto coins? I never thought about that way. How's the stream looking, by the way? It's not laggy or anything for you guys, is it? I was a little bit worried the frame rate, like for me in game, was a bit wonky. I think my PC, I need a new PC so bad. It's not ideal. But hopefully it was smooth for you guys. Looks smooth enough? Nice. Glad to hear it. All right, let's get ready. Hey, we're on Secluded Grove. Whoop, whoop. Good old Secluded Grove. It's been a while. All right, one sec. I need to open the door and turn the fan on because it's very, very hot. Also, why is game capture gone? Whoops. Too bloody hot, chat. All right, hoping for some Vanguard games soon, by the way. Would be nice. On to game number 2, the Tank Cup. B versus Bose in the quarterfinals. Bose currently leading up 1. We head into Secluded Grove to see if B can bite back fast. Infernal. So first things first, we need to keep an eye on these Hexens to see if anyone's going to get an advantage there. Last game, actually, it was quite interesting. Bose, although he got the win in the end, I feel like he utilized the defender's position much better. But when we talked about these more aggressive plays, like the opening with the Hexens, for example, I actually think B is the one that done a better job there. So let's see if Bose can impress us instead. We have got the skull out. So remember, this is for snooping on the enemies. He's going to get all the info he can. Both of them actually just going in to see what the other's up to. Oh, nice snipe as well. So he does actually take out one of the imps. In the meantime, the Hexen full-on sends it here. Will get the infest. Does get the kill. That's going to force a reaction from the imps to kill out the fiend. Yeah, feels like more value actually gained from B's side of things. I wonder if it might have been more value for Bose to back up straight away with a TP after getting the kill with the scouts. He has at least got the double gaunt out, but the problem here is I just don't see a world in which you kill him quick enough. You could try moving the fiend in front of him to body block to slow him down a little bit, but I think it's kind of, for the most, irrelevant. So after all is said and done, Bose kind of in a shaky position here, right? B can now go for the natural expansion. Bose was forced to go into the Conclave very early. There was a reaction of an Iron Vault instead. I'm wondering what Bose's plan is right now. Is he just going to go for his Ritual Chamber play? I think he is. Yeah, he's a really big fan of this, actually. And you can see it in the back there. So this is the third game I think I've seen where Bose kind of rushes towards the Ritual Chamber. He's really big on getting access to the Plague Axes, which is how you get the infestability back for the Gaunts that they used to have passively by default. It allows you to kind of snowball these initial fights, and I think the logic for him is compared to a 2-base approach, which, my apologies, is actually an Iron Vault. But let's say it's a 2-base approach from B. The difference is that you get your economical value off of the map, right? Luminite from killing units, and units from killing units. Looks like B is just prepping to block that natural. Actually, B, is he? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. He glimpsed it, right? He saw the skull moving out, so he backs off the imp. Goes to the natural instead. It looks like he was either worried or maybe trying to sneak into the center here. Remember, this is a high-value base because you've got double Luminite, double Therium, all in range. It's very efficient. Yeah, confirmation in it is Plague Axes on the way. Has got the Iron Vault follow-up. The way that Bossy likes to play this, he usually trusts that his Gaunt backline can hold, and then he likes to add in Brutes on a delay. The logic is that if you do need some sort of pseudo front line, the Gaunts will provide that by getting the poison and then converting units into fiends. That's what we're going to see here. So bomb comes in, all units are infested, and that's going to give him his front line. Really good timing as well. Remember, he was standing on the Shroud for a bit, so most of the damage just gets absorbed by the temporary shield. He doesn't like lose out on the raw health as much. Backstab now coming in. Hex needs to get out here. Good pinch straight away. B losing his caster. May need to think twice about this attack, but B still wants to go for it. Another Brute gets picked off. Nice move with the Fiends. Skulls are going to come out. There's going to be an Infest Bomb there, though. The Brute starting to pin him in the corner. Gaunt's nowhere to run here. And Bose, he's going to lose out on the troops. Tries to micro away as best he can. But we have got the Fiend Splits now coming in. That Infest effect has expired, though. But it does feel like it's going to be a reset nonetheless. Bose losing his Shaman as well. Could try for the TP out. At this point, I think you just need the extra damage, right? The reality is the Shaman loses a lot of his impact once you have the Infest effect on your Gaunts. So it's not really as important to keep him alive. It looks like second wave of Gaunts might bail him out here. The thing that's worrying me, though, is this is now turning into a macro game more so. Right? Like, you're taking even trades in a situation where B's on 2 base. So, actually, if Bose wants to make this work, he needs to go and attack. What worries me is I'm seeing him set up that natural. So, he might take a more defensive format here. He hasn't really been able to take out the camps either. Like, he got the health down here, but that was it. So, there hasn't been this snowball effect off of that Infest play. Kind of feels like he got stoppered on his plan, right? I think B's idea to just go in with the Brutes really reset the idea that Bose had. And because he was playing what looked like a timing build based around sniping as many of those camps as possible, I'd have to say I quite heavily favor B's position now. I think Bose is probably going to go for his typical tech play. Usually when he's in this type of position, he'll probably look for something like an up into things like Magmadons. Not seeing any signs of it so far, though. Right, we haven't got any Shrine upgrade, and I don't think we've got anything else coming through. So I guess he's just going to try to play the macro game in Gaunts. Fiends are scanning out for any sneaky third base. It's actually quite interesting to see the players not emphasize the creep camps as much now. But I think that's because at the highest level, there's a bigger risk when you play Infernal versus Infernal compared to any other matchup, and that's the interception, right? Like, if you go and split your forces to be optimal in taking camps, and your opponent arrives with his army, all of a sudden, you've just become meat for his army, right? Like, it's not only... Like, that's kind of the crazy thing about the Infest mechanic, is that it turns a loss into a substantially larger loss, right? It's not just you losing 1 unit, it's your opponent gaining 1 unit. So it's double the difference that it normally would be. So who's going to make a move? What did we see the Ritual Chamber for? Did he actually go for the... No, he didn't go for the poison. So what, we're probably getting like a unit switch up soon? Because I haven't seen a real reason for the Ritual Chamber yet out of B. I'm wondering if he's going for the Shrine upgrade. And yeah, there it is. Great Shrine now on the way. Other side, damn, almost mirrored here. Bose understands where this game is going. We'll have a slight disadvantage in tech timing, but an even bigger disadvantage when it comes to the population, right? Like his eco is going to be notably weaker than B's. Especially now with B already going for a third. And he's going to be camp play. This is the big one as well, right? This is the Illuminate, which when you're like prepping a tech up, you are looking to go into a drastically more expensive unit, right? Like Illuminate surging like this is a really big deal. So we're probably looking at what, Magmadons? This type of camp could give you a 1 Magmadon advantage, which doesn't sound like a lot, but in the initial fight, when you've got like 25 units maybe, it's actually a backbreaker. Keeping an eye out for what he's going to go for. Even maybe just some sort of tech. And yeah, there we go. It's going to be Reaper's Rush. So he just wants the movement speed on the Gaunts. He did actually pick up the Plague Axe while we weren't looking. So the idea is going to be to kind of like brute force with the brutes. And then you just have a few of these Gaunts staying alive, weaving around the fight to keep that Infest going. And oh my god, the mass pop! The Fiends move in! The Infest bomb's still active. He wants to turn an army into an even bigger one. What a move there, B! The Swarm to overwhelm, and Bose loses everything. What a play. What a timing as well on that attack. Now a natural kind of flood effect comes in. The third base that was being set up by Bose is not going to go up. There's no way. The only reason it's looking like it might is because right now the Fiends are plowing on through. Magmadons are going to be there, so that's the one thing that might scare the Fiends. Remember, they have low HP, and the Stomps can do a lot of work. Instead, he breaks past. He goes after the Gaunts. He's cutting reinforcements right now. That's just enough to try and deal with the Magmadon as well. Big help ball to try to get through. Fiends are now pulling back across. The Shrine did go up, but I don't see a world in which it survives this. Magmadon getting angry and stompy here. More brutes are arriving, though, and one Magmadon's not going to make enough of a difference here. Camp is also being taken. I think that was an A-click maneuver more than anything else, so not fully intentional. But with the third base of Bose going down and B fully stacked on that third, this is an overwhelming advantage. You see it in the supply, you see it in the base count. This game is close to done. And I love the patience. B's like, great fight, use the heal camp, play around it, then surge forward. The only way you really lose this is if you give the Magmadons too much value. And you can see B is doing a great job of minimizing that. Waits for the Stomps to finish, looks to recommit. And with true brute force, B should be taking game number 2. Dude, that was a sick move. Can we agree? Dude, that was a sick timing actually out of B. Well played. Golf claps all around, man. One attack there. That was great patience as well. Like, he was waiting for the very moment he'd find his opponent out of position. When he sees that it's still, like, just mass Gaunts, that's the perfect reaction. And, like, the thing that's really important there is he pops them all before the Gaunts get any attack in, so his opponent doesn't get any Fiends for free, right? Just guarantees that it's a stacked fight against him. The Infest Bomb was also a sick detail. Damn, what a move. Very swift one as well. So we get ourselves a 1-1 scoreline. What do you guys think? It's pretty cool to have these games back and forth, right? Like, not too stompy one way or the other. An updated overlay. Ah, thank you, Adiko. I don't know if we'll get that installed today. We'll probably look to install that for next time, maybe. Because I'd have to install some for OBS, and I do not. That would mean OBS would have to not be running. All right, so let me get the third game of that series. D-bloody-licious. All right. Juan. Deciding game of this series between B and Bose in Tank Cup number 14, I believe it was. Quarterfinals here, and we've already seen that either player is capable of taking this. Some insane plays out of both. One more focused on a macro defense strat, the other on a timing attack. I'm curious to see what is going to decide game number 3 between these two high-level Infernal players. Hexen's already bypassing. Now, this is very reminiscent of the second game. In the first game, they actually tried to trade out Hexens, and it just didn't really feel like it was worth it. It was more kind of a coin flip. This is more about seeing who can actually harass Eco better. Iron Vault already being dropped in the meantime by B, who is going to be in the red on this one. Bose, meanwhile, goes straight away for the Shrine. Okay, so no real defense, right? He's just got his Hexen, who he teleports home after summoning the Skulls. He does get a kill and gets a Fiend. Trade is going to be there on the other side, though. However, your Hexen's now slightly out of position. Does B win this? Surely Bose wins this. He has, like, Shroud advantage, right? because he should be able to stand there longer. And yeah, as a result, B's going to back away. Fiend is coming back. In the meantime, Brute is on the way. Shrine only half complete right now. You need some sort of defense. Iron Volts are on the way, but the timing is pretty delayed here. It shouldn't be enough to really punish B for the second base. I think... Bose rather for the second base. I'm used to them being that way around. I think B needs more to do that. And this is kind of rough as well. B almost losing his Hex and just about gets away with it. Still, like, overall, this type of position, one Brute. Look at the damage, guys. It's not going to stop a Shrine going up. He might be able to harass 1 or 2 Imps, but I think that's about as good as it's going to get for B here. Especially considering the double Iron Vault defense is there. And yeah, first one arrives. So this is where B is likely to just back up and play a bit more macro. We haven't got any sort of Infest opportunity coming in, right? He hasn't gone for the Ritual Chamber quickly. So from this type of position, like, it'd be quite surprising to see B just try to send it, but that's apparently what he's doing. More Brutes on the way. Trying to full send. Hexen in a bit of trouble. It's going to get the pop of the skull, and that's going to be a pop. A big one at that. So hero unit down. B has a big advantage here. However, Bose should have defender's advantage. Let's see if it works out for him. Brute count is getting a little bit out of control right now. And it's because one of his Brutes chased after the Hexen. So a little bit of a problematic situation. Kind of surprised, actually, Bose didn't go for the pop. Because I think Double Fiend there could have chased down and killed off the Hexen. He's probably worried about a TP out, though. That would have been a waste for him. Now, the good news is, with the changes around the meat farm, these Fell Hogs are actually advantageous, not disadvantageous, right? They're a good thing for you, not a bad. But compared to Brutes, they're not a big enough advantage here. Person needs to get more of these Brutes out ASAP. B, now prepping for that secondary. He's going to set up the meat farm first. But we should be seeing the second shrine soon. Oh, home though. Wait, did he miss the pop? I think he did. Chase is now on. Numbers slightly favoring Bose here, so we'll finally claim his secondary. B just trying to minimize the losses on the retreat. You have to know this is always going to happen, right, to a certain extent. Like, defender's advantage will eventually kick in. So let's see what B's got behind this. Imp's moving out now. He doesn't have the resources for his secondary. He doesn't have a ritual chamber. Guys, I'm starting to think B's kind of just all in here. Yeah, is this going to be a Shroud Stone? I think he's going for a Shroud Stone on the offensive. I don't think this is really the type of position you wanted to be in. He does have a numerical advantage for now, but he needs to strike and strike perfect and fast. Fellhog's also starting to kind of mingle in the fight a bit. It's not great for B. Like, if he's attacking Fellhogs, the Brute's trading better against him. Second wave is on the way, and that is a lot of Brutes. Okay, this is a timing attack. Bose, no Shroudstone defenses, though. I don't think he has enough for this. 2 Brutes left over, a few Fiends trying to hold the choke point. But the Hexen's back in action, and that means you're going to get the Infest Bombs. You're getting that snowball effect. Stacks another one on. Brute low on HP. Imp's now being pulled to try and defense here. I don't think he's got enough for this. B starts to split into the Fiends. The Infest Bombs are starting to get planted on the backline as well, so these Imps becoming a liability here. And Bose is going to end up forfeiting the secondary. Shroudstone now coming up. That's going to force the pressure to continue. Imp defense can only do so much here, folks. The Brutes are starting to break through, and I think we're going to have a very quick game number 3 going the way of the 3D clan. It's so awkward, right? Like, if you have to target the Shroudstone, you're going to lose the main fight. He's still outnumbered here. 3 Brutes versus the 1. Understandably, Bose reluctant to give it over. Remember, this is match point. Winner moves forward. No double elim, just immediate eradication. And with 3 more Brutes coming in, I actually think that's it. Damn, that's wild. I really thought Bose would be able to hold this. Maybe if he'd been the one going for a Shroudstone, I think in hindsight that might have been the detail. Like, even the Shroudstone back here, maybe out on the forward. But GG gets called. B is going to make it look cozy with a fast game number 3. B was red. You can see at the bottom. Damn, that was sick though. Well played actually by B. I like the way that he changed his approach. I feel like in the first game, he tried to play a macro game, and that was a mistake. Boasty looked a lot more comfortable with that idea. But what B done really well in game 2 and 3 is read that and then played a more aggressive tone, right? Where he just seemed to just have a better execution there. But that does mean he moves forward. Let me have a look at what EMEA games we've got here. Where's the semifinals? I don't think the other semifinals got uploaded. That's... Oh, really? That's kind of unfortunate. Let me double check. We seem to be missing B semifinals, which is very annoying. Let me double check in case I missed it. So, quarterfinal, yes. Oh, I think, no. I think that was semifinals and it was just mislabeled. Maybe. Oh, no, I think they must have a staggered format. I think they have a staggered format where someone's waiting in the brackets the next round or whatever. Because there's not enough quarterfinals otherwise, mathematically. So I don't think that was quarterfinals. That might have been semi. Okay, it was... Ah, okay, that was semis. Thank you, Adiko. Appreciate that. Yeah, it was mislabeled. That's why, because I think it said QFs. Got you. Yeah. That's why someone accidentally mistyped. Yeah. Dude, I was like, huh? That explains it. All right, that means we have semifinals up next. What do you think, guys? Grand finals, rather. Do we do the grand finals or do we do the semis from the other side? Semifinals on the other side were between Kerius and Captain Alex. Is there a bracket for the tournament? There should be. One sec, let me update the current bracket we have. So, Stormgate, Tank Cup 14. This one had a Wikipedia page, right? A Wikipedia page, I'm pretty sure it did. It's Alpha Navigator Cup 14. I'll update the command. Keep in mind, this tournament happened on the previous weekend, so if you look at the results there, you will spoil it for yourself. Do you guys want to do a Celestial Mirror? I haven't had a chance to fully learn the Celestials, so it'll be educational as well from my POV. Final, so it's like the semifinals is a Celestial Mirror. So it'll be, so it's a case of if people want to see IVC or IVI. I played a little bit of the Celestials, but not too much. So haven't learned all the ins and outs. Celestial Mirror is a stand-on ladder. That's true. So you guys just want to see Infernal versus Celestial, I guess. Dude, where's the Vanguard, man? Like, Vanguard sucks so hard. No one wants to play them competitively right now, and it makes me sad. I'm a Vanny boy. God damn. All right. We'll go straight for the finals, I think. Let's do the finals. America has a rock-solid Vanguard? Ooh. Do we need to check out some Vanny? We might need to. I think you tempted me with that. I'm intrigued. All right, loading up the game now. Let me reset score, prep everything, because we've got B versus Kiras. Well, there's a patch today, Mana Wraith. So, yeah, we're in a rush to get the games done. I think the servers go down in 3 hours, I believe is how long we've got. So, rock and roll, baby. Let's get ready for another. It's Grand Finals time here in the Alpha Navigator Cup, number 14 for the EMEA region. We've got 3D Clans B. Wait, what? Playing as the Celestials. Oh my god, he kept that to himself. This guy was playing Infernals all the way through. And then last second in the Grand Finals, expecting an IVC, we get a CVC. Kyrus, on the other side of this, has been playing Celestials throughout this entire tournament. They're going to be in the red to the north side. All right, learning time, guys, because I have not had much chance to dive into the Celestials. I played a little bit with them when they first got added. I toyed with a few things. A curious design. They're very different in the way they function and how they can take advantage of resources, right? Because you build these collection arrays, which then start to stockpile resources. But if I remember correctly, you can add units to them that inflate the rate. Instead, though, we've got a Creation Chamber and a Millionth Argent. So this is your basic kind of Marine-esque unit if it was a Celestial unit instead. The main thing with these guys, I'm trying to remember what the other thing is. They have an ability, right? Yes, you can enhance their attacks using your energy system. And we do have an Arc Ship moving across map. Meanwhile, more defensive format here. Creation Chamber. We'll be able to kind of shunt this away. And that's because he just used the ability, right? Yeah. So this is one of the top bar abilities. Sovereign's Watch, remember correctly, it comes from the top bar and it allows you to basically turn your buildings into an attack unit. Or defense unit, I guess you could say. What's the fault going to be? So power banks. This is so... Okay, this is an interesting thing. This is a bit complicated to explain without it up on screen, but... The Celestials have this power system that the more buildings they use, it uses up power. If anyone who's played Command & Conquer, it's kind of reminiscent of that. And the whole idea is, you know, if you have yellow or red power, your faction is less efficient. So there's a really big goal of trying to inflate power banks to stay in the green to get better effects. And what on earth is happening in this game? We've got Creation Chamber on Creation Chamber. And B just sends it into the main. Oh, wow, this is brutal. He already used the watch, right? So now he doesn't have the ability available again. He doesn't have enough energy. Dude, is this just over? Oh my god, this might just be over. So he gets his prism. That was inside the collection array, which was gathering some resources. He keeps that alive. But this might be the fastest game yet. Like, we're at 2 minutes 40? This game could be over by 3 minutes. Power banks just trying to keep the shields up. It's just not enough, though. Against this many, GG gets cool B with one of the quickest games I think you'll see all tournament. What a serve. Damn. Dude, B's not waiting around, dude. 84 is dead, huh? I mean, 84's not dead, but I talked about this the other day. I know, I probably need to release that on YouTube. I need to talk to my editor about it. Get it sorted. I have to look for opportunities to grow because AoE4 doesn't even come close to paying my bills. Like, not even close. So, I'm looking at other games that interest me. And Stormgate definitely interests me. Okay. So remember, guys, this is a BO5, by the way. So we've got at least 2 more games. I do wish that the replay system like this was a little bit more spread out. So this is someone that is a bit annoying when casting games. Is like if we catch these live, it can be like educational for you guys and educational for me, like learning even more little mechanics about Celestials because the full UI sleeve is there. This is the same issue they had before. They've actually, in fairness to them, they've added some in, like some of the info's in the bottom left corner, or bottom right corner rather. That wasn't there, if you guys remember, in the earlier version. So props to them for that, for adding that rather, but there's still details that are missing as far as I can see. Like, for example, you can't click on a building and see all of the things you could get out of the building. 6 minutes of gameplay to go. Oof, Jesus. All right, should we get ready? Oh, where's our... Let's put a point on the board for B. And let's flip them. Wait, why is B still showing as blue? Oh god, that's annoying. Oh wait, we can just swap teams, right? There we go. And then we just need to flip. God, that's a little bit more annoying, but it works. It's time for words. It's time for game number 2 of this grand final showdown between Curious and B. B last time made it an obliteration in 3 minutes. This time, has Curious learned? How will he adapt? Morph Core already in the move out here. And he's going to be setting up the Creation Chamber. So a little bit different on the position. I think last time he set it up in the main. Or was that B? No, that was B, right? So game 1, guys, B done this. He immediately Creation Chambered and started spamming out his range boys. Argent's already on the way. He's just looking to rinse and repeat. Makes sense, right? Like when you're in a BO5, you can be kind of, I want to say stubborn like this and just use the same strategy until you see your opponent can counter it. Because it can just make a series very fast and very easy. And Argents are going to be on the way this time. So Curious, this is an adjustment. Last time, I think he immediately went for an extra building and then added in the power banks, right? So this time around, he's already prepping a few of these guys. He also has not used his defensive power that allows his buildings to attack yet. So he still has that option if his opponent comes in. And it looks like with the Morph Core on the way, that's exactly what he's going to be doing. And yes, we're watching on graphics low. Morph Core in trouble though. Oh no, dude. Oh, this is sick. Curious, he blocks it out. He couldn't deploy it. Sick move from Curious. So the cheese gets blocked here. And B, he has still got the Arc Ship on the way. A new Morph Core is being built. So remember, these are the things that can kind of just build into anything. That's crazy. It's an expensive loss there. Defender's Advantage also a thing. Now the power bank's down, which is going to accelerate his buildings. He's going to start going for the camps. A little bit bold. Needs to be a little bit careful about that, because that's the one thing that could actually get B back in. And now the Arc Ship being targeted. Wait, what? B's going to have to fight this. Morph Core getting targeted. He's just full on trying to cheese him here. Oh, looks like the power bank's going to come in handy here. Sovereign's Watch has been activated, so now the buildings are also a weapon. But the Morph Core gets in. Creation Chamber coming up. It's not going to be super healthy, but it is going to be able to work. And he needs this because the Argents are trading favorably for Curious on the defense. Means that B needs to pump more ASAP. Bring a few out. He will have to utilize the Sovereign's Watch himself to defend. And okay, that's kind of cool. Yeah, this is a sick move. Was this the intent all along from B? He's going to clear the health camp, which is going to allow him to top off all of his injured boys. Meanwhile, Curious, any of these guys that have raw HP damage are not getting healed. So this is how he's balancing out the potency of the power banks, right? Because these power banks, remember, they can rapidly top off your units that have lost shield. What a cool idea. So we're going to be moving him the Arc Ship again. And yep, I'm seeing that correctly, and I don't know why they do this. Arc Ships heal. It's kind of absurd, actually. I get why, because they're such a critical unit, but for aggressive play like this, it's wild. Sovereign's Watch, activate again. More Argents coming out. B, wait, has he got the numbers? I think he has. The micro back as well. B just shifts them all away. Back to the healing field. And you are seeing the splatters correct. That's 3 of Curious's units down. And B, I don't think he lost a single damn one. That's vulgar. I can't believe that. And Curious, look at this now. He's going for a backstab attempt, but after the losses he just took at the main, I don't think you have enough economy to do this. Power bank being poked at. It's down. I mean, he can go through these one by one now, right? Sovereign's Watch has been activated again. I just feel like B is out microing Curious here. Pretty hard. It's tough as well, right? Like, you can replenish the 50 health, but these fights go deep. 50 health may sound like a lot, but a 210 HP unit, it's only a 50 health, right? So when you go deeper into these fights, you get down towards that half health. B then has an ability to replace everything lost. Curious doesn't. Curious is kind of hard stuck from that perspective. Poke's going to come in. I think he just called it. Yep, that's it. Kyrus was caught trying to go on a counter-offensive here. GG. Game 2 from B. Kyrus did survive an extra 2 minutes, but this series is still on track to be an insanely fast Grand Finals. Woohoo! Archship can heal, just requires energy. What, you mean the up bar thing, or do you mean the shield energy? Oh, do you mean you have to be positive on the power banks? Is that what you mean, Faye? Damn. B ain't waiting around, guys. Ah, the mana energy. Gotcha, gotcha. It's pretty slightly strong, though. Yeah, if someone wants to send me a high-end PC, if someone's got a contact, I'll happily be sponsored by someone. Pog! I've got more Red Bull on the way. I love my Red Bull contact. What a legend. Many AO4 players play all 3 factions. That's a big advantage now, but I think you'll find long-term that could end up being a disadvantage, right? Why watching? Okay, guys, I'll switch on high settings and we'll see if my PC is able to handle it. We were on low before because of... let's go ultra. We were on low before because I had issues on the campaign, right? Because it's laggy. Let's see how this looks, though. I'll restart. I was worried that it wouldn't be a smooth frame rate experience. Because, guys, like, I need a new PC, basically. We'll see how it looks now. Yeah, that's why I've desperately been trying to get a PC sponsor. Because buying a 4080 or 4090 and buying a 9700X and then the RAM and then everything, it's not cheap. All right. Game's starting up. Give me a sec. And I also set very high spec on my OBS so you guys get the best looking experience. So yeah, it's quite intense. By the way, there is going to be new tank cups on the weekend. I think the plan right now is we're probably going to do America live on Saturday. And then on Sunday, we'll look to catch both regions, okay? I won't be able to be live on Monday, though. That's going to be the trade-off because my best friend, we're going to get suits fitted for his wedding. So that'll be a trade-off. Okay, to give the anti-cheat a moment to stop having a heart attack. What's the going rate for top rigs these days? Does 3K get your high graphics? Depends on high graphics. I feel like 3K might be a 4070. I'd have to double check. 3.5 to 4K dollars will probably be like 480 territory, and I think it's like 4.5 or above for like 4090. Yeah, like CPU is probably going to run you $400 if you want a good one. Motherboards are like ludicrously priced, 200 plus if you want a reasonable one. RAM's not too bad. RAM used to be absurd, like maybe 100, 120, depending on what you want. Graphics card's going to run you probably $1,000 if you want a good one. And then you got all the other little pieces that add in. Reasonable case is probably like $150. A good PSU is probably like 150 to 200, I think. Sounds about right. All right, so where are we? Bosse versus B. All right, let me load that in. And then, did we update the score? We did. Okay. Yeah, let's have a look how pretty it looks now. It's like, I noticed it lagged a bit with panning, which is why I was worried. There you go, guys. Does it look that much different? Could we maybe just go high? Let's just do high to be safe. Oh, wait. This is the Bosse versus B. Sorry, guys. Clicked on the wrong game. All right, back to my face. Ugly mug for a sec. Kyrus versus B game 3 is what we want. AoE4 Pro's dominating every other RTS. Is it means that AoE4 seen stacked? Maybe Anachad. Why are you not playing this? I mean, in fairness, what we got Vortex and Luciferon in there, I guess. But there's a bunch of StarCraft people in like the top 10. Has my game crashed? What's going on? Like, I'm on loading screen. You guys are still stuck on menu. Give it a sec. Alright, we're in. Oh, it's the new map. I swear this one was made for Celestial fanatics. I feel like this is just such a good Celestials map. There's just so many places, especially in the mid game, to snake off to with your economy. All right, let's find out. Wait, did he really just do that to him in a grand finals? Game 3, and we have B with a last-second switch into Infernals from 2 Celestial games. One and all, welcome back to the Stormgate action. This is wild. We're in the grand finals of the Alpha Navigators Cup, and we have got 2 games on the books of Celestials from B, a combined total game time of under 10 minutes. And in Game 3, Kyrus likely expecting another Celestial matchup. B throws a curveball, and he brings out the Infernals. And that's crazy, guys. He's actually an Infernal main. B's played the rest of this tournament as Infernals. Coming to the Grand Finals, I wasn't expecting Celestials. I do not think Kyrus was expecting Celestials. But now, finally, he gets to be OP Celestials against Infernals. Is this where we see him get a point on the board? He's going to need to make a move soon. Because so far, he's been getting pummeled. We're now immediately going to have the Creation Chamber coming down. So Argents are on the way. Should be able to hold back the Hexen. I guess like the Hexen's not as valuable for early game base harass compared to other matchups, right? Because other matchups, you have exposed workers. Remember, the way that the Celestials work is they build a collection array, and then the Gatherers are inside those, right? So they're not exposed economy. So yeah, Hexen walks in. We'll be able to walk away. Movement speed! I think you could actually chase that as an Argent and do some flesh damage, but I guess he just doesn't want to risk overextending because you don't know what's coming behind. That's the correct choice because it is Gaunt now on the way. So we've got double Conclave. Holy crap. Wait, is he going to go for mass Gaunts into Infest? I think if you do that, you don't go after the main though, right? You go after the economy. Like you go after the creeps in the mid-map, right? And I think that's what he's doing, yeah. So Hexen, already baiting them out. And we will start to get some Infest coming through. Okay, so this is an interesting approach. I'm assuming this is going to be Ritual Chamber behind, but actually it looks like B is just going for the secondary. This is a really strong map for this reason, guys. Like, your secondary is pretty far out, but it's double Lumi. I think the idea with this map is because you're really far apart, they wanted to create a dynamic that allows all-in aggro plays to potentially work because of the overwhelming amount of Luminite you have, right? Like a standard Luminite plus Furum split, I think plays into more of a mid-game, but this double Lumi opens up the potential for like a tier 1 unit-based rush. Kyrus, is he trying to get out of tier 1 himself is what I'm wondering, because like sticking one base like this doesn't work long-term well, right? We have got those prisms coming in. Remember, these are the guys that are going to gather for you. And blue did. Oh my god. The timing on that. Collection array just went up. Now, you can use the Sovereign's Watch. But more troops are now on the way. You've been snitched on. And Sovereign's Watch can't protect you forever. On top of that, because he went Argents, he doesn't really have a way of creeping out. This is pretty popular at the moment. I feel like I've seen a lot of Celestials do these type of creeper plays where they just sneak out into the corners. Because remember, the buildings can just float and move around the edge of the map on the bottom if need be. But yeah, this is brutal. Hexen is frontlining, but Sovereign's Watches ran out. So you can't even get the kill on the caster. Collection Array not looking healthy. Gaunt's at least going to start getting focused down, but he has to undeploy, and that means you're not even defending yourself anymore. Collection Array Trying to move the high ground, but second wave is coming in, and Kyrus is going to lose a valuable investment here. Love the scouting skull to guarantee it as well. All right, this is pretty bad. Position looking pretty terrible right now for Kyrus. He's trying to switch now into the Guardian Nexus, which is going to allow you to get into robotics. But that's going to be a slow process, right? In the meantime, B has already taken the Swift Camp, so you can kind of in and out near your base. He's got double Lumi to farm on over here. He's already capped out at the home base, so this is going to inflate quickly. I mean, can Kree save you, though? Remind me, Faye, Kree are the ones that they can explode, right? But I think if you rush Ritual Chamber here, no, that wouldn't work. I was thinking movement speed for B on the Gaunts, but you would need to get your hands on the tech up as well. So you'd need to get the Great Shrine. That being said, movement speed aura from the speed tower alone could be good enough. And yeah, he's going for the Kree. So remember, the Kree are the ones that kind of look like they're going to be Banelings, but that's not really the full objective. They do, however, have that explosion. But it's more a case of they are a Baneling while also being a Zergling is the easiest way I can describe them, but a very tanky Zergling. Actually, no, the better way to describe them is kind of like a mini Baneling with Protoss. So you can see here, when they take fatal damage, they'll become invulnerable and then explode. Just like a mini Baneling on top of the fact it is like a very strong Protoss warrior. However, with speed camp against you, it's going to be very difficult to ever feel like a Protoss warrior here. Yeah, I think he realizes as well, if he doesn't take the speed camp away, he's kind of held hostage in his base. And yeah, I don't know why they gave that extra armor while rolling. It is kind of wild, right? So yeah, what is it? This one's the rollout, right? Yeah, gains 30% movement speed and 50 additional armor. And if I remember correctly, armor in this game, the way it works is that it's a percentile thing. So you get between 0 and 100 armor. And that's representative of a percentage. So right now they have a 60% damage reduc on a 190 HP unit. It is not even remotely reasonable. It's like Kyrus is backed up. Sorry, B's backed up. He's going to be going for the camps. Kyrus, in the meantime, looks to the sneak in. The Gaunts do see him, though. So info gained here. But he's heading straight for the economy, isn't he? There's already a Shroud Stone up. That's kind of a sick formation, actually. B can never really lose the Shroud Stone like this. Nice cut on the reinforcements coming from Kyrus. He still doesn't know about the secondary, though, right? I don't think he ever scouted this. It's like troops are pulling back, though, so he's ready to defend. Argents are on the way as well. So Kyrus kind of in an all-in state here, right? He's still one base. He hasn't really got enough time to clip the speed boost before moving by. He only, I think he even done with the Argents. So he's going to be staggered on the entry. Moves in now, though. Shroudstone defense is going to be there. Gaunts could shoot over here, by the way, but the distance is a little bit weird. Moves in now, and Fest Bomb is going to come through and trigger on everything. Brutes the front line. And Kree's not looking so tanky anymore. An immediate GG gets called. Kyrus did not expect the big boom on the second base. And who could have seen the Infernals coming on match point from B? Crafty son of a gun gets an easy win for the 3D clan in the Tank Cup. Woo! Yeekers by my sneakers. I mean, this is the thing. So, like, I tried to highlight this. People were like, I've said, you know, I love AoE4, but the state of the game, like, I don't blame players for looking at other games. I think it's dumb and delusional to, like, if you're not making a living off of AoE4, to keep just looking at AoE4. Right? Faye, Vortex, Lucifron, like, of course they're going to explore these games. If this game offers $1 million in prize pools across its first year, why would you not explore it? I mean, I appreciate the honesty of it, Slero, right? It's like I told you guys the other day. You know, like, I'm not going to stop doing AoE4. I'm still going to do some AoE4. I don't think there needs to be this, like, hate train for Stormgate, though. I hate it when people come and it's like, oh, screw this not being AoE4. And then, right, it's like, dude, chill. Like, if anything, you might think, I don't know if, and I think most of you have been good with that. But, like, I've noticed a few people in the past done that. I don't know if the the worry is that I'm going to leave AoE4 and they think that's going to make me hang around, that's actually more likely to drive me out than keep me around. So I'd be very careful with that. I don't mind like positive, like I don't mind criticisms of games. Like I've said, this game isn't perfect. I do think that the 1v1's in a really good place though. All right. Should we do some of the, what do you think, guys? Should we do some of the American games, maybe? I'm trying to think how much longer we want to go today. There's more hate train for AoE4. I mean, this is the thing. I think a lot of people who sit and watch, they're just players in the community. They're not, you know, as in they play the game casually. They're not pro players. They're not pro casters. They're not pro tournament organizers, whatever. There's a lot that you guys don't see. And what I mean by that is like, we're not in cahoots. We're not being kept in the loop, and we don't know all the details of all these things so often, right? I think that there'd be a different sentiment if that was the case, because then like we could believe in what we're investing our time in, right? But yeah, like, you know, of course a lot of players are going to look at Stormgate. Of course a lot of players are going to look at Zero Space. I think a lot of players look more at Stormgate than Zero Space because Zero Space hasn't really revealed its like any esports intentions properly yet. But like even Battle Aces, dude, if David Kim comes in and says, "Yo, dog, wow, 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 we decided we're going to try to have a pro scene too," of course people are going to explore that. I mean, for a start, it's a bloody fun game. But it's like, Age of Empires, I've been over this, cannot afford to support more than a few people. If I didn't have the events I work as a caster, I would have had to have left the scene a long time ago. But even the events I work as a caster, like so I think people don't clock with it. What I mean by like I don't make enough money is like between doing all this content creation and then doing those tournaments, I don't cover my bill still. Like, because it's not like EGC's running a tournament every single weekend. And even if they were, and this isn't EGC's fault, it's just the size of the scene, they can't afford to pay more. Compared to if I was working in one of the biggest scenes I've worked on in the past, I'm getting like a third of my day rate. Like, anyone who questions my love for Age of Empires, think about that, right? I bled for that game. Have you seen any of their dev updates? I haven't really looked at their dev updates, no. I noticed they dropped one the other day, but I didn't read it. Is there anything big, anything curious I should know about? It's actually, like, one thing I will say, really big shout out to them. It's really cool to see them doing this so frequently. So here you go, guys. They are, like, on their Reddit, they just, like, they drop dev updates constantly on what they're doing, which is really cool to see. Like, these are the type of comms that if this was there with Age of Empires 4, a lot of us would have had more faith and kept faith. But, like, even behind closed doors, this type of comms isn't there. So talking about making turrets viable, anti-air units. Like, I wish we had this type of communication. It's so smart by them. What the hell? I love that. Making the count systems more intuitive. As in, like, more clear and apparent, I guess, then? And a bit more potent. I'm trying to think what we do now. Damn, the only downside here, guys, there's no option to watch live games unless you're in lobby. Big Saj. I am leaving AoE4? Did someone do that? Are you saying that I should do that? But yeah. People are exploring other things, and like I said, I don't blame them. I don't think anyone should hate content creators for looking at other things as well. Like, if you like the people, support them. Maybe you would have preferred they hang around with AoE4, but like, I think someone that gets like slept on a lot is if someone can't afford to like get by, like, even if they stayed committed to your game, a few months from now, they'll like be homeless, so they won't be able to commit to your game, right? It's just like, I don't know. If you support content creators, support them, is my advice. Splash small, big splash, and making units damage reflect that more. Ah, okay, that's cool. Damage reflect is interesting, man. I'll be curious to that. Wait, they're gonna make bombers counter big units instead of being good against like loads of small units. That's kind of surprising. AOM gang? I mean, AOM's like a small margin as well, right? And there's already some creators that are gonna go there, but we'll see. Like I think I've had this discussion too many times with AOM. AOM will do fine. Will it be a big burgeoning esports scene that can support me? Probably not. I will keep my finger in the pie and we'll see how it goes and we'll swirl around and see what the mix is made of. But I'm not going to go full hog, send it with that kind of crap, right? Like, even if I'd done that on YouTube already, I wouldn't, like, it would have just got buried compared to, like, Drongo stuff, right? So, yeah, we'll see. Like I said, I think Age of Myth will do fine. I don't think it's going to be the next big esports title, but I don't think it's aiming to be. But like I'm a content creator, but I'm also an esports commentator and host with half a decade of experience working in large-scale broadcasts, being good enough at that job to make a living full-time off of that job. And if Myth can't provide that, then of course, like I'm not going to ham hog 40 hours a week into it. KP streaming AoE4 once a week plus other games is better than KP not streaming. Exactly. Right. Like I said, I'm not banning AoE4 entirely. I just the flat thing that and I don't know. I don't know if people just misunderstood this. Like I was in Waba's chat the other day. I don't know if she was teasing me. She's like, "I thought you said the game's dying." It's like, no, I didn't say that at all. I said the game's not in a great place. Its future is questionable, and I can't afford to spend my entire like week focused on Age of Empires. Like, guys, I went and worked I worked a game in a scene that brings in, so like the other week I worked a game. I'm not gonna give specific numbers, but I'll say this: I worked a game in a different scene that its tournament drew not even a, I'd say not even a 20th of EGC's viewership, and I earned more. Right? It's just realistic. It's like I reached out to one of my friends about if he has any contacts in traditional TV presenting, right? And like a need for those type of people. Because what I've realized is I have a skill set. And I love esports. And if I could just do esports and make plenty of money there to get by and beyond and be cozy and set up a retirement fund, then I'd do it. But like right now I can't. So I'm like, if there's traditional TV in some role that makes sense, of course I want to do it. Because I was talking to people the other day about this. Like I actually think esports commentary has eclipsed traditional commentary. Right? Like your football commentators compared to your CS commentators. I'd take the Counter-Strike commentators personally. And I'm hoping to lock that in Blitzkrieg. I'm waiting to hear back about something competitive related to AoE4 that would help figure out the schedule. So that we could have like a tournament day in the week for AoE4. So what do you guys want? Do you want more? Do you want some of the American games? We can do some of the American games here. Let me check the Alpha Navigator Cup to see what was popping with America. America, duck, yeah. And this, by the way, this tournament is happening again, 10th and 11th. So reminder, probably no stream tomorrow. If it does happen, it's impromptu because I've got to sort some things behind the scenes. I've actually got to clean this room for a start, and then I've got to do some real life things. And I'm probably going to go and do some rock climbing because I haven't been rock climbing like 3 weeks because of my injury. But then on Saturday, what we'll do is we'll catch the American regions in its Swiss format. And then Sunday, we'll look to catch both America and EMEA. Okay? That's just because on Saturday, like every single weekend for God knows how many weeks, I've been antisocial. So I'm going to catch up with my best friend. And then, like I said, on Monday as well, we've got to go and get some suits fitted for his wedding. So like no stream Monday, but Saturday late and Sunday we should make up for that. A Wonder game for NA. Dude, I'm so disappointed to this day by Wonders. Like, can we all be real as a community? Does anyone think Wonders is a cool end game state for Age of Empires? I've never liked it personally. And I think I've been honest about this since like day one. It's like It's essentially a super weapon, but it's the most underwhelming super weapon ever. It's a super weapon that takes 15 minutes to just immediately win the game. Right? It forces an endgame state, I'll give it that. But it's like, you know, compare it to, for example, in Red Alert 2, you build a freaking nuclear silo, and 5 minutes later you drop a nuke on someone. It's like, oh, yeah. And like, yeah, Age of Myths Wonders just feel better as well. It's almost the same as Sacred Sites. Yeah, but like Sacred Sites, I mean, it's 10 minutes instead of 15, and it's accessible much earlier, right? And in fairness, I feel like the thing with Sacred Site victories versus Wonder victories, oftentimes I feel like Sacred Site victories, the way that they come around, is more exciting than Wonder victories. What I mean by that is like Wonders almost feel like it's a race to try and break the Wonder, and then like the game's still not going to be over potentially. And sometimes like it's the inevitability where it's obvious that they're going to lose their Wonder, but you still have to wait 5 minutes, sort of thing. It's kind of weird. All right, let me have a look at the American region, rather. I'm seeing who we've got here. I'd love to see some Bosse versus Mixu, actually. You versus Mixu is very helpful, whoever done that. Big shout out to that person. Oh, Jesus. When you can't be asked to rename. What we got here? We can do Mixu versus Bosse. Let's do Mixu versus Bosse. Thought my game crashed for a second, good lord. Yeah, agreed. I'd rather Wonder just gives you something big to end the game. Like, the advantage of a Wonder is, congrats, you now spent all this resource to defend for 15 minutes. Which has always felt kind of weird to me. Alright. Might have to make this last one, we'll see. Drops for Stormgate? Yes, there should be. That's a fair point, actually. I keep forgetting to add that back. Drops enabled. Thank you. Good reminder. Yeah, I'll assess whether we've got more time off this one. Let's see how long this one's going to be, though. Yo! Oh, wait. Look at that. We can rewind. We don't have to, like, exit the game and restart. Oh, my God. What a feature. Could you imagine? That sounds so difficult to implement. Sorry, I'm a sassy little goose today. All right, let me get that ready. Right? That's such an advanced, like, feature. Oh my God, it's happening. We found it. The rare occurrence, the equivalent of a blood moon here. A Vanguard player in esports. God, these are a rare breed right now. Welcome back to Stormgate action, folks. We've got Mixu versus Bosse in the American Tank Cup here. I believe this was semi-finals, so pretty deep in. Best of threes, game number 1. And it's the classic map, the one we're all used to, the very first map most of us would have experienced here. So Bosse has been pretty damn impressed with the Infernals, one of the top players. Mixu used to be an absolute beast on the Vanguard. I just haven't caught him since the early months of the year. So curious to see how he performs now. And glad to finally get to see some Vanguards in what so far has been non-stop Infernal and Celestial tournament games. It looks like he actually goes to the Overcharge, so straight out for the second base. Remember, Overcharge, it buffs the stats on your bobs. They become very tanky with a 50% damage reduction on the armor. And they also build substantially quicker. So yeah, looks like he's just going to ignore the threat. Okay, that's pretty smart. However, this was a classic move we saw on this map for a very long time, actually, towards the end of the last access. Shroudstone on the low ground to block out the second Luminite. Looks like the scout did actually munch on the farms, on the plants here. Hexen. He's going to get chased away. An immediate Rax follow-up here, so Lancers will be on the way soon. Lancers are really good against Hexens. Hexens have 6 damage, so they do practically no damage to Lancers due to the high armor. Might end up costing him a bit. No, I think he's actually mostly micro this pretty on point. Brute is going to arrive now. That might be a bigger problem, though. The Shroudstone is up. Needs to be careful not to lose the infested Bob here. Ah, doesn't that feel good? Dude, he looks so happy right now. Like, yes, massage me. All right, sick defense. Sentry post now on the way. And this is actually cool. You could put the dog inside for the scan. You don't want that. But you could put a Bob in, and then you could just heal all these guys. I think that's what he's aiming for. Instead, he gets the jackpot. Hexen goes down. You could not ask for more here. Fiend also going to get sniped out. And immediately, Bob goes inside, so you now have a repair crew here. That's pretty smart. So you could even realistically have just been, like, repairing all the ninja Bobs as they, like, gather Lumi. But instead, of course, he's going to ungarrison. Sentry Post is going to be able to kept alive. Overcharge is still in effect, by the way. So that increase in damage is going to be a pain for the Shroudstone. Looks like the scout did go down. Bobs are going to have to peel back now. Ooh, talk about min-maxing it here. And remember, you can't repair that Shroudstone. So instead, Bosse is going to lose the forward tower. Okay, all in all behind this, though, we haven't really checked in on Bosse's base. He has got a second shrine up here. We got an additional production build coming. It's going to be the Conclave, so Gaunt's are getting on the way soon. Brutes are still unanswered for the moment, but that's about to change. Lancers are now on the way. You do need to be a little bit careful with those Lancers. They still end up getting clapped one-on-one by the brutish brutes. So usually you want to kind of scale a few more. You could realistically like drop an outpost here to stop more reinforcements, but it's quite a big amount of investment, right? Like you basically need to put all your Luminite into getting enough Lancers out. I think he is going to use the Bobs to defend as well. So Brute's being pretty low here. Remember, if you have to split into Fiends, it's really bad for you due to this. The Fortified Impaler doing the damage reduction of 2 means you kind of just tickle, right? So you don't want to be in that situation whatsoever. Looks like Lancer is going to be able to deal with one of those. Forces the split into Fiends. This is a lot of idle time on the workers, but I think this is always one of the fun things with Vanguards. I think their eco can be a lot more vulnerable to harassment. But at a high level, with the right micro, you can see how you can easily offset that. Still, that being said, it is a trade. All right, less eco working for you, more for your opponent because theirs is unharassed. Feed count is getting a little bit annoying here. You need to be careful of those like line formation hits, right? Looks like we are going to just get habitats added in. Interesting he didn't place it next to the racks for the eventual upgrade. I like to think of like forward planning, right? So you're able to get those buffs, but I think it's more about creating a blocker here so you can shove people through on the west side. It's just kind of curious because usually that blocker makes more sense when you have a sentry post over here. And there we go. So he's going to have the racks on the forward. We don't have any command center upgrade coming through. I'd be surprised by that. But down the line, remember, you can upgrade these habitats so that you can get more pop space out of them, but also boost your production buildings. Lancers. I'm going to start moving out for those camps. A mirrored move on the east side, though. We're actually seeing Bosse go for his own. He hasn't yet got the Infest, though, so this is just resources, no additional value. That's kind of interesting. Bosse usually prioritizes the Plague Axes quite early. I think he's worried about losing control of the camps, though. So if he doesn't come out early, his opponent might just munch them all up. He's going to get munched up. Nice grab on one of the dogs there. We do not have the Beryllium Claws yet. You can actually play Beryllium pretty effectively into squishy units like the Fiends, but I don't think that's going to be the priority here. Kinetic Redirection would make a lot more sense, especially now with Gaunts arriving. Second racks, or rather third being added in. And actually it's just going to be immediate play into Exos, so he's just looking for that switch. That's curious. I thought he might try to play more Lancers now that Gaunts are out, just because they kind of feed off that Kinetic Redirection, right? Remember, the way this works is every time you get attacked, you get attack and movement speed increases. And because the glaive bounces, you stack up a lot of extra movement speed. But instead, he just wants that Exo ball. Exos are kind of a controversial subject for some players right now. Some people don't like how powerful they are when they snowball in numbers, but they're kind of the only thing Vanguard has right now. So I see it as a necessary evil. Maybe that's just my bias as someone who likes playing Vanguard, but you got to give them something. And An interesting thing is in some ways at the moment, Vanguard Infernal does play a lot like your classic Terran versus Zerg from StarCraft, right? Like you're seeing a lot of these Infernal players typically trying to bolster their base count quicker, whereas Vanguards remain a little bit more condensed until they're safe to move out. Another thing as well is like it's a different style. It's not just about more bases for the Infernals. It's about the snowball effect from taking all the camps. I'm wondering actually, do we maybe get a tech coming soon? Yeah, Greater Strength's already in. And there we go. That's what I was looking for. Reaper's Rush on the way. So that's going to give him the 40% movement speed increase. It's kind of cool. It mirrors out the idea of the Exos with their Quick Draw. Remember, Quick Draw allows them to move faster when they attack. If I remember correctly, this used to be much worse, because I think it used to be you only moved faster when you were attacking towards someone, whereas now it's a lingering buff after you attack. So you can use it to disengage, basically. Which I think is a big part of what people don't like at the moment. Is a start step away to safety. Lancers in the front line. Infest Bomb will connect on the backside. Nice garrison on the outpost though, so Buzzsaw Cannon starting to shoot into this. Those bounces can be annoying, so you'll notice them backing away there. You just don't want to risk these bounces hitting the backline. Like, Brutes can kind of tank it, right? But it's actually your backline of Gaunts that will die too fast. So that will slow them down. Exo's poking for the high ground. Lancers hugging against the wall here. This is actually a pretty cool way to fight. The Buzzsaw's doing maximum damage now. Lancers are at least feeding over a few Fiends, but as long as the Exos aren't dying here, you're pretty content with this as Mixu. It's also the range differential, right? Like 7 range versus, I think, 6? Oh, sorry, yeah, 5. It's actually a really big difference. I thought it was just 1, it's 2. We have, however, now got Hellborns coming out from Mixu. From Bosso, rather. Interesting idea. Like, Exos are not renowned for their health pool. You already hit them for 50 base on the primary. Exos only have a 130. And that backsplash does add up. It's going to start hitting the buildings as well. It's kind of cool, the idea you just spread the Gaunt damage and then Hellborns can get the finishing touch, right? We have to remember, we're not yet at the point where we're seeing the medtechs come out, so you don't have any easy way of offsetting damage done here. So over time, these Exo masses kind of become a liability. Wonder if that's going to change soon, though. He's definitely teched up for it. Looks like Effigy's going to be used, so he just wants to get that little bit of Shroud health together. Imagine we're going to be looking at another dive attempt here. He needs to make a move soon. He knows it's free base after the sentry post was set up in the north. And Bosso hasn't really done anything convincing economically here. He stayed on free. He's going to look to march in. I just don't think this breaks. I think Bosso right now needs something extra. If there's more Hellborns in the way, it kind of makes sense, right? Like, we've got 2 so far. Scout Dog sees what's happening over here. So he knows how heavy he is on the Therium. So this should be kind of a tell sign that we're probably looking at more Hellborns. 2's not going to be enough to crack the egg yet. I think you want to be up to like 4 in these choke points. That's when it starts to feel good. He's going to try to poke anyway. Effigy on the high ground was bold. Immediately gets sniped down. You've got to be really careful on the retreats, because these type of retreats is how you lose the Hellborns, right? Gaunts will always get away. Your Siege not so lucky. And looks like there is going to be a back off here. Mixu hesitated a little bit there. Didn't have full vision on the high ground. The Shroudstone also a good last second defense there to guarantee Mixu doesn't want to rush out. But we have now got Hangar Bays coming, and this is going to be evac play. So we're probably looking at an Exo drop in the, what, the 4th? That's now coming online. That would be a sick read. He's been scanning over here, though, and he doesn't see any Shroudstones. So actually just wrapping around there could be a big deal. Needs to be careful in the center, though. Like, right now, Mixu doesn't have an overwhelming supply lead, but we do now have the medtechs. And this is the thing that was missing before, folks. With this in place, Gaunts, this is going to start to be their nightmare. Movement forward. Gaunt numbers are starting to shrink. Exos are spread. Don't want to give value to the Hellborn. It's going to be a concave assault coming in for the Gaunts, though. Medtechs trying to protect from the retreat. I'm going to get left behind here. But a better front liner than the Exos. We'll be able to absorb quite a few blows here. We'll be a back away in the end. Nicely done there. Splits the 1 Lancer so the Hellborn don't get maximum effect. But I think there's maybe a little bit of a misadjustment here by Mixu on his positioning. The Medtechs can front line, but not for long. And once they go down, all of a sudden, you're not going to have much ability to sustain here. We do, however, now have a Vulcan switch up. Now remember, Vulcans, pretty good at shredding unarmored units here. Very low base damage, but when your opponent has 0 armor, they're going to melt to this. So pretty cool read. Love to see the switch up. And remember, they do attack in a line formation. The challenge here is going to be getting deep enough, fast enough. I think the other issue that I have, that I take issue with here for Mixu, is the Hellborn count is kind of getting scary. And if you start trickling in Vulcans, they can get sniped one by one. So I think what we're probably looking at here is the bigger priority is to get a transport ship going and then just drop the Vulcans into the enemy base. In fact, that's exactly what we're looking at. Evacs have 2 stacked inside. We've actually got a 4th base coming up. Oof, not a safe one though. Luckily you can cancel for full rate. It's one of the benefits that Vanguards have, so we'll just scrap it. Vulcans are going to play out though. Charges forward, that is going to force the retreat. Vulcans continue to pressure, but the Hellborn snipes are coming in. Low HP on both the Vulcans, so we're probably going to see a retreat here. Remember, you can heal these guys. They are mechanical units. So Bobs could even come across and do that on the front. Shroudstone is going to get denied, so new command center attempt coming in here. I love this as well. Check what's happening. Bose, he's sniping the trees so you can see his enemy. In fact, can we check the vision? No, we can't. Don't look at that. My instinct was click eyeball. Vulcans. Able to shove this away again. Bose is up to 5 base. I think he needs better units though, right? I'm glad we're seeing Magmadons coming through now because the exo count is getting big. Push comes in. Shroudstone on the high ground. And we have got the debuff aura, so the reduced movement speed, a big deal here. Vulcan's just trying to shove through, but I don't think it's going to be good enough. He has to back away here. Good hold in the choke point by Bose. Magmadons now pushing out. In the meantime, Bobs are getting sniped, but the command post will go up. Feels like the evacs are struggling to just kite this perfectly. Starting to get a feeling this game is slipping away from Mixu. He's going to push in again. I just think he doesn't have an issue to the Hellborn here, though. It doesn't have an answer. Issue words today. There's just simply no answer, right? Like, he needs to find something that's able to poke at them. Atlas play doesn't really work out here. Like, just some sort of airborne unit. We have got Atlases coming through. But remember, Atlases have less range, if I remember correctly, than the Hellborn. No, sorry, 2 more range. But the difference is that you have to deploy to use that, right? So you're wholly reliant on the evac play. Oh, God, and if you get hit like this, picks it up just in time. I don't know, I'm actually, like, I'm pretty convinced by the Hellborns right now. It's not easy to do. And we have got the Bat Boys coming in now. So Shadow Flies, he's trying to snipe out the evac. Can he get it, though? 2 left over. Wait, is this? No, this is, they've changed this. This is different now. Huh? I missed that change. My apologies. No, it is the same. Okay. For some reason, they removed the damage stat. But he needs to hit 4, I think, to get an evac kill. Probably, possibly 5. Hellborn shot still coming in as well. I mean, these defenses have kept him alive, the repairs, but they're now starting to be sniped. I feel like this is just brute force now. Bose, it's a 40 supply lead. Stant defense is trying to hold on for the time being. I think you just target down the Repair-O-Matic, at which stage the Atlases become pretty flimsy. Effigy is going to be spawned, so extra Shroud health to work with on the Hellborns. There's going to be a temp reset here. The Gaunt's now starting to move up in the high ground. Double Atlas trying to keep it alive. Repair-O-Matic down to 75 HP. A low ground drop comes in and a mistake made there. Mixu! He slips. Atlas goes down. Only 1 left alive. Big hit on the Gaunts though. The problem here at this stage, Gaunt's so easily replaceable when you're sitting on 6 base. Hellborn's now pivoting south side. I mean, hell, you could even try for the shot. Notice that Mixu's trying to bait the attention onto the Atlas, by the way, because Hellborns have such a long wind-up. You can bait their shot and then pick up the Atlas to take no damage. It's really cheesy, really powerful. You need to be very careful about that pickup time now that Shadowfly count is starting to rise. Mixu Is he trying to claim the south base now? He is. Okay, so we're going up to 4 base. Remember, he lost that attempted expansion on the north side. And there's still room for that additional play over here for Bose. It's kind of funny, right? Like, in a lot of ways, this matchup does kind of play how usually, I'd say, see Zerg and Terran play out. Where the Infernals are the more aggressive party, right? Shadow flies. Ooh, nice snipe down. Gets them all. Bob shifting to the south side now. Double Atlas will make Bose think twice about this. And credit to Mixu. What was a gap of, what, like 50 supply? It's now down to 40. It's shrinking. It's going to be a sneak out attempt. Was trying for an additional base in the south. That is going to be blocked. And now, Supercharge is going to have to be activated. Didn't want to risk the burst damage coming in there. That would have been a lot of Fiends and a lot of death. Atlases, have they overextended? Hellborns, look for the snipes. Atlases are going to be picked up and dropped off. Gaunt count being brought low here. Mixu starting to even up the distance on population. Pushes in for the Hellborns. We've got a switch into Weavers now. We'll be able to pull 1 or 2 back here. But the Hellborns, I think they've done enough here. Look at the backstab. The supply count is dropping fast. Just enough Gaunts left over. The Bob Supercharge is running out soon. I think that might be it. Mixu, an admirable attempt to push out here, but he doesn't have transport control anymore. The Atlases are getting left behind, and this game has been resolved. GG is going to get called. Bose will take game 1. Damn, looking like the Bussa in this one. That was a beastly performance out of him, actually. Like, I was impressed. I thought for a second Mixu was just going to crack him. It looked like he was finally ready to push out, but great pivot, great reaction. Nice split on the force. I think more than once, Bose got some really beneficial concaves there that kind of fed an advantage over. I think inevitably what kind of happened here, what we saw is Bose understanding that like map control dictates game. So what he essentially was doing is just saying, okay, I don't need to necessarily come into you. You're eventually going to need to come out for more resources. So good read to play the map and not overextend there. Does put Bose up a game and on match point. So let me just load game number 2 now. New update looks slick. Oh, sick rubber? What new update? Yeah, you tell him, Solero. Where's this update, huh? 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 There ain't a new update. Nice try. Could you imagine them updating OE4? What? Would be nice. Don't know why they still haven't dropped the patch. Alright. Let's get ready for the next game. It's time for game number 2 of Mixu versus Bose here in the American region of the Tank Cup number 14. Mixu looked like he was so close to being able to weather that storm, hold that defense, but great starvation strategies by Bose, proving that attrition warfare is the way. Let's see what's going to change up in game number 2. Does Mixu try to take a more defensive format, or are we now going to see an aggressive turn? Rack's opening coming in very early here suggests that Mixu might be looking to counter offense this time. Bose, he's already playing a greedy boy game. We've got a shrine on the way. Okay, that I did not expect. It's intriguing, actually. Like, Bose didn't even try to scout to see what his opponent was up to whatsoever. So now Mixu has to rush like a bat out of hell, right? Oh, wow. Yeah, no, he's going for it as well. We've got a sentry post drop. Wait, this is a scout rush. Okay, I have not seen a good old scout rush in a while. For those that do not remember how this play works, you rush for Rillium Claws to rapidly accelerate your damage, free Xing it, and then you have a mid-map sentry post with a scout inside, a Bob inside rather, that can repair, because Bobs in outposts turn it into a repair. And scouts, despite their dogly appearance, have been cybernetically enhanced enough that they count as a mechanical unit, which means they can be repaired. Damn. I haven't seen this one in a while. I still remember this one being played in one of the internal tournaments where I believe it was Monk used it against his opponent. Looks like the Hexen is on the way. Ooh, does lose the scout, though. Not ideal. So Fiend giving over. Luckily, he will eventually have Beryllium Claws. And remember, that's super effective against light units. Light units can be classed as ones that have this tag here. But the easy way to think of what light units are, it's basically the armor class. If they have 0 armor, they're definitely light. And that does include imps, by the way. What's Bob up to? Okay, he's got the chop through. So this is going to be a camp pull towards the sentry post, I guess. Maybe? That's going to reset him, though. Shadow Demon does get infected, so he doesn't want to feed over a Fiend. And we have actually... Okay, so guys, I thought it was going to be Beryllium Claws. It's not. It is going to be a full mech play, so it will still utilize this outpost, but we now have Hedgehog production on the way for Mixu. I think Hedgehogs have found their place as a more useful unit. They felt really underwhelming for a very long time. At first, they felt broken, then they felt kind of underwhelming. But this is the unit that is able to kind of drive by, shoots its rockets, and then, as you can see by the definition, it then takes time to reload. They did also add that deployability, so it's anti-air as well. But I usually find the anti-air element, at least in the games I've seen, a little bit underwhelming. But luckily, when you're playing against Infernals, the anti-air doesn't usually matter, because if they somehow have a Flayed Dragon, you have bigger issues, right? Okay, so Bussa, definitely economically in a better position. Mixu needs to make his move soon. Without Beryllium Claws, I don't think you're that scary for these Fiends. We still don't have a Biokinetics lab either. It's an expensive investment. It looks like Mixu's now, after a delay, going for a second base. Meantime, Hedgehog's going to poke in. If you can get the Hex and kills, pretty damn good here. Scouts are going to engage with it. But, oh my god, he can't get the kill! Okay, that's expensive. I think he's going to end up losing a lot of scouts here. One Hedgehog's not going to be enough to stop this. It's going to be moving already. The Infest comes out. And that is going to be the effigy committed to. GG called. Mixu caught with his hand in the eco bar as he's trying to play aggro here. And as a result, Bose will make it a very quick 2-0. Whew. Yeah, kind of a brutal one there in the end, actually. What could Mixu have done different here? I think he's pretty committed to the play. Like, going the second base kind of feels gluttonous. Maybe Beryllium Claws could have worked better. It's so difficult, though. Like, you know, Brutes don't really care about Beryllium Claws as much. But you can kind of wipe out everything else. It's kind of a tough one, though, because you're always in a situation where Scouts are pretty flimsy. They die pretty quick. So there's a risk you're just going to feed over Fiends. Like, you might kill a few and then you just replace a few, right? So, yeah. Maybe if you added in 1 or 2 Lancers, it kind of gives him a bit of a front line. That might work better. I think it's just a tough game overall, though. Okay. Weighing up whether we keep going. Because we do have... Let me have a look. Dude, where's the bracket? I can't see the bracket. Bracket. So, looking at this, there is a player on the other side called Myosotis. God, that's a weird name. Yo, what's up, Yaki? Can you give me a quick overview on Racer's gameplay? Yeah, so definitely quite StarCraft/Warcraft inspired. In a lot of ways, a lot of the civs kind of fit an in-between of those two. So, like, for example, Vanguard, I guess I'd say it's something between Terran and... I don't know what the other one is, I'd say. Maybe Night Elf? I'm not sure if that... No, Terran and Human, right? Obvious. Then you've got the Infernals that's somewhere between what you get from Zerg and what you'd get from, like, the Undead. And then I'd say the Celestials are between the Protoss and probably more the Night Elves. Oh, that's Percival. Got you. But yeah, it's a pretty fun game in the 1v1 environment. There are heroes outside of the campaign. You can play with the heroes in the co-op. And there are rumors that that is going to be a big piece of the team games as well. Because something that I'm quite inspired by is that they aren't just copy and pasting team games in to the like in from the 1v1 style, right? So 1v1 is going to be very different to team play. So I'm quite excited for that. But right now, I'd say like the co-op's kind of okay. The big sell point right now, the thing that works really well, is the versus. The versus is really cool, really fun. Yeah, I've got these free civs. I am a big Vanguard boy. Love me Vanguards. No one has built Hell Carriers yet, so I'm disappointed. All right, should we do... Let's see. I guess we could do the Percival games, right? So semifinals, Luolis versus Percival. Yes, Vanguard get dogs. They get cyber dogs. They're half bio, half mechanical. Whoop, whoop. Which is very useful, actually. So, let's see. Who did we say we've got here? Is going to be Luolis versus Percival. But we'll call him by whatever he's got in name so like it shows correctly. All right, he's called himself, like it's, yeah, a non-readable name. So what we'll do is we'll put... Is it Percival with an A or an E? All right, let's switch into game. And then... Is that correct? Yes, it's Percival with an A. Time for more tournament games, folks. Welcome back to Tank Cup America. We have got a treat on our hands here. Luolis in the blue going up against Percival in the red. It's going to be an Infernal versus Vanguard matchup. Now, this is intriguing, actually, because I've been promised that Percival is going to be my best bud. Because apparently, he is one hell of a Vanguard player. And those are a rare commodity, as rare as diamonds at this point, actually, in the Stormgate scene. So, definitely excited to see what's going to be happening here. This is best of 3 in the semifinals, so pretty deep in the runnings. I believe we have, as Bosse is waiting for a grand final showdown with one of these two players. And looks like we are going to be kicking off a Secluded Grove. I always find Secluded Grove quite a fun map, because although it can sometimes get campy, the way it styles itself around campy play is like this forceful fight over the center of the map. So, you know, I think there's a balance point that's always going to be challenging to deal with about how good this central position is. But I at least like that the highest value point in the game to claim is in the center of the map. Right? I hate these ones that sit in a corner. Even if it's the opposite corner to where you start, it's still much easier to defend than center map. So we have actually got a Lancer opening coming out. So Rax is already... Usually, like, when you see Lancer opening like this, I guess you can kind of try to pressure the main, but afterwards you have to fall back, right? Like, realistically, Brutes should be beating Lancers. Unless... Did they change it recently? I think it's still the same. Yeah, because it's 30 damage versus 10, right? It's a really tough fight to win. I mean, in theory, with a range advantage, you can sort of outpoke Brutes. But it can feel very easy to just overextend a lot of the time. Especially once you go past like 3 or 4 Lancers. We might be doing that. Second Lancer already in. Third coming through soon. Scout is already looking to check on the main. Remember, he has got the Howl, so you can check onto the high ground. Actually, I think if you Howl here, I'm trying to remember if you can reach the Therium. I think it's quite close. Instead, he's going to come home. Hexen forced to retreat. That means the Brute is going to be thrown away. Okay, so pretty nice here, right? Infest runs out. Lancer can actually just kite away. Brute is not going to be able to get the kill. Effigy is going to get summoned, but I don't think it was really worth it there. Might be able to still mop up the Lancer with the Fiends. Oh, no. He just about gets it. A little bit of panic in the end there coming out from Percival. But overall, a worthwhile trade, right? He still has some mid-map momentum, but the bigger issue I'm seeing right now is Percival hasn't gone for a second at all. He's still playing one base. Are we going to be going for a tech up is what I'm wondering. Like, with this many people on Therium, could this just be a command center rush? I don't think I've seen that very often at the moment. The time being, it's just going to be continued Lancer production, but with the amount of Therium he's holding on to, there's got to be a transition coming in soon. And I think it's just going to be the second. Okay, yeah, Bob's being pulled, so second command coming in soon. On the other side, Luolis already has theirs online. Of course, remember, you can very quickly flood that secondary off of the main's production of imps. Very chill start to this game, though. In fairness, in this matchup, typically the Infernal player has to be leading on bases, right? So as long as you're not too far behind here, I don't mind the position for Percival. From what I've been hearing, I haven't been able to catch many of them because Celestials are everywhere, but apparently like 2-base Vanguard is still really good. It's a pretty cozy way to play. So he's going to be camp play now. Remember, he has got the Infest, so he can start kind of snowballing a few of these Fiends. Behind this, I'm not really seeing what the next step is yet out of Luellus. We haven't got any Ritual Chamber. Oh, as soon as I say that, there we go. Ritual Chamber down the way. So we're probably looking at Gaunts getting upgraded, maybe? I don't think you want that against Lancers. Realistically, you probably are looking more towards a switch like Magmadons down the line. Because the issue is when you go Lancers versus Gaunts, Gaunts getting the Infest isn't as handy for those fights. It can be good if you're just trying to dodge the fights and take the camps, though, right? Because that's how you kind of spread your Infest and snowball your feed and count. Looks like we have got the Command Center upgrade coming in. So, okay, switch up on the way. Question is it just straight up rushing towards Exos? I mean, we don't have the biokinetics yet, so I doubt it. How good is Lancer med tech? So I'm thinking the armor is pretty powerful, right? Especially if you rush into the techs. Camp's getting cleared. So a little bit of Lumi going the way of red. Looks like we're going to get the third base now set up by Luellus. Ah. Has it, Ricky? No, I don't think we got biokinetics. No bio. Oh, sorry, you're right. I'm an idiot. Yeah. I gotta get used to natural term. My brain immediately thinks primary. You're correct. My eyes are blind. Okay, so we've got kinetic redirection on the way. Yeah, this is gonna be Exo plus Lancer spam. Kinetic redirection is kind of wild here, folks. Like, his opponent has gone for quite a lot of Gaunts, and they have very low base damage. Remember, they only hit for 6, and 2 of that is mitigated by the Fortified Impaler. Looks pretty cozy. I think the annoying thing when you fight with Gaunts like this as well is it's very hard to not end up feeding the movement speed and attack speed on Lancers. Exos also have better range, right? Like, we're talking about 7 range versus the 5. So it's not like you can just say, oh, I'll just target his Exos. I'll kill them instead. Basically means you're aping into a line of Lancers. So you kind of have to address that front line. Camp's now being taken. I'm wondering maybe we have Magmadons on the way soon. No, he's just going Plague Axes, so he's looking to kind of snowball the Fiend count. I mean, Fiend's pretty flimsy on the damage, right? Like, similar to the Gaunts, you're not going to kill Lancers quick. If anything, you're going to feed them. I think we have got, what, third base now being set up. Luellus did actually go for an unorthodox third here, right? Like, I say unorthodox. We've seen a lot of these more safe kind of driven ones, but like in this game, he wants more Furium, I think is what he's aiming for here. Because now that it's Lancers, you need something that hits harder, right? Like Hellborns can make sense, quite expensive. I still like the idea of just Magmadons. Gives you quite a brutish front line. I guess brutes do that. Wait for it. Yep, that was such a crap joke. It needed that big of a delay. So far we have got quick draw in and kinetic. I feel like medtech's quite valuable to get on a slight delay here. Maybe the thought process is that Percival can dodge fights and play off of the healing auras, so he doesn't need to rush into medtech. Because like compared to these two units, medtech's quite slow from what I've been seeing. So when you get forced to retreat, they can sometimes get left behind. Moving in though. Percival sees an opportunity. Luellus is going to be there to mirror it. Magmadon is out, so that's going to be forced to retreat. A little bit of poke damage coming in here, but you can see the Shroud is just so powerful for this. So good choice. Percival doesn't take a bad engagement here. Just respects the risk here. Backs away, and I imagine now we're going to be looking at a new unit. Yeah, Medtech's now coming through. This is really important, actually. That Lancer line can get insanely defensive, insanely effective with its defense, with Medtech's backing it up. Nice bait on the Magmaton, though. Let's give me a forward effigy. You have to be a little bit hesitant about taking this fight. Like, even though numbers are with Luellus, whenever you see Magmadon on cooldown, the Vanguard player is going to see an opportunity to strike here. Speaking of which, a little sneak in here on the north. It's like Imps could actually be sniped down. So nice little raid with the Exos. Needs to find, I'd say, about 6 Imps to make it worthwhile, unless he gets all these boys out. And Micro is on point, so Army's going to arrive now. But remember, that Exo buff lasts a bit. Will allow him to disengage from the mass. So great fight there. Great little engagement. Gets a few worker kills. Idles out the rest. Like, behind this, I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing a move for a 4th. He definitely has the eco for it. Either that or we're looking at maybe some sort of mech play coming down the line. And yeah, there you go. Hangar Bay now being dropped in. So we are going to be seeing a switch up. Mech Bay as well. So this is going to be the Vulcan drop. Okay. So he's basically forcing Luolis into a position where he has to attack soon. Lancers. I'm going to try to poke in here. The Fest Bomb does connect, though. I think right now, like, if you're in Percival's position, you are uncomfortable with the count of Exo. You've got a lot of med techs. You're kind of leaning pretty hard on the Lancers, but you don't have something to kind of follow through. Now the Stampede coming through. Magmadon's a nice strike in there. Flat Cannon is going to make Luolis think twice about the dive. Now, the awkward thing about the Hangar Bay is, like, you can't think about some, like, Hornets. Hornets are not as great at attacking ground anymore, and there are a lot of Gaunts. So this just has to be probably a few Vulcans to defend, and then you want to get 1 or 2 in a delay into a transport and send them around the back. Vulcan. Pretty sure Bubble Shield was already used. Okay, came off cooldown. So going to stand his ground. Damage heavily reduced right now, and this is not ideal. Percival just tanking the world right now with 1 unit. Will fail the dash away. Oh no. In fairness, though, it killed quite a lot. The bad news is what's following this up. Luolis with almost a 40 supply lead now. Unfortunately, the fight didn't go the right way, right? I liked what happened there. Luolis didn't just A-click everything into the north. He split the fight. Admittedly, kind of a weird exchange to offer up to that 1 Vulcan. He could have just backed away, but still had enough to overwhelm the east side. Now these fights are getting a little bit more sticky, a little bit more punishing. Magmadon stomps coming in, Lancer count getting low, and it's just pretty much Exos left over to defend with. I think Percival's probably going to be forced towards Atlases. They are now on the way. So this is kind of his wipe the slate clean opportunity, right? Good Atlas positioning and sniping out a bunch of these Gaunts could kind of reset the game. And we don't have the Reaper's Rush yet, so very difficult to dodge those shots easily. We also already have the evac here. So this is where he's going to try to sweep him up. Come on, post. Being built over here. Bobs? What? Well, that's not ideal. He's trying to rush out behind it. Looks like the command post. It's going to be tight here. Bobs. They can't do it. It's going to be a forced cancel. 200 HP short. Now remember, you can wait until the bitter end and then just cancel it out. Get as much back as possible. Huh? Wait, did he cancel that? I don't think he did. I think there's a delay sometimes in the eco count. It looks like he just let it go down. Okay, expensive loss there. In a game where you're already so far behind. Atlas shot's coming in, but this ain't easy, folks. He's going to drop on the other side of the tree line. Great dodge coming in with the Gaunts there. Looks like enough time has passed that Reaper's Rush is in. And that could easily be set for game 1. It's going to try to push in down the backside. Moves away from the Atlas. Will force the redeploy, but the snipe comes in. Evac goes down. Luolis finds the timing. And Percival now in full retreat. A second Atlas comes out, but no evac play yet. Luolis in a very confident position now. Goes for the base drop in the center of the map. It's going to be 4 versus the 3. And kind of an overwhelming advantage here. Just so many losses at this stage for Percival. It's difficult to see what the easy way out is now. Great timing attack there as well. Like, usually trying to brute force Gaunts like that is very risky. They're very flimsy. They die fast to Atlases. But you got the surround from both sides and just forced this completely uncomfortable position for Percival to find himself in. Percy, not quick to give up. Has still got those Atlas drops going, right? As long as he doesn't get overwhelmed, he could do a lot of work here. Needs to be careful of the Gaunts. That movement speed. Dangerous opponent. In fact, they're chasing up in. Oh, they get a snipe! I don't think he got both Atlases out there. I think one was still in the evac, so it looks like he lost one. What a timing there on the Shadow Flyers. Big switch up here. So all of a sudden, the artillery holding you hostage doesn't really exist anymore. In fact, there's a big risk here. The evac picks up, could get sniped down. Magmadons with the poke. Nice hit on the Gaunts. South side, there is a chase on. Gaunts are getting caught out in the corner against the Lancers. Shadowfly is chasing across, though. They're looking for that moment where the evac attempts to redeploy. Instead, it's playing with the Magmadons. Which sounds a lot more friendly and gleeful than it is. Lawless moves forward, though. Evac gets sniped. Okay, that has to be it. Atlases are going to go down. We'll have the bubble shield. It's going to buy some time here, but with no evac on the way, you've got no saving grace. Lancers are coming in for a backstab here. Magmadon is going to go down, but Siege being lost, and this game beginning to snowball. Percival looks like he's on the ropes here, and I believe Luolus is already hunting forward for an extra evac. He won't find it. GG gets called. Luolus opens with a win for the Infernals. And that's cool, actually. Like, it's kind of crazy how Atlases can sometimes draw you back from the brink of death, right? Like, that many Gaunts, you just think the game is over, but looked dicey for a moment. Just good read, though. Good timing. Love the Gaunt interception on the first evac, and I think the follow-up didn't miss, right? The Shadow Flyer timing just kind of caught Percival off guard. He didn't really seem to have any sort of back recourse. I didn't see him having, for example, Hornets on the way that can maybe try to intercept. It doesn't feel great anyway, right? Like, maybe if he had a few outposts on the high ground with some flat cannons, that could have recovered his game. But let's get ready for game number 2. Job's done. That's tasty. Good old cookies and cream. Wait, are they the correct colors? Nope, they switched. Of course they switched. They always switch. There we go. Let's go. Welcome back to the semi-finals here for the American region of Tank Cup number 14. Luolus already now on match point in the red. Percival, nothing but perfection from here on out. A best of 3. No mistakes allowed for anymore. Can the Vanguard keep the dream alive? Can they make me proud? Or do we continue into the depths of despair where Infernal and Celestial OP? Let's find out. Luolus already moving in very early on with the Hexen to defend himself. Looks like the Scout actually is his big priority here. Kind of surprised by that. I feel like often it does not surely feel better for the Hexen to just go attack the enemy. Let's get the second spawn. Damn, okay, so Percival maybe a little bit overzealous there. Let's see if he was doing something to make this worthwhile. Looks like he was. He was buying time. Okay, so this starts to feel like it's intentional. When I see someone throw a Scout like that, you know that the Hexen's going to cut you, right? I think he wanted that, because now it's just going to turn into a 2-base, which I'd say typically is better for Vanguard. Right? Like, Vanguard usually are forced to be more defensive and struggle to get those secondary bases, but at this pacing, he doesn't even need to do something like rushing up an outpost first. Which means it's just all free economy, baby. Luolus does at least have the Iron Vault coming in. So just brutes. I think you can just set up an outpost to defend that though, right? Rax has already been dropped. Like, if he scouts it, maybe you just open up another scout as Percival to see what your opponent is up to. I haven't seen much of this map so far, by the way. Like, the center point does intrigue me as a short ramp to your opponent. I just don't feel like it makes a grand deal of difference. Like, wasn't this a previous map they had that they rejigged? Was this the one that had the big, like, trunk, wooden trunk in the center? Because it looks very similar to that one. I just remember that one wasn't very popular. Looks like Hexen is looming. Okay, so it's actually not going to be an outpost at all. Ah, so this is Titan's Causeway. I knew it. There we go. Yeah, this definitely feels like a better version of Causeway then. We've seen like one game on it so far. I like the layout though. The value point in the center is kind of cooler. The logic being is you can't get that short ramp for free, right? You have to chop through. And there's the sentry post. We're waiting for this. Bobs are going to have to tank. Overcharge isn't going to save all of them, though. One does go down. But they'll be able to rush this up, right? And yeah, now with the sentry post online, I'm imagining Llewellyn is going to have to back up here. Percival, good micro, just trying to minimize the losses. Dive continues, though, and I'm a little bit surprised by this. Yeah, because we've got an immediate Exo play. Okay, sick choice. Okay, I honestly think, like, at this point, Exos used to be a meme, I feel like, in the Outpost at the start of the year. A lot of the time, it felt better to have Lancer. Now, I just think this is better, man. The flak defense is just so strong. So, yeah, what a play. Biokinetics in a rush, saving him from getting a little bit cooked here. And now we actually have the quick draw on the way. So, probably just going to see some Exo spam. Which I like here. Like, your opponent hasn't gone for Gaunts. So there's not really a value point to doing Lancers yet. Like, if you just do Lancers, they'll lose to Brutes. And we got a greedy third. Llewellyn going for the double Luminite. There is a scout on the way, though, so this could actually backfire on the timing. Because this is the thing. Like, if you see your opponent's going for a third loose like this, you could stay 2 base and send it on him. And he's going to be weaker militarily to try and defend against that, right? Like, at this point, Percival should be a bit suspicious. He's moved up in. He hasn't really seen much. Army's going to come back now, though. He has to decide, is this a big enough army to look like my opponent is all-inning? Or is there something greedy and nefarious happening behind the scenes? I wonder if you're just spamming Exos like this, Medtech's probably going to be a priority by, I'd say, about minute 7. Right? Because you want to make sure that you've actually got the sustain for the Exos. Things overall looking pretty good for Llewellyn, though. I mean, Percival's playing more creep camps, so he's getting kind of supplemented economy from that. Not a really big value point at these outposts, right? The sentry posts. Actually, a really solid way of doing this, because otherwise your Exos have to tank, and over time they just become a liability. So we'll be able to secure the health tower here. I think we might be getting a third now. So is he now going to mirror, though, is the question. No, he plays it safer. Okay, so Percival plays a bit tighter here. Oh, but that's cool. Is that intentional to attack towards south? Because the logic here, right, is that if your opponent has taken his greedy play, he's looser on the map. And by taking this command post, you're playing closer to that location while having your eco closer, which means that you don't get split on the map. Intriguing idea. Army's now about to clash here. Looks like Llewellyn is going to be moving down. You could actually just aggro the creep camp here and it would be super effective. Instead, Exo's hanging around. It looks like that was an A-click maneuver. Percival not paying full attention here. The movement speed on these Exos is actually at this point comedial. I do think the original version where you had to be running towards your opponent was underwhelming, but I get where people's frustration comes from with this Exo play. It's just insane how quick they are, man. And you know, maybe the issue is offset if they don't have 7 power range compared to 5. Like, your Gaunts can't actually touch them, and your Brutes can't reach them, and your Fiends die to them. So how do you beat Exos with this? I think you just have to play towards Hellborn. Like, even Magmadon could just get kited out. So if you're not in a position to attack their base, they'll just whittle you down over time. And yeah, that's not a good sign. Hexen goes down. Gaunts get punished. And Llewellyn hears from across the way. A very loud voice yelled, "Get off my lawn." Percival able to remind him that although Infernals may look strong in a lot of games, it ain't going to be that easy in this one. Third base, pretty much saturated at this stage. Mass racks is also being set up. Med techs are on the way. I love that. Just pulls back to the health tower. Any damage done, completely offset here. We'll recap on the vision tower to make sure he's not giving info for free. Now, this could be the game changer. Swift could save his bacon, but we do also have to remember that he does have access to Swift himself on the south side. So actually, what you need if you want to play Gaunts into this, and he's got it, is Reaper's Rush. Because remember, Exo's attack, they get a 25% movement speed increase. Reaper Rush on the Gaunts gives them a 40% increase by default. They don't have to attack to get that. So we might finally have the answer for Luolus. I'm curious to see how much the medtechs can actually muddy the water for that. So that center map has been opened. Wait, can someone remind me, like, do you see chopped trees through fog if you haven't seen them yet? I'm wondering if he actually knew about this. We're going to push in now. Hope comes back. Medtech's essentially frontlining at the stage. Lancers are going to arrive at the perfect time here. The Brute transition is at least there for Luola, so maybe he was sensing that this was coming. The Medtechs are definitely a big problem here, though. You can see the effect it's having. The armor especially is a really big deal. Just allows you to kind of pseudo frontline with these bad boys. Push comes in. Lancer with the bubble shield on him. He's not going to die fast enough here. Sorry, I think that's just the kinetic redirection at max. He's being hit so often. But you see what I mean about these guys. It's actually insane how long they can just tank for you. Gaunts. When he forced to defend, once again, just peels it back a bit. This is the problem. Like, when you're A-clicking these fights, you're always going to hit into these lances, which just kind of feeds the beast. Exo's now with a push in, and this game, out of control. Luola's game is done. Like, there's no coming back from this. He doesn't have the tech behind it. He doesn't have anything big or juicy on the way, like Hellborns, for example. Even if he did, he doesn't have enough of a front line to protect it. The craziest part about this is Percival never even addressed the third base. He let it exist, he let it fester, and then proved that Exos are bester. Yes, I know. This is why I'm a caster and not a poet. Third game on the way. All right. Damn. This is dumb. I mean, dude, this is like, that's like the only thing I think about Vanguard that like looks good right now, right? Like, I think anyone who's played a decent amount of the game can agree with that. I think it wasn't even the, like, I'm not even sure it's the bubble shield. I legit think he just was being attacked so frequently that kinetic redirection bubble was flickering. It didn't feel like it was the shield in the end, but maybe it was. It probably was. God damn. Did the game crash? No, that's just how game replays end right now. Because, like, making them have a fancy victory screen is not a high priority, right? For a game that's in development. So, game 3, where are you at? Let me have a look. Dude, am I blind? Murica? There we go. Luola's Percival game 3. Let's go. Oh. There we go. We'll switch over now. Because there ain't a spoiler of the replays listed. Oops. Well, my thoughts on Celestials, really overtuned. I think, like, in general, their units just feel too tanky. I feel like most of the units could have, like, a 10 or 15% health buff, like, health nerf across the board. And it'd be pretty reasonable. What's up, Paper Cart? I'm enjoying Stormgate. I think the 1v1's really fun. Really competitive. Has a lot of potential. Obviously, there's going to be balancing issues. That's always going to happen, right? I think it doesn't suffer with the pacing issue that AoE 4 has, which might make it more applicable to a casual audience. But like for a spectating sport, I understand the appeal of this over like AoE 4 for maybe a more casual person. Because things are just happening, you know? Yeah. Has a lot of potential. I hope it's able to see it through. Deciding game in this set in the semi-finals between Percival and Luolus. We hop into a game 3 after Percival was able to strike back fierce and fast. And we're on a fun map. This map is kind of wild, guys, because sometimes you spawn together and sometimes you spawn max apart. This particular game is going to be a little bit more claustrophobic. Luolus and Percival are next door neighbors. And unfortunately for Percival, Luolus is going to gather that info first. The Skull of Shedder moves in. He is going to see the command center, so now he knows. Love that as well. He pulls away before he'd reveal he has that info. Actually, I don't think that worked, right? No, he would have been seen, 100%. So he just wants the timing to get the Hexen across, I guess. He was trying to min-max the def. Didn't work out, though. And Scout has pretty much checked everywhere, so Percival is going to get the info now. In the meantime, looks like Luolus went straight into a second base. Percival, meanwhile, is going to be forced to push away the Hexen. He wants to go for the command center, but I'm not sure if that's feasible here. Well, Effigy needs to be sniped. So Shroud's going to be removed. And he's going to pull two. Okay, I like that staggered approach. Like, you need to keep pushing the Hexen away. You can't just rush over the Bobs. He's going to be coming back now, and the timing's really important here. Only 20 seconds left on the clock before Overcharge runs out. I think he might have timed this right to actually get it up, but it could end up being a Bob kill. And remember, a Bob kill is never just a Bob kill with a Hexen. Oh, that's sick. He's repairing. He's actually repairing him. And he can't see. Oh, what a sick play out of Percival there. You can't see it because it's behind the scaffolding, but he was repairing the Bob with one of the neighboring Bobs. And that's really important because if a Fiend pops out there, you can start sniping these Bobs out. Instead, the Hexen has to retreat. In fact, the Hexen has to retreat to the afterlife. I can't believe that, dude. That was insane. That was absolutely insane. What? Dude, this kid ain't messing around. That is absolutely wild. I thought the Hexen would have just TP'd out. I was so fixated on that, but he actually gets the Hexen kill. Now an immediate biokinetics. I think we're just getting an Exo Rush here. Two-base Exo Rush makes a lot of sense. Your opponent doesn't have a Hexen, so like playing these more squishy units doesn't punish you because he doesn't have an ability to infest and convert. There we go. First Exo on the way. And all of a sudden, this Gaunt detail is underwhelming, right? Like, you scout your opponent's gone second. He can't now rush Ritual Chamber into the axes. So you don't have this extra damage from the Plague Axes, this extra risk of infection. In fact, there's no risk. So, like, what? You probably go up to, I'd say, about 5 or 6 Exos. And I love the second Rax, yeah. Because you're not going to get there fast if you do just one. It takes you, what is that? I think it's 20 seconds, I want to say, roughly. 25. Guys, this could be the quickest game yet. Losing your Hexen is a really big deal for the Infernals. Like, Scouts don't really matter as much for the Vanguard, but for Infernals, I keep calling it a hero unit, which is really appropriate. The agency it gives you over the opening moves of the game cannot be stated enough. And because it's locked behind a Ritual Chamber, you can't just insta-replace it. Even if you could, it would be insanely expensive. So Exos begin the poke. And guess what? Good luck with less range. He has occasionally got the Howls as well to see on the high ground. This will begin to snowball, by the way. Like, I actually think the way Luolus needs to defend this is... he probably has to go for towers, right? Like, no Shroudstone towers maybe feels like a bit of a mistake here. I'm trying to remember what the range on Shroudstones were. I'm pretty sure it can match Exos, so that would give you some poke. See which Exos are going to start taking out the creep camps. Wait. First of all? Oh, he got distracted by the dog. I mean, he's at least going to get the Vision Tower. And in fairness, killing the creeps does kind of pay for an Exo. But sometimes it's not about the resources. It's about the Surge point. And he sacrificed this kind of scale point, right? Because he lost one of his critical early troops. We have, however, got Command Center upgrade on the way. And that does mean he can juice these up now with the habitats. So numbers are going to start creeping quite fast. One awkward issue is your health camp is really far back, so I'm wondering if like maybe Percival's going to take a more chill approach, where he takes out a few aggressive camps and then plays to the health camp behind his base to top off. He could also just with the tech up go straight into medtechs. Luolus. Still no solid defense here, right? He's just going straight for the Plague Axes. Yeah, so if I see a medtech now... not yet. It's really important now that Luolus doesn't step up and reveal that he's got Plague Axes in this vision area. Because if medtechs are there already when he takes the fight, like the Exo lead is going to be a big problem. In fact, he went for a third. Fiend might be able to scout this out. And, you know, if he sees that there's not a third base for Percival, Luella should be getting a bit worried here. Because it's delayed return on investment, right? Like your opponent's kind of putting everything into attack timing and he's doing the lances. Kind of intriguing. I wasn't expecting that with 4 brutes already in play. And it is going to be a replacement on the Hexen. So he values it highly. Kind of makes sense when you're up against mass Exo. So this is an interesting detail with Vanguards, right? It's like Vanguards, the value in the camps was more meant to be XP, but it felt so much harder to utilize well unless you rush some like Exos. Like Lancers didn't feel that they were using it that well. Compared to the other side, just basically spawning extra units. But because he managed to get to the Exos, these camps just inherently have a lot more value behind them now. Like the veterancies really pay off, remember. You get the extra percentile increase in damage. Health is also a really big deal for a unit that's usually a glass cannon. Like, at this point, having 156 health on an Exo, ranked 1 up, basically on par with brutes. It looks like we're finally ready for the Percival Assault. Lancer count, up at 4. Should be enough, though. Like, you don't need a lot of them, you just need enough to essentially absorb the initial blow. Because remember, it's all about Exo's range here. And that is an issue that Luella still has not solved for yet. Even Magmadons, I mean, they're at least tanky, they won't die fast, but it's not a gap closer. Not against Quick Draw. Exo's going to move the high ground. No Shroud Stone here either. He's actually camping off of Shroud, which means he hasn't been getting that temporary health together. Lancer's also now poking in. Has got the kinetic redirection. Love this as well. Like, kinetic redirection with the Exos, the mobility on this army is absurd. It's like the best mobility you can get. And there we go. Forces the Shroud Stone to be summoned here. It's going to be empowered. I mean, Lancer's left the front line with. But what matters here is Exos. As long as Exos live, Percival thrives. The Magmadon getting sniped so freely doesn't feel good here. He's going to move in now. Medtechs have arrived, though, at the worst possible time. Luolas has to keep pushing, though. Playing on through. Medtech's now starting to absorb the blows. Exo count has been shrunk. No bubble shield coming out, though. Medtech, he has got the Nano Swarm, so actually healing himself for quite a while, but count now down to 1. Flaves bouncing, still actually hitting that backline as well. Exos now looking to counterattack. Magmadon goes down. Gaunts need to stick on top of this. It's the swiftness, right? The swiftness is allowing him to do so, so maybe a little bit of a snowball effect here as Percival has to back away. Luolas, a damn good fight, one that was needed here. However, behind this, Percival at some point did sneak up onto a third base, so economically that lead that Luolas was flexing isn't really there anymore. And to the whole idea of like AoE's counter system, not as apparent as Age of Empires, but there are counter logics. For example, like you have to look at armor and think about damage output to kind of equate what's good or bad. And there are some units, like for example, Scouts, they have an ability that gives them bonus damage against light. So there are elements of a hard counter system, but it's not as aggressively apparent. Lancers, oh my god, they split the entire fight. Well, Magmadon's down now. The Vulcan's a really big problem here. He has also got the swiftness. The Exo's able to chase here on the hunt. Luola's back to the high ground here. Things just got 10 times more uncomfortable, though. Like this, before when he defended, there was not Vulcans to worry about here. The Medtechs didn't really arrive in time. Medtechs have Nano Swarms, so they can now heal on Vulcans. Let's see which Vulcan is going to move in. Bubble Shield, absorbing everything. This Lancer, oh my god, no! All fire gets drawn onto him. Magmadon tries to break the back line, but it's too late. This is getting out of control. New Shroud Stone gets summoned, but gets erased. Vulcan's now diving in. And I think that is going to be game. Luolas just doesn't have a backbone to the army anymore. Percival, from behind, is going to take the series 2-1. Damn, what a timing. You know, like, the classic one is, like, in RTSs, transitions are very difficult and can usually be uncomfortable. But I think Percival now, like, actually weaved that kind of narrative very well here. I think he was over-aggressive on the earlier assault and almost lost in the game, but Luolos didn't have a confident position to push out from. I will say I think that the changes around the camps, I'm feeling the impact where like being on the map is a bit more rewarding than camping in a corner and playing for tech than it used to be. And I think that's actually a positive change with Stormgate, so I'm glad they've done that. All right, that in mind, we are now 5 hours deep. And I know the servers are going down in, I think, when is 10 a.m. PT? Okay, so the servers are actually going down in about an hour and a half. Oh, you know how you can avoid having that explanation being dodged? There you go, paper cut. But yeah, the counter system is not as aggressive as it is in Age of Empires. There are counters. For example, some units get bonus damage against light and whatnot. But it's not as overwhelmingly apparent as in Age of Empires 4. Usually it's more the style of the unit. So like it won't just say you get bonus damage of this type all the time. Some will, but not all. So while there are some elements of it, like the scouts can get bonus damage against light, it's not the be-all, end-all. All right, guys. I think we're going to get ready to round it out there. Let's see who we can raid. Have we got anyone I know online? Lucy and Vortex are on. Ah, screw it. Luciferon's a Vanguard player. I mean, he's got many more viewers than me right now, but screw it. Guys, I'm going to send you across to Lucy. Familiar face to those from Age of Empires. And if you've been watching Stormgate, you should be familiar with him. That is going to be it for weekdays this week. We will be back late on Saturday, and we'll be aiming to be live on Sunday to cast the next Tank Cup live. So be sure to tune in for that. There'll be plenty of games being covered by us. You know me, I'm a non-stop caster, so we'll probably aim to catch all of EMEA and America on Sunday. Depends how long EMEA goes, because it might be a giant gap, but we'll figure it out. But much love, guys. Appreciate everyone who's hanging around, who's supporting as we're checking out different games in Age of Empires. Hopefully you're enjoying Stormgate and you're watching it. And hopefully it's got you thinking that, you know, maybe there's some potential here. But I'm going to send that raid through now to Luciferon. Should be active in a few seconds. And I will hopefully see plenty of you on Saturday and Sunday. Ooh, wait, is he on? Oh, he's on the map that was really good for Spire. He's on the one that was really good for Infernals. Let's see if it still is. All right, have fun with him, and I'll hopefully see you all on Saturday. Toodaloo.